Order, order. The Vice-Chamberlain of the Household.
A message from the King, Madam, in reply to loyal and dutiful addresses from this House. I have received your humble address praying that I should reappoint Dr. Katie Radford MBA as the Electoral Commissioner with effect from the 1st of September 2025 for the period ending 31st of August 2029. I will comply with your request. I have received your humble address praying that I should appoint Sir Charles Walker, KBE, to the office of Ordinary Member of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority for a period of 5 years with effect from the 1st of January 2026. I will comply with your request. I have received your humble address praying that I should appoint Mr. Manbinder Rana to the office of Ordinary Member of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority for a period of 5 years with effect from the 11th of January 2026. I will comply with your request. I have received your humble address praying that I should appoint Miss Beverly Smith as Chair of the Local Government Boundary Commission for England with effect from the 1st of January 2026 for the period ending on the 31st of December 2030. I will comply with your request.
Questions to the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. I call Harpreet Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Question number 1.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last government created a perfect storm for our charitable organisations, cutting their funding, attacking their right to speak, all while demand soared. This government has reset that relationship with the Civil Society Covenant, and we're currently working on ways to leverage more investment into local organisations.
Harpreet Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In recent months, I've met with and heard from local charities doing incredible work in our local communities. This includes S2R, The Mission and Headway Huddersfield. Many of them have told me of the challenges they are currently facing as demand and cost of their services rise and funding opportunities decrease. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that charities in Huddersfield are given the funding that they need to deliver vital services?
Can I thank you for that question and for being such a sterling champion of the amazing grassroots organisations in her constituency, some of whom I had the privilege to meet when I visited. In terms of protecting charities, we recognise the need to protect the smallest charities in particular, which is why we more than doubled the employment allowance, meaning that more than half of charities with NICS liabilities will either gain or see no change in 2025-26. And going forwards, we're looking at how we can use the National Youth Strategy to pilot a new way of working to make sure that the action that we take to support young people is genuinely driven by those amazing organisations at a local level in communities, which will help them to become much more sustainable and to do more.
Mandel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But to obtain funding, most small organisations require to have a bank account. And is the Secretary of State aware that many organisations are struggling now to get a bank account? Some banks don't offer those services to small and voluntary organisations, or there's a huge bureaucracy to be entered into to get an account. So will she speak with her colleagues in the Treasury to get to the bottom of why it is so difficult for small and voluntary organisations to get a bank account?
Can I thank you very much for that, and I certainly will make sure that I and the Minister take that up with colleagues in the Treasury to resolve it.
Katrina Murray.
Question number 2, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister, Secretary of State.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will answer questions 2, 4 and 11 together. I am really proud that this government has launched the UK's first ever Town of Culture competition. I hope members from across this whole House can get behind this incredible competition that will bring back into focus parts of our country that have been ignored, disrespected and not celebrated for far too long.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm seeking advice from the Secretary of State of what advice she would give to my local cultural organisations in Cumbernauld, including new and emerging arts and music spaces and the local theatre, who are excited by the prospect of the Town of Culture, on how they can engage with and benefit from the competition and ensure community-led culture is at the heart of any bid.
Well, can I thank her for championing those incredible organisations in her constituency. Applications open this week for the Town of Culture competition. We have deliberately designed this contest, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that it will benefit everybody who takes part, helping them to promote what happens in their local areas with the least bureaucracy that we can possibly manage, so that local organisations can be heard loud and clear as part of their bids. The judging panel is going to be chaired by the incredible Phil Redmond, and he is designing the competition to make sure that those organisations, the length and breadth of this country, are heard loud and clear.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope the Secretary of State enjoyed her visit to Bradford during our fantastic City of Culture 2025. It was a roaring success, with more than 5,000 events across the whole district, audiences in excess of 3 million and some 650 local artists and organisations involved. So does the Secretary of State share my ambition to make sure the legacy of Bradford 2025 is both impactful and long-lasting, and will she meet with me, leaders of the Council and representatives of Bradford 2025 to see how she can support that legacy?
And can I thank her for that? She'll know that I've visited Bradford several times since I've been Secretary of State, and we love it so much that you can't keep us away. My honourable friend will be in Bradford this afternoon. But the Bradford City of Culture really has been a runaway success in terms of increasing the amount of local pride that people feel in their communities. 4 out of 5 people in Bradford say that the Year of Culture has had a lasting impact on them and their city. And it hasn't just done that either. It's managed to attract visitor numbers in record numbers, showing exactly what Bradford can do. We want that for our towns across the country, and we're using Bradford as the template of how to do it.
Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Basingstoke has a rich cultural heritage, from world-class venues such as the Anvil and the Haymarket to creative spaces like Proteus Creation Space, heritage sites like Basing House, and wonderful museums like Milestones and the Willis Museum. It's also been the home and shaped the lives of Jane Austen and Thomas Burberry. So does the Secretary of State agree that Basingstoke would be a highly deserving winner of the Town of Culture 2025 award? And if she can't endorse that, could she at least join me in calling on Basingstoke Council to work with me in submitting a bid?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman has just laid down the gauntlet for all of the others in this chamber, so I look forward to hearing their pitches as well. But he's absolutely right to say that Basingstoke has an amazing and rich culture. In advance of today, I was looking at some of the things that Basingstoke has to offer, and as well as the Willis Museum and the birthplace of the home of Jane Austen, it also appears to be home to the world's oldest wedding cake, which was news to me. But I'm really looking forward to seeing his bid. I admire his competitive spirit, and I'm sure that he will put up a really staunch challenge that others will want to meet.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Secretary of State on getting the Town of Culture to happen. I was briefly Arts Minister 9 years ago, and Sir Phil Redmond did an amazing job then of setting out the distinction between the City of Culture. But I'd like to seek the Secretary of State's advice around Salisbury as really a town with a cathedral. Should it bid for the Town of Culture or the City of Culture as it celebrates its 800th year since its charter last 800 years ago?
Well, I imagine that he's anticipating that Salisbury would be a worthy winner of both, and I look forward to seeing whichever bid he submits. There is a distinction between City of Culture and Town of Culture. He will know that larger towns have been eligible under the last government to apply for the City of Culture competition, but we've designed this contest so that small towns towns and medium-sized towns can also get a hearing. And so we'd be delighted to see a bid from whichever part of the contest he believes is most fitting.
Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As well as putting in an early bid for my town of Woking, the home of H.G. Wells and the birthplace of science fiction, to be our new town of culture, I do want to ask the Minister a slightly more serious question, which is the previous government's Towns Fund was widely criticised as channelling money to their political priorities and heartlands. Will the Minister ensure that whether it's the City of Culture or the Town of Culture Awards, they are never made for political decisions?
Look, can I thank him for that? And I absolutely agree. I think it incenses people out in the country when they see our communities being used as political playthings. That is why we've set up a judging panel that is chaired by Sir Phil Redmond and with independent panel members to award the £3 million prize money to the winner. It's also why we've left behind the failed approach of the last government. So although this is competition, and I'm enjoying already the banter in the chamber about the respective merits of different towns, we've deliberately designed this so that there'll be many winners. Every single one of the shortlisted towns will receive money to develop their bids. The 3 finalists will all receive prize money, and all of those who take part in the competition, we will make sure that we find ways to amplify their unique story.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Plymouth Culture has launched its bid to be the City of Culture 2029. Now, I wonder if the Secretary of State realises that there has never been a southern City of Culture, let alone a southwestern City of Culture. So does she agree with me that the City of Culture 2029 would be the perfect opportunity to rectify this?
She makes a powerful case, and I look forward to hearing more.
Alex Ballinger.
Question number 5, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we monitor a wide range of evidence to aid our assessment of gambling advertising and its impact, including spend data provided by the industry and independent sources. We will continue to keep our policies under review in this serious context. There is a Westminster Hall debate on gambling harms later today, where honourable members will get the chance to unpack these issues in more detail.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week we've seen FIFA has announced a 4-year partnership so gambling platforms can stream World Cup games for the first time on UK websites. Footballer fans are already heavily exposed to gambling advertising, and the government has confirmed that there is clear evidence linking gambling advertising to harm. Since the Premier League has agreed to remove gambling adverts from the front of shirts this year, does the Minister share my concern that the live streaming of these gambling sites of World Cup games is a step in the wrong direction and can perpetuate further gambling harm?
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's 2 ways to answer this question. Firstly is with regards to exposure to the World Cup itself, and I want as many World Cup games as possible to be on free-to-air television. If you see what happens when Scotland qualified for the World Cup, it was on BBC and it brought the whole nation together, and that's what the World Cup should be doing for every nation who has qualified and not. In terms of the exposure to gambling, we're committed to strengthening measures to protect those at risk, including the gambling levy. 20% of that £120 million will go towards making sure we have the proper research to build it on. I appreciate my honourable friend raising this point. I'll consider the issue with my honourable friend, the Sports Minister, and I'll write to him with an update in due course.
Thank you, Madam
Deputy Speaker. Settling down to watch a football game with my young family the other day, my wife commented, are you watching football or are you watching a gambling show? She had a point. Last October, a game between Man City and Wolves had over 5,000 visible ads of gambling during the game. Gambling destroys life and is responsible for close to 500 suicides a year. So can I ask the Secretary of State what consideration her department is giving to address this pressing and devastating issue?
Minister.
It is a pressing issue that has been recognised, particularly by the Premier League, by banning shirt sponsorship in terms of happening from next season. There are a number of robust rules in place already to ensure adverts are not targeted or strongly appeal to children and those at risk of harm. The government are looking at this very seriously, and I hope it comes to the Westminster Hall debate this afternoon.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Question 6, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 15th of December we published a progress statement on copyright and artificial intelligence as required by the Data Use and Access Act of 2025. We have to publish by law an independent impact assessment before the 18th of March. Both departments of DCMS and DCET recently held a round of successful technical working groups on copyright and AI, and I'm engaging with the creative and tech industries to ensure a copyright regime values and protects human creativity while unlocking innovation across our creative sector and the wider economy.
Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will know that big tech companies want to use songs, recordings and other creative work to train their AI models without asking or paying the original creators. Does the Minister agree with my union, the Musicians' Union, that our creative sector should be asked for consent to use their work, get credit for use of their work, and be fairly compensated when their work is used in this way?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is one of the most serious issues that we will deal with in this particular space. As a joint minister with the Department of Science, Innovation, Technology and DCMS, this is something that we are looking at, and we're very aware of all the concerns raised by creatives in this space. We want to support rights holders in licensing their work in the digital age and allow AI developers to benefit from access to creative material in the UK. That requires a landing zone from both industries. Engagement like the technical working groups is key to finding a solution which works on all sides, and we will continue to engage with the stakeholders in both sectors to further develop that approach, and that's the commitment from both Secretaries of State as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When it comes to AI, like so many other things, this government is all smoke and mirrors. In response to the Grok AI outrage this week, with a flourish, the Secretary of State for Science and Tech announced that she would be banning intimate image abuse with immediate effect. In reality, this meant triggering legislation that had to be forced through by Baroness Owen of Alderley Edge against the government's will, which received royal assent last summer. Imagine how many women's trauma could have been prevented if the government had just got a grip. And every day our creative industries are already having their work scraped. And intellectual property is being stolen every day, and still the government sits on its hand, promising the world and delivering nothing. When will we see the AI bill promised in the last King's speech, and when are we likely to see that legislation brought forward?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said in the answer to my honourable friend, there will be an update to Parliament on the 18th of March as provided by the Data Act, and this is an incredibly serious issue. But what we really need to make sure is the Online Safety Act is completely implemented. And my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, Department of Science, Innovation Technology, from this dispatch box this week made it very, very clear that government will have an absolutely no tolerance approach to what's been happening with AI and Grok. Ofcom must do their job, they must do it quickly, they must do it soon, and they must take the highest possible action they can against the perpetrators of what are disgusting, abhorrent ways in which AI is operating in some of their platforms.
Mary Kelly-Foy, who's testing the chair by sitting in the part of the chamber she doesn't normally sit in. Mary Kelly-Foy.
I thought I would stay in the bit that looks really packed. Okay, thank you. Right, question number 7.
Thank you. The government understands the importance of high-quality grassroots sports facilities in helping people to be active, which is why we are committing £400 million into improving facilities over the next 4 years. We are investing £98 million this year through the Multi-Sport Grassroots Facility Programme, which includes removing barriers to participation for women and girls, people with disabilities and ethnic minority communities.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Durham United FC kicked off this season in the Northern League, the first time in decades that the city has had a men's team playing at this level. Yet despite this, they do not have a permanent ground. And at the same time, local authorities are finding it harder and harder to maintain their playing pitch stock to a reasonable standard, meaning high quality pitches are harder to access despite more football than ever being played. Now, what can the Secretary of State do to encourage local authorities to transfer these assets into the hands of well-established grassroots clubs like Durham City FC, Durham United FC, giving them the security and access to larger grants and thereby improving maintenance of these vital community assets?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this really important point. Sport England invest over £250 million of exchequer and lottery funding each year, offering guidance and support to grassroots clubs looking to take control of their local sports pitches through their community asset transfer toolkit, which they are currently updating. I'd be very happy to set up a meeting for the Honourable Lady with Sport England, who can offer further advice if that is helpful.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, I recently met Abbas and Templecoombe Parish councillors to discuss their exciting plans to add a 400-metre running track, multi-use games and an outdoor adult gym to the local recreation ground. Given physical inactivity costs the UK over £7 billion a year, such improvements are welcome, particularly in rural areas. However, despite securing some of the funding, the parish council are really struggling to find the additional funds to get the project off the ground. So what steps is the Minister taking to help rural parish and town councils improve their sports and leisure facilities?
Well, the Honourable Lady is a strong advocate for her constituency. She makes a very important argument. As I've outlined, the government is investing £400 million in grassroots facilities. We are also working with the sports sector and local leaders to understand the demands of each community, and I'd be happy to discuss it further with her.
Shadow Minister Louis French.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Labour government has announced that alongside the Gardens Trust and Theatres Trust, it intends to remove Sports England as a statutory consultee in planning decisions, putting at risk playing fields across the country. The Conservatives oppose this move. Can the Minister explain how first scrapping the £57 million Opening School Facilities Fund and now allowing developers to concrete over playing fields increases access to sports facilities?
Minister.
As I have outlined, this government is putting its money where its mouth is. We have announced £400 million of investment into grassroots sport. I've discussed this issue with the Planning Minister and I've heard the points he's made.
Shadow Minister Louis French.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not much of an answer there, but hopefully another U-turn will be coming soon. Over the last Parliament, the Conservative government invested more than £1 billion in grassroots and school sports. On this side of the House, we are also absolutely clear that girls' and women's sports must be protected to ensure fairness, competition and safety. So will the Sports Minister confirm today what action she is taking to ensure the Supreme Court's ruling on biological sex is applied in leisure and sports facilities across the UK?
Minister.
We're working with sporting bodies to make sure they get this right.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm in the usual place, you may notice, number 8.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month we published our groundbreaking Youth Strategy, Youth Matters, the first cross-government strategy for young people in England for over 15 years to ensure that young people, every young person, has somewhere to go, someone who cares and something to do. We are determined as we breathe life into that strategy to make sure that it continues to be driven by young people across the country, and I look forward to working with him to make sure that becomes a reality.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her work on this really important youth strategy. Can I ask her how young people in my constituency of Harlow can be empowered to take part in the youth strategy, and specifically, as you'll be aware, I'm the chair of the APPG for young carers, how she's worked to engage hard-to-reach groups like young carers to be part of this strategy?
From the outset, my honourable friend and I were absolutely determined that this strategy would reflect all young people, and it was a delight to do a workshop with young carers as part of the development of the youth strategy to make sure that their needs and concerns were met. I really do look forward to working with him to help to make sure that we empower young people, but the key way in which we're doing that as a department as we roll out the National Youth Strategy is to make sure that we are only funding organisations that are putting young people in the driving seat of decisions about how that money is spent.
Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The best thing the government can do to support young people is ensure that they have jobs. But in the 3 months to October of last year, unemployment for 18 to 24-year-olds rose by 85,000. What does she have to say to the Chancellor, who is overtaxing jobs, including for young people?
Look, can I say to him that he is right to say that there isn't just a supply issue, but there's a demand issue, but there's a supply issue as well. And the Chancellor is very focused on making sure that we create good jobs in every part of the country. But he will know that as well as the National Youth Strategy that we've just published, recently my honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, announced a new programme to make sure that we deliberately specifically target 18 to 21-year-olds to help them get back into work and don't write them off at a very young age. But unfortunately, his party voted against the investment that was needed to make that happen. I hope that he'll reflect on that and get his side to change course.
Democrat spokesperson Anna Sabine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Data suggests around 50,000 children aren't getting the music education they deserve, and the cuts to the music PGCE bursaries are going to exacerbate the problem. So while £25 million of new musical instruments announced by DCMS will be left to collect dust in storage cupboards, what discussions is the Minister having with DFE to ensure we have the teachers to teach the musicians of the future?
Can I thank her for that and reassure her that there will be no musical instruments collecting dust in storage cupboards, as well as announcing a broader, richer curriculum alongside the Education Secretary at the end of last year that will put music education once again at the heart of the offer for young people. We're rebuilding access to that in communities. The programme that she describes, I will have something to say more about very shortly, but we are determined to ensure as a government that every child has the chance to find their spark and develop their interest, not just children whose parents can pay.
Dixon.
Question number 9, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will answer questions 9 and 14 together. Our National Youth Strategy was co-produced with young people and is committed to investing over £500 million to ensure young people have somewhere to go, something to do and someone who cares, and access to youth activities is a key part of that.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Swanscombe and in much of my constituency, less than 50% of young people are physically active, and that's only slightly lower than the national average, which is highly alarming. Under the last government, community sports facilities like Swanscombe Pavilion in my constituency crumbled with no resources to bring them back to life, reducing the available space for young people to be active, which is why I am particularly pleased to hear about the £400 million that this government is committing to grassroots sport facilities last June and has been mentioned today. Can the Minister provide an update of how this vital funding will be allocated, and would she agree to meet me to discuss this further?
Thank you. Well, the Government recognises that grassroots facilities are at the heart of communities up and down the country, and that is why we've committed to the £400 million to transform grassroots facilities across the UK. I'd be very happy to meet him to discuss how we'll be rolling this out. And I'd also say we recognise that too many children and young people are less active than they should be, and that is why we have campaigns like Let's Move, which aim to support children to enjoy being active from sport to play and everyday movement. And I was pleased to see one of these sessions in action myself before Christmas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week I met with Paul Skivington from UK Para Jiu-Jitsu. Paul lost his leg in a motorbike accident, and he's been very active, inspiring the country through competing on the world stage at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Paul wants to get more disabled children involved in sports. Can the government outline what they are doing to incentivise young disabled people to take part in sports, especially Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for raising this important point. Everyone should have the opportunity to play sport and be physically active. We are committed to tackling persistent inequalities, especially for disabled people. Our arm's length body, Sport England's 10-year Uniting the Movement strategy, reinforces its aim and ensures its programmes directly impact disabled people through partnerships with a range of both disability and martial arts organisations and initiatives like We Are Undefeatable. This campaign aims to support the 50 million people who live with one or more long-term health condition in England to get active. I met with Activity Alliance to discuss this issue a few months ago, and I'd be delighted to discuss it with the Honourable Gentleman.
Young.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last July I wrote jointly with other members seeking support for chimpanzees to open the UK's first fully accessible exercise, play and social centre for disabled children and young people. I've had no response. Will the Secretary of State meet me and representatives of the charity to discuss how the department can support this innovative project?
Well, I'll get to the bottom of why the Honourable Lady hasn't had a reply. I apologise for that, and I'd be delighted to meet with her to discuss it further.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, it's very important that we do improve access to youth activities for young people, but what's really important is because of the rise in their anxiety, in their depression, and their mental health and incredible issues. The rise in suicides as well amongst our young people worries me greatly, worries the Minister greatly, worries us all greatly. Can I ask the Minister what has been done to address that in conjunction with the Health Minister to ensure that we address the mental health issues and give them the access to sport? Thank you.
The Honourable Gentleman makes a really important point. It was a pleasure to meet him yesterday to discuss a different issue. That's exactly why we've launched our National Youth Strategy. Supporting young people with their mental health is an absolutely key part of that. I know as a former teacher how important it is, and I know from my constituency as well.
Patrick Hurley.
Number 10, please.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, cooperative live music venues have benefited from the Government's Community Ownership Fund, enabling communities to take ownership of valued local cultural assets. And can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for Southport for the work he does in his constituency in championing the arts and music. Building on the Community Ownership Fund, the new Pride in Place programme will support 244 neighbourhoods with up to £20 million each over the next 10 years, which can support local music venues, and a new music growth package up to £30 million, which we will launch in the spring to strengthen grassroots music infrastructure, including venues themselves.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Southport doesn't need to apply for UK Town of Culture because we've got a fantastic year of culture coming up this year anyway. Members should check out southport26.com for more details. As part of building a legacy of our year of culture, I'm meeting with music industry professionals next week to discuss the live music scene. Grassroots music venues are vital to nurturing new talent, but too many venues are closing in this country because of soaring costs. So can the Minister outline whether or not music venues should have their own sector-specific support package so that we can protect live music for the future?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is indeed correct. Southport is already a town of culture. Southport26.com is what he's been championing, and everyone should go ahead and look at that. But can I say to my honourable friend that in addition to the £30 million music growth package, the Government is encouraging live music industry to go further to deliver widespread adoption of the voluntary £1 levy on tickets for stadium and arena shows to help safeguard the future of grassroots music. And just to re-emphasise, we're encouraging the industry to go much, much further. We want to see as much take-up as we possibly can. We want to see the levy in place for as many concerts as possible. We want to continue to convene the music industry to drive progress with this. For all that money will go into grassroots live music.
Topical questions, the Secretary of State, Catherine Atkinson.
Topical number 1, Madam Deputy Speaker.
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is determined to fight for all of the British people. And since we last met, my department has been delighted to introduce the first national youth strategy in a generation, ending the violent indifference we saw under the last government, to launch the Town of Culture competition, because culture is everywhere, not just in our big cities. And while reform trashes are one of our most important national institutions, we've kick-started the BBC Charter Review to make sure that we protect a BBC that belongs to everybody. Our message is clear to the British people: we will always fight for you.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In October, I shared at the Stockbrook Colts, a local grassroots football club with over 250 children, had to stop play because their pitch was unusable. I am pleased to report that Stockbrook Park now has planning permission for a new play zone with a football pitch and floodlighting. Will the Minister join me in congratulating the Colts, local councillors and the whole community, and will she set out what steps are being taken to improve grassroots football facilities in Derby and across the country?
Can I thank her very much for that, and can I also congratulate her on the role that she played in helping to secure planning permission for this new facility. They stand in the centre of our communities as shining symbols of how much we value our young people and the communities in which they serve, and I'd be delighted to work with her to make sure that we continue to roll out those facilities in her constituency and across the country.
Shadow Secretary of State Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware of concerns across the DCMS sectors about the 14-day cooling off period in the Digital Markets Act that could be exploited to allow people to sign up for an annual membership for a heritage arts or cultural institution, visit the sites for free for 2 weeks, then cancel their membership and get a refund, causing considerable financial distress. This is, of course, on top of the recent national insurance increases. So there is cross-party support to close this loophole. So can the Minister confirm the timeline for further action on this matter?
Can I thank him for raising this? It is a significant issue for many organisations. He'll be aware that the Department for Business and Trade has been consulting on this issue. My honourable friend, the Minister, held a round table about it recently, and my other honourable friend, the Minister, is meeting with the relevant DBT Minister shortly to discuss this. The Chair of the Select Committee will also be joining that meeting, and she would be delighted to extend an invitation to him to attend that meeting so that we can resolve this serious issue together.
Shadow Secretary of State Nigel Huddleston.
I thank the Secretary of State for that response. I appreciate the tone she's adopted there. Now, we all know, especially from yesterday's announcement, that the decision to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from the game with Aston Villa was not only wrong, but was based on fabricated police intelligence. And from the answers to my recent WPQs, we also know that the possibility of banning Israeli fans was communicated to DCMS on the 9th of October and to the Home Office on the 2nd of October. That was 2 weeks before the ban was publicly announced. So in that 2-week period, what conversations took place between DCMS, the Home Office, the police, the SAG and others, given that a hugely controversial decision was potentially about to be made, and what action was taken to try and stop it?
Given how much of a chilling effect this has had on the Jewish community in particular, and on everybody who needs to have trust in our police services across this country, I do want to be absolutely crystal clear on this point. I've looked into the concerns that he raised about whether DCMS officials were aware of this decision in advance. We were working on the instruction that this match was still supposed to go ahead. That was on the basis of advice from the SAG. I'd be happy to outline this in further detail to him, but it is absolutely not correct to say that DCMS officials were made aware that a ban was going to be taken place, and I have to say to him on a very personal level, had that been the case, I would make sure that people were held to be accountable for that. And on the wider issue of what has unfolded over recent days, I do just want to reiterate to him that having watched West Midlands Police contradict me, contradict this government and contradict their own evidence in public over recent months, and seeing all of that laid bare in a report that the Home Secretary brought to this House yesterday, I do want to say to him that I believe it is astonishing that the Chief Constable remains in post, and I hope he will seriously reflect on his...
Murazha Mittendar, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the consultation on the renewal of the BBC's Royal Charter, the Government considers how the BBC provides a range of content and services that represent all audiences and bring communities together. Does the Minister agree that Cornish language and the media content should be specifically included in the new Charter, and will the Minister meet with me to discuss how the renewed Charter can support the case for a Kerno public service media platform?
Just shorter questions and answers, please.
Yeah, can I thank him for that? The government's very committed to protecting and supporting our minority languages. They're a vital part of the cultural fabric of our country. When we launched the Charter Review, that was intended to give space to consider how the BBC can best support minority language broadcasting, including Cornish, and I'd be delighted to arrange a meeting for him.
You host.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My local county football association has contacted me deeply concerned about plans to remove Sport England as a statutory consultee on planning. Now, this was raised just now by my honourable friend, the Shadow Sports Minister. I'm not entirely sure he got a full response. So in the spirit of charity, can I ask once again what protections will be put in place to ensure we do not lose our sports facilities?
I'd just point him to the fact that this government has just announced £400 million into grassroots sporting facilities across the country. We're keen to make sure that we can get on and build the homes that we need. We're keen to make sure that those homes have good facilities, whether it's sporting facilities or cultural facilities, which is what people want. And I'm working very closely with the Secretary of State at MHCLG to make sure that that happens.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wealdstone FC is a fantastic fan-led club in my constituency, but yet again they're facing an uncertain future because of protracted negotiations over the lease of their current ground. Does the Minister agree with me that it's vital that the landowner engages in good faith with the club, and will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can give the club the stability and security off the pitch they need to succeed on it?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I recognise the vital role that football clubs like Wealdstone FC play in the community. While stadium negotiations are primarily a matter for clubs and local authorities, I really do understand the importance of securing a future at Grosvenor Vale, and I'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss how we can best support the club moving forward.
Adam Morello.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over the last 24 years, 174 grassroots rugby clubs have disappeared. These clubs are vital. They feed our professional teams with both talent and fans. And while attendance and broadcast figures are improving at the top level, Prem clubs still owe the government massive amounts of money in COVID loans and carry £340 million in debt. So what assessment has the department made of the long-term financial stability of both grassroots and Premiership rugby?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful the governance of rugby union is a matter for the Rugby Football Union, which is independent of government, but this government monitors the financial situation of rugby union closely. The DCMS continues to work with the RFU, and I'm happy to discuss it further with the honourable gentleman.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. AFC Bournemouth has just said goodbye to Antoine Semenyo. He's been a superstar on the pitch and a gentleman off it, taking out a full-page ad in the Bournemouth Echo to thank fans for the memory as he sadly went for Manchester City. In Bournemouth, we need more players like him. That means getting kids outdoors, off their phones, which is why I back raising the minimum social media age to 16. It also means supporting play spaces, youth centres and grassroots football facilities for clubs like Boscombe Albion, Kings Park Dynamos, Queen's Park Ladies and Generation Elite. What is the department doing to support our young kids?
So can I thank him for such a moving tribute, and I think the whole House will join him in supporting those words. And can I also say that he's absolutely right to underline the importance of this. That's why we're working across government using the National Youth Strategy, the Pride in Place Impact Fund and other funds that are designed to be led and driven from the grassroots up to make sure that every community gets the facilities that they need.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Secretary of State support Conservative calls for funding for the listed places of worship scheme to be restored? This would give places of worship such as All Saints in Shillington in Mid Bedfordshire the certainty they need to protect our heritage and continue serving all of our communities.
Minister.
Yeah, can I thank him for raising this? And I know that it's of considerable interest to many members across this House on all sides. As he knows, the current scheme will end on the 31st of March, and the Minister, Baroness Twycross, has been meeting with key stakeholders, including the National Churches Trust and the Church of England, to make sure that they're up to date. We will be in a position to make an announcement in due course, and we are listening very carefully to honourable members across the House.
Yeah.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, earlier the Minister, in response to a question from my honourable friend for Dorset, Paul, forgive me, was full-throated in his support for music venues. But what conversations is the department having with the MHCLG about planning around music venues? We have the Moth Club in Hackney, which is potentially under threat from a planning issue. And it is vital that these two work together so we can preserve our music venues. But what conversations is she having?
Can I thank her for that? It is a significant issue for many music venues around the country, and in addition to the funding challenges that they face, which we're trying to address, we know that this is something that they would welcome more government support with. I'm shortly due to discuss this with my counterpart, the Secretary of State at MHCLG, but I'd be delighted to meet with her to discuss it further.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend the Football Foundation for its brilliant work with grassroots sport and help to develop the brilliant facilities at the New Croft at Haverhill. And as Newmarket Football Club looks to get a new pitch, will the Secretary of State join me in sending the message to the Chief Executive, Robert Sullivan, that we endorse that bid?
Well, he tempts me, but I'm sure he's a powerful advocate enough on his own for that bid. I would say to him as well, though, that one of the things that we've been doing as a government is to work with the Football Foundation to make sure that communities who most need facilities but often struggle to navigate the process find that an easier and less bureaucratic process to manage. They've been very open to those conversations, and I'm delighted to hear that things are progressing in his constituency.
Final question, Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, next year the Tour de France will return to the UK for the first time since 2014. Starting in Edinburgh, the route through Northern England has yet to be determined, but does the Minister agree with me that there could be no finer starting point in Northern England than my constituency of Carlisle and Cumbria, and will she ensure that the excitement the Tour engenders will translate into support for cycling right across our country?
Well, we're all very excited that the Tour de France is coming to this country. I'm really excited to be going to Leeds later today for the route announcement. I'm really pleased this government has invested over £30 million, and it's really important that the tournament inspires the next generation.
That is the end of culture, media and sport questions. I'll give the front bench a moment to shuffle over. We now have questions to the Honourable Member for Battersea representing the Church Commissioners and the Honourable Member representing the House of Commons Commission and the Restoration and Renewal Client Board. Matt Termaine.
Question number 1, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to see you at Church Questions this morning. With permission, I wish to group questions 1 and 3. I also would like to put on record my thanks to the Leader of the House for stepping in to cover questions last month due to me being unwell. The Church of England remains deeply concerned about the rising persecution on grounds of faith and belief worldwide, including in recent cases in Iran, Sudan, India and Palestine, with Christian communities remaining the most targeted. The Church is working closely with the FCDO to improve faith literacy of its officials, support the International Panel of Parliamentarians, regularly providing resources to bishops to raise cases in the other place, as well as developing resources for use across the global Anglican Communion.
Matt Termaine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her answer. In my constituency of Watford, I received many Christmas cards from residents supporting the Open Doors campaign, concerned about the persecution of Christians around the world. I've also met with representatives from those congregations in my constituency. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the World Watch List, which was published here in Parliament yesterday, is an important project identifying the locations of persecuted Christians around the world and encourage those countries to promote tolerance?
Over.
Well, yes, I do agree with him, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I was pleased to attend the launch of the Open Doors World Watch List yesterday here in Parliament, and hearing the testimonies of those who have fled persecution was powerful. Madam Deputy Speaker, an estimated 338 million Christians are facing persecution across 50 countries, and those include Somalia, Sudan, Pakistan, Iran, Nigeria, India, Myanmar, Iraq and Egypt. Organisations like Open Doors do vital work in raising awareness and highlighting the persecution of people with faith. Their work, and their report, is a stark reminder and a showing of why global norms matter.
Andrew Rosendale.
I thank the honourable member for her answer, but she'll be aware that over the past decades, over 50,000 Christians have been inhumanely slaughtered in Nigeria by murderous Islamist groups, namely Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. These attacks have only intensified in recent months, targeting vulnerable groups like Christian schools and missionaries. This is a tragedy of mammoth proportions. So, what action is the Church of England taking to prioritise the issue of Christian persecution and to support the Anglican Church in Nigeria?
Over.
Thank you, and can I thank the honourable member for his question. He has been a strong voice on this issue, and so I welcome that. And he rightly highlights that thousands of Christians are being killed because of their faith. And that persecution comes in many forms. As we know, he's mentioned schools and so forth. And that is why we are so grateful for the work of organisations like Open Doors and those aid to churches in need and others for shining a light on what is happening globally. And as I say, you know, the bishops in the other place continue to raise these cases, and it is something that remains a priority for the Church.
Catherine Fuchs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Question number 2, please.
Dakova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I will group question 2 and 4. The future of the listed places of worship scheme continues to feature heavily during question time, with over 200 members raising this issue. Faith communities with listed buildings are waiting for clarity on the future of the scheme, which is due to end in March this year. The uncertainty is delaying repairs and implementation of community projects nationwide. Now, I met with the Minister of Heritage just before Christmas and was assured that the government would be updating the House soon.
Catherine Fuchs.
I've had the privilege over the last 18 months of visiting many beautiful historic places of worship in Monmouthshire, including St James's, Llangua, Better's Newydd Church, St Mary's Priory and St Tudric's, which dates back to 600 AD. The Listed Places scheme is a lifeline for the volunteers and charities, such as the amazing Friends of Friendless Churches, who look after these buildings, like Llandwy Rhydderch Baptist Chapel, which needs the scheme to fix its roof. Can my honourable friend please update me on any discussions the Church Commissioners have recently had with government on this issue?
Whatever.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's good to hear how this scheme has benefited churches in my honourable friend's constituency. While I'm not responsible for the church in Wales, I can inform my honourable friend that Wales has a significantly higher proportion of listed places of worship than England, and most buildings are in areas of low economic activity and fewer opportunities for philanthropy. Now, I'd be very happy to put her in touch with the relevant people in Wales so she can continue to engage with them. As I've highlighted, I have met with the Minister recently, and I was assured that they would be bringing forward plans soon.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever one's faith, the historic churches in North East Hertfordshire are an incredible part of our local heritage. They are places of peace and beauty, are ever-present reminders of centuries of our history, and a focal point for village life, providing space for social activities and community life in what feels like an increasingly fragmented society. So will my honourable friend agree with me that the government must do everything it can to support parishes with the huge challenge of maintaining our historic churches so they can continue to enrich our lives for generations to come?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You're not the first to stumble saying my surname, unfortunately. But I agree with my honourable friend. Historic churches are often cornerstones of our local communities, and even if members of that community are not regular churchgoers or attend church services regularly, they also see that those churches are are places where they could actually call their own and identify with, where they gather in those spaces for different events, whether that is major life events like weddings. We all have to attend them for election hustings, as well as concerts. So we all know how important our historical buildings are, and we know the actual social value that these buildings also have, with an estimated 55 billion, and with every investment of £1 in the church, a return of £16 goes into the local community for outreach and community support. So I'm also pleased that the government will be publishing the evaluation report of the listed places of worship scheme soon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Honourable Lady agree that there are practical consequences flowing from the failure of the government?
Members, there was a conversation taking place, a debate across the chamber. Sir Christopher Chope.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Honourable Lady accept that there are practical consequences flowing from the intolerable delay in the government making an announcement about this? For example, All Saints Church in Muddyford has got repairs underway, as has Christchurch Priory, and the consequences of the government not doing anything about this scheme is it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of pounds extra for those churches.
Over.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. And he is right. Any further delay will continue to bring uncertainty to many churches across the country. So it's really important, and I'm reassured that the government will be coming forward with plans soon. And indeed, I think we heard the Secretary of State during Department for Culture, Media and Sport questions, prior to church questions, say that the government will be coming forward with plans soon.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In Rottenham and the Harbour Villages, we're fortunate to have one of the highest numbers of listed places of worship in the country, from Tea to Tix over to All Saints and Stamford. So does the Church Commissioner agree with me that we really cannot allow these amazing places to fall into collapse and to lose them? Because once they are lost to our communities really are the ones who lose out.
The Honourable Lady will not be surprised to hear that, of course, I agree with her.
Mr McAllister.
Question number 5, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The situation in Palestine is beyond devastating, and the Church continues to support the Anglican province of Jerusalem. And during Advent last year, the Archbishop of York visited the West Bank, meeting Christian Palestinian families affected by settler violence and witnessing tensions firsthand. The Church of Scotland and the Scottish Episcopal Church are also working with the Palestinian community. Senior clergy have visited the Tent of Nations to promote peace and justice.
Caritas Internationalis is just one of the 37 international aid organisations Israel has sought to bar or deregister. This will have severe impacts on humanitarian aid delivery in Gaza. Also, at midnight mass at Christ the Redeemer Church in the West Bank, they adorned their Christmas tree not with baubles, but with the names of the lands expected to be occupied or already stolen by illegal settlers. So what support can the Church provide to these brave Christians in occupied Palestinian territories?
Thank you. And the Honourable Member will not be surprised to learn that the issue of what is happening in Palestine has featured heavily during church question time for the past year. Now, Israel revoking licences of dozens of aid agencies in Gaza and the West Bank will only worsen the situation. As I've outlined during the Archbishop of York's recent visit, he met with Christian families affected by settler violence and faced with tense standoffs with settlers, as well as some of the challenges they faced around displacement and damage to their land. And I'm pleased to say that bishops will also be making another pilgrimage to Palestine in the very near future. But can I just urge honourable members to continue to keep raising this issue, because the sooner we get peace and the sooner we can actually see that people are being taken care of across Palestine.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for that answer. When it comes to worship, it's really important that it is retained, but one of the reasons why people will stay is because they have jobs and opportunities. When I met some of the churches and the representatives just last year, they had said that the people were leaving not just because of persecution, because they had nothing to do work-wise. So what's the church doing to ensure that opportunities are there when it comes to work, and that the work they will stay and they will worship God and their church?
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. As he rightly knows the church is playing a role in the province in Jerusalem, and I would be happy to write to him to set out further actions that the church is taking in relation to work and other projects.
Question 6, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I wish to group questions 6 and 10. The terminally ill end-of-life bill is still being debated in the other place, and it's in its final. What it will look like is still yet to be decided. The Church anticipates that there will be considerable impacts on end-of-life ministry, pastoral support, and bereavement counselling offered by its chaplains and clergy.
Thank you. Chaplains work in various settings, including care homes, hospitals and hospices. If the bill were to pass unamended, it may be required to provide assisted dying services to people who are terminally ill, as there is currently no organisational opt-out. So would the Church support an amendment in the other place to allow, firstly, chaplains to conscientiously object, and also an organisational opt-out for those hospices and other organisations that have religious foundations from providing support to those who wish to end their life with assistance under the Act if passed?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the lady for her question. The Church supports the need for an institutional and individual opt-out, as many hospices have highlighted their concerns with how the bill will impact their operations if there were to continue to be no option to opt out in the bill. It is crucial that hospices can offer their vital services without being compelled to offer assisted dying if they hold a conscientious objection.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Where assisted dying has been legalised and there are opt-outs for faith-based hospices, this is now being challenged in the courts. Opt-outs and faith-based conscientious objections are unworkable and will be subject to constant legal wrangling. This is just one of the many serious concerns associated with assisted dying. Does my honourable friend agree that this is a dangerous bill and the other place are right to be given it thorough scrutiny?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is right that all legislation is scrutinised, and the assisted dying bill is no different from that. And I want to commend the bishops in the other place for their diligent work on this bill right now. My honourable friend and I do share the same view on this bill, which she probably shouldn't be surprised at. But we do need to focus on, in my view, on end-of-life care and palliative care. We really should be giving people assistance to live.
Lamont.
Thank you very much. Question number 7, please.
The new Palace Yard project will be completed this month. There will be an expected cost of 62 million within the latest approved business case. Madam Deputy Speaker, the project included important security works and significant ground and heritage works.
Mont.
I'm grateful for that answer, but frankly, for that project, the new Scotland Yard project, costs an estimated more than £60 million, is eye-watering, and most of our constituents will find it outrageous, particularly as it's not fit for purpose. Staff are having to queue for long periods of time to leave Parliament at the end of the day. So can I ask, what was the original budget for this project? Who approved it? Who designed it? And does he think there's sufficient political oversight of this project and similar types of work going on in this Parliament?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There have been different estimates for these stages of the project, which of course he's right to point out. The costs have evolved since 2017, but why don't I send him across the recent Finance Committee report published just before Christmas, which goes through the detail on this. On delays, these have occurred, particularly at peak times, and it's taken too long for vehicles to leave. But steps are being taken to speed up the exit times.
Josh Dean.
Number 8, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Restoration and Renewal Programme has engaged extensively with members of both houses. In this Parliament, there have been 380 interactions with MPs and peers through briefings, tours and events. In the past 3 years, since January 2023, this number is about 980. The Client Board will shortly be publishing a report to help us all decide on the preferred way forward.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that answer and for the Board's engagement with parliamentary colleagues. A full decant from Parliament is among the options for colleagues to consider as we restore this place, and it is an option that I would personally support. However, can he set out what engagement the board has had regarding any plans to ensure that Parliament remains in London if we decant, to ensure the jobs of the hundreds of people who keep this place running, including our catering and cleaning staff, are protected?
Madam Deputy Speaker, after ramping up engagement on the cost information and after the House has provided direction on the R&R programme, if we do go to full decant, the Lords will likely go to the QE2 building and MPs to the Northern Estate. Now, there will be ongoing work done on temporary accommodation and the related impact on jobs for all of us to consider in the future.
Gareth Snell.
Number 9, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend always takes an interest in ceramics and parliamentary procurement. He'll remember that approximately 85% of ceramic items purchased in our gift shops are either fully or partially made in the UK. More widely, Parliament endeavours to purchase British goods and in compliance with the procurement legislation. If he wants further information, I'm very happy to help him.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his continued engagement with me on this matter, because I think it is something that is of importance. The ceramic commemorative tankard in sale over the gift shop over Christmas was marked up as being being decorated in Stoke-on-Trent. But what that means, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that it is formed and fired overseas, imported into the UK, decorated and then sold. Under the rules of the House, that would be considered a British product because it is considered to be where the last substantial transformation took place. So could I encourage the honourable gentleman to take back to the Commission that when we are buying things in this place, when we want to label them as British, they are British from start to finish, whether that be the food we use, the plates we use, the cutlery we use, or any products in here, so we can showcase the best of British talent.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is a doughty campaigner for ceramics and Stoke. The limited edition House of Campaigns Christmas mugs are a popular product in our gift shop. These products are sourced as unfinished products from overseas and then hand finished in the UK. This approach ensures that it's commercially viable to purchase and the retail team can sell the product while maintaining high standards. But I'd be very happy to meet him again to discuss this further.
Richard Baker.
Question number 11, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Marsha Di Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the General Synod voted to reform safeguarding structures, and these reforms intend to ensure greater safeguarding independence, scrutiny and consistency of delivery across the Church, and will come to Parliament for final approval in due course. Other progress met since the vote was in February 2025 has been the appointment of Dame Christine Ryan as the Independent Executive Chair of Safeguarding Structures Programme Board, bringing significant senior experience in safeguarding, regulation, policy and delivery, and she will provide an update on her plans and proposals to the General Synod when it meets next month.
Honourable friend for that update. Will she agree that there should be no further delay in the Church adopting a fully independent model for safeguarding, and that it's vital the Church authorities and our new Archbishop of Canterbury act to restore confidence in safeguarding in the Church?
Again, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one will be surprised to hear that obviously I agree with my honourable friend's question. It is vital to restore confidence and trust, and there is work being done across the country by local safeguarding officers, often volunteers, and I thank them for all of their hard work they are doing. Now, the Archbishop-elect has repeatedly stated that safeguarding will be a significant priority for her as she takes up her role, and I look forward to working with her on this.
Okay, that is the end of the Church Commissioners and the House of Commons Commission and the Restoration and Renewal Client Board questions. If people want to exit, they should do so quickly. We now come on to the urgent question on digital ID. Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster if he will make a statement on mandatory digital ID.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following my appointment as a joint minister across the Cabinet Office and the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, I'd like to respond to members' concerns about the digital ID policy. The programme has two core objectives. First, to transform the state and make it work better for ordinary working people. Too often, accessing public services is harder than it should be. Digital ID will change this, providing the foundation of how we transform public services for everyone. The new digital ID will be a modern, secure and trusted way for people to prove who they are and to access services across both the public and the private sector. It will be inclusive. We will issue the new digital ID to everyone who wants one and has the right to be in the UK, including the around 10% of UK citizens without traditional forms of ID. This will be transformational for how they access services too. And it will unlock government services that work better for people, saving people time, hassle and money. It will reduce fraud and enabling new possibilities for integrated services and make interacting with government easier for everyone. That is why, by the end of this Parliament, we will design and roll out a digital credential to every eligible UK citizen who wants one. One that is easy to use and unlocks improved public services. Second, we are committed to reducing illegal migration and will be mandating that right-to-work checks are conducted digitally. Currently, employers can carry out checks of over a dozen different forms of ID. And for British and Irish citizens, many of these checks are currently paper-based. This is confusing, vulnerable to fraud, and it doesn't always create a clear record of when and where checks have been carried out. As the Prime Minister clearly said yesterday, there will be checks, they will be digital, and they will be mandatory. Those seeking to work illegally in the United Kingdom will no longer be able to provide fraudulent papers. Information obtained from digital right-to-work checks will be available to help crack down on unscrupulous employers who are undercutting British workers and hiring people without legal right to work. This is about fairness, ensuring only those with a genuine right to work in the United Kingdom are able to work in the United Kingdom. We will be consulting imminently in a range of ways on how we design this scheme, and we want to hear from people, businesses and stakeholder groups across the United Kingdom on an approach that works for them. A new digital ID will put power back in people's hands, helping to make services more personal, joined up and effective, and ensuring everyone can access the support they need when they need it. And it will be...
I assume the Minister is about to come to a conclusion. He's overrun his 3 minutes. Very quickly.
I'm proud this Labour government is building this vital public infrastructure to make government work better for everyone.
Thank you. He read that beautifully with a straight face. Because in September, the Prime Minister tossed this mandatory digital ID onto the table as a classic dead cat distraction, purely to keep Andy Burnham off the front pages going into Labour conference. And now it's left to the junior minister to come here to explain why the policy that he spent months saying was absolutely vital is now being hollowed out. Now, I do congratulate him on his new appointment last Friday. I suspect that he's quickly learning that the price of his red box is to have to go out on a very thin limb, put his own credibility on the line, only for those higher up in government to rev the chainsaw, leaving him exposed with only the flimsiest of pretences to protect his dignity. The pretence that this policy is still a going concern. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, in less than 4 months, it's gone from dead cat to dead parrot. And like Monty Python's pet shop owner, the Minister is asking us all to deny what we can see clearly with our own eyes. He does everything short of inviting us to admire its beautiful plumage. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this policy has passed on. So my questions for the Minister are, does the government still expect digital ID in this new form to cost £1.8 billion? Is it going to be mandatory or not? And what on earth does the taxpayer get for that money if you don't even have to have it? But above all, when is he going to finally face facts, Stop spending billions on this zombie boondoggle that's wandering aimlessly in search of a problem to solve, and save the taxpayers' money. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a dead policy.
Someone's had their Weetabix. Minister Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, let me answer the honourable gentleman by stepping back for a moment and stating clearly what British citizens and taxpayers will get. Digital IDs will be rolled out free to everyone who wants one. If anyone does not want one, they do not have to have one. People will be able to use that credential to prove their right to work digitally by the end of this Parliament, which will make it easier for businesses to check right to work and enable tougher enforcement against illegal working. We will harness the potential of this credential to deliver a transformation in digital government and public services. I, for one, am tired of constituents frustrated by basic problems that we should have fixed decades ago. A lack of joined-up government, a lack of control over their public services in their fingertips. This is free, voluntary, digital infrastructure, a foundation for public service improvement and private sector innovation, which we should have built years ago, as the honourable gentleman's predecessors in the last Conservative government recognised, but of course we didn't. Because as the British people know very well and passed judgment at the last election, the Conservatives gave up governing this country properly. They gave up on reforming the state and they gave up on making government work better for ordinary people. This government will not.
Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my honourable friends, the right honourable gentleman's explanation at the dispatch box about the change. We've been here before and issued identity cards, as they were when the technology was much older, so I welcome the new approach. We already do tax, we already do renewal of driving licences and many other things with government online, proving who we are. But can I say to the honourable gentleman, could he confirm three things? For me to make this work, it must not be mandatory, it must not be a requirement to access a public service, and for those who choose not to or are not able to have one, including some of the 10% that he mentioned, there need to be really clear and established workarounds so that they do not see a diminished service.
Well, can I thank the honourable lady for her constructive questions. On each of those three questions, first, the digital ID will be free for everyone who wants one. Second, it will not be a conditional basis for access to public services. The Prime Minister has been very clear on that, and I can underscore that commitment. And third, it will be rolled out involving one of the largest digital inclusion programmes that the UK government has ever done.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Another day, another U-turn. Have you ever seen a new government, so lacking in conviction? When they announced their plan for change, I don't think anybody in this place realised it was a plan to change every single one of their own policies. This is becoming a shambles. The Liberal Democrats lack no such conviction on this issue. We have been opposed to ID cards for over 20 years. Will the Minister confirm, because he said repeatedly this is going to save people money, but it's a multi-billion-pound project. Taxpayers' money is being spent on this. How much has been spent on it so far, and how much does the government intend to spend on this scheme?
As I've mentioned before to the honourable gentleman and in this House, the design and the delivery of this scheme will be subject to the consultation that we are launching in a few weeks, and choices will be made about that scheme in that consultation. After those choices are made, we will have much more detailed costings available to this House. But the crucial thing is this: nations that have already developed digital ID programmes all over the world have realised massive, significant and quantified savings. So let me give you an example. India's digital ID programme has saved an estimated $10 billion per year by ensuring that public resources are accurately targeted at those who are eligible to receive them. That is what this government will be doing too.
Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, and it's really interesting to see the benches opposite. I think obviously never have to wrestle with interactions with the state. Perhaps they have people to do it for them. The Minister will remember that back in October, I asked the Secretary of State to consider making every single element of this digital credential voluntary, so I'm very glad to see the government's position now. I'm excited about the potential benefits of this for interacting with the state. Could the Minister outline for my constituents some examples of how it could make their lives easier?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her question and to confirm the digital ID will be free. It will be available to every eligible UK citizen who wants one. The consultation is going to ask people all over the country and invite them to tell us how it could be useful for them, to tell us where they face daily struggles. We have a range of use cases available to us. Every time there is an information boundary problem, every time public services are not properly joined up, every time that citizens of this country are frustrated by having to chase government departments to share information properly, a digital credential free for everyone will help to solve that problem in the decades ahead.
Chloe Morrissey.
Deputy Speaker, may I congratulate the Minister on his new position, or poison chalice, whatever the case may be. And given that the government has now realised mandatory ID cards were never going to stop small boat crossings as they claimed, can the Minister confirm when the Prime Minister will complete his U-turn and abandon this pointless and costly project that the British people do not want?
Yeah. Digital ID cards will be rolled out by the end of this Parliament, free to everyone who wants one. The Prime Minister was very clear that this is a basis for transforming public services, joining up government and making government work better. That is exactly what we are about, building public services that ordinary working people benefit from, and that is what this programme will help us to do.
Madam Deputy Speaker, young people in my constituency have long wanted some form of digital ID to make sure that they can prove their age. So they can prove their age when it comes to a club, a pub or a shop. So it makes their life a lot easier. They're used to using a smartphone. However, I am delighted that the government has made clear that this is going to be voluntary and it's not going to be mandatory. Many young people, many older people, however, in my constituency don't have a smartphone. A significant number of them would need to know what the government's plans are to make sure they don't lose out from this plan.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend and fellow Greater Manchester MP? My constituents too want to make accessing public services easier. They are fed up with having to fight a system that should be working harder for them, and that is what this scheme is about, making government work better for ordinary people. I can confirm that the rollout of the digital ID will involve one of the largest digital inclusion drives ever. We are not going to accept the status quo in which millions of people in this country are digitally excluded and ID excluded, and we will be making sure that we go to physical spaces like public libraries and post offices so that everyone can access the benefits of this scheme if they want to.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister may or may not be aware, but there is already a thing called gov.uk, and just last night I was delighted that on my phone the ID check beautifully took a copy of my face and digitally connected. How will the new voluntary dead parrot digital ID scheme differ from what already exists, and how will it also supersede the wonderful thing called national insurance numbers?
Well, I'm delighted that the honourable member was so pleased with gov.uk. I'm sure he'll be equally as delighted when we roll out the simple, easy-to-use and effective digital ID that will help him access a whole range of public services through gov.uk, which he cannot currently access. And in the coming weeks, we will show him more about how he might be able to do that, and I'm sure he will be thrilled.
In the context of increasing surveillance, DWP powers to snoop on bank accounts, removal of trials by jury, postponing elections and clamping down on peaceful protest, the public are starting to become very angry about these encroachments on our fundamental freedoms and creeping state control. It is all inherently un-British. Now, I know this isn't my honourable friend's fault, but can he please convey for me to whoever is behind this farce that they are doing this government no favours at all, and it is time to scrap this costly project altogether?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I too believe in freedom, and any good digital system must be trusted. If it is not trusted, it doesn't work, and that will be at the heart of the consultation that we will publish in a few weeks. The system that we build will give citizens more control and information about how their data is used and who accesses it than they currently have now. It will be decentralised, with strong firewalls between data sets so that there is no central data storage beyond data government already holds, and it will hold the minimum possible data needed to serve ordinary people better.
Thank you, Madam
Deputy Speaker. Now, I have to congratulate the Minister on doing an excellent job as a human shield for the Prime Minister. He says that, that this scheme will bring down the numbers of people crossing the channel on boats. Clearly that's a farce. And you've just said that you will be able to access...
Please just say.
Be seated, just for... I'm standing, you should be seated. I haven't just said. Continue, Charlie.
Speaker. Now, the Minister has just said that we will be able to access certain things that we cannot currently access once he has rolled out this digital ID scheme. Can he list exactly what services we will be able to access?
The Parrots Medical. Let me just restate the argument for him that connects digital ID to small boat crossings. We are toughening up our enforcement against illegal working using digital right-to-work checks. What that enables is an audit of where those checks have happened so that we can toughen up our enforcement. That brings this country in line with international peers like France and Germany to reduce the pull factors. The use cases that we deploy this system and that we join up government around will be subject to the consultation. So I would invite my honourable friend to submit to the consultation to tell us where exactly it can be useful. But let me give one example. When you have a baby, you have to apply for childcare repeatedly and remind the government what it's doing. It already knows that information. You shouldn't have to do that. Tired, working parents should not have to fight the government to get things that they are entitled. We will make sure they don't.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you. I welcome this revision to the government's policy on the mandatory element of this, and I do think there is some benefit in looking at more advanced public services that are digital. That isn't the same, though, as ID. When we came to government, the Prime Minister gave a speech on Downing Street and he promised two things. The first one was to tread lightly on people's lives, and the second one was to be a government of service. And on a range of issues, whether it's checking bank accounts, seeing what people are selling on eBay or Etsy, or a range of other things, the government is appearing that it is intruding on people's everyday lives in a way that is overbearing. And so can I just ask for this to be a moment where we go back to the Prime Minister's founding principles when we came to government and make sure that cuts across all of government policy.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend, and I agree that it's vital people trust any digital product and system that this government builds. Trust has to be at the heart of everything we do. And in the consultation that will be published in a few weeks, we will put trust at the centre of it and explain more about how we are going to do that. But just to be really clear, the reason why the digital ID connects public services is at the moment there's no mechanism for the government to join up public services based on what an individual wants. If somebody wants to share information across government services to get something, for instance, their childcare, they should be able to do that with their consent. That is what this digital ID will unlock.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm struggling to get too excited about the change from mandatory to voluntary, because we all know that a voluntary scheme is just a mandatory scheme for slow learners, which is possibly what commends it to the government. The Minister has said, though, that he can't yet tell us the cost because he hasn't done the design work. But it's a matter of record that the government has had a right round asking departments to offer up savings to pay for this. Would it not have made sense to do the design work, have a budget, and then ask for the savings?
Well, I, for one, want to hear from people before key digital products are designed. Good product design is based on what's useful for people, and that's why we will be having a major consultation where we get out across the country, engage with people, get them engaging with digital government so that we can learn exactly how to build this system in a way that is trusted, useful and secure, and that's what we will be doing in the coming weeks.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that we're all employers, I'm slightly surprised that some people think that all you need to do to employ someone is know their national insurance number. That seems a little bit odd to me. But I've been there checking people to onboard them as a relatively new member of staff, having to check someone's passport. I don't really know what a fake passport looks like or a tampered passport. And also asking people whose families have lived in this country for many generations for their passport and seeing them feeling insulted and undervalued. So I do welcome this is moving online. I welcome the Minister's commitment to outlining the cost of this in due course. But I would also, when he does this, will he also outline the benefits, both in terms of value and also slicker government services to our residents?
We absolutely will be outlining those benefits, and I would just underscore that countries all over the world have introduced a digital ID scheme to join up public services better. In India, that has saved an estimated $10 billion every single year. That is savings that this country deserves and wants, and that's what we will deliver.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the reasons for the massive public opposition to mandatory ID is that it is seen to be an infringement of civil liberties and individual freedom. So can I ask the Minister if he will give an assurance that the digital ID database will not be made available to the police for the use of live facial recognition?
The digital ID database will be based on the principle of data minimisation. The minimum possible data will be stored about every individual citizen that government already has to do what we need to do, which is join up public services better.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the government have dropped the plans for mandatory digital ID. It was always clear that the British public would heavily reject this idea. It is our duty on these benches to jealously guard our constituents' civil liberties. So will the Minister convey the lessons learned from this decision to his colleagues across government and persuade them to drop proposals for eroding the right to a jury trial and restricting the right to protest against animal testing?
I will feed back those comments to the relative Secretary of State.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And many of my constituents will be watching proceedings agog because it's just another example of the chaotic approach to policy making by this government. Given the contentious nature of this issue, why didn't the government consult before announcing the proposals, and why didn't they consult before making a reversal on the policy in the next instance?
Well, we announced the intention to roll out digital ID cards, and I've clarified today that those will be free for anyone who wants one, and we're going to consult on how to make that maximally useful for every British person who wants a government that works better for them, and that is what we will do.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, I agree with the Minister that where we can digitise processes, they can release huge savings to the public purse. He cited India's £10 billion a year, but now that the government is moving from a mandatory process to a voluntary process on the right to work, and everything was voluntary beforehand, does the department have any modelling that it can share, and he can announce today perhaps, on what that voluntary uptake needs to be in order to release the savings he cited against the projected cost of the service that he's putting together? And he also says that as long as, whilst there won't be a mandatory element on digital ID for right to work checks, there will be a new digital right to work check. Is he able to say more about what that will be? And is that system going to be developed alongside the digital ID system, or is that going to be a system that will be developed after the digital ID when he's aware of what the size of that market might be to be filled?
Minister.
The honourable friend for what I think were 3 questions, which I will try to answer all of them. Our job in building this voluntary scheme that people can get an ID if they want one is to make it useful and effective. That's on us to figure out how to do that, and that's what we're going to be doing. The consultation will have more information about the modelling that he is after, and that will be published in the coming weeks. And once we've made the design choices about how to make the system maximally useful for people, there will then be further costs published to this House. And on the 3rd question, the digital right to work checking system will be developed alongside the digital ID programme.
Anne Davies.
Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd, I feel for colleagues on the other side of the House forced to defend U-turn after U-turn for your own Prime Minister's policies. Ministers were reportedly told to find savings in their departments to fund the £1.8 billion scheme. So will the Minister now confirm that with the scheme no longer mandatory, that departments will no longer have to make these cuts and public services will be ring-fenced?
The digital ID scheme will be funded within existing settlements, and conversations about that are ongoing.
Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for coming here today and talking to us about the revised policy. Well, OK, I apologise, but you're here today and you've given us the revised policy. okay? Of which I'm delighted about. I am so pleased that the Minister and Government have decided to make it a mandatory scheme. The number of complaints I've had in my constituency has been something I cannot absolutely, it's been overwhelming. So going forward, in areas like mine that are it's got a very high digital exclusioncy, could the Minister assure me that they will ensure that they bring constituents, residents along with them in this consultation phase so that people do not feel that they have been left behind and then start to object because they feel it will go from voluntary back to mandatory? Thank you. Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend, and I can assure her that the consultation will involve going right across the country to the places where people live, to listen, to engage, and to build a consensus around the design of this scheme. I should also underscore that the status quo at the moment is that we are not making enough effort to reach people who are digitally excluded and who are ID excluded. This programme will involve one of the biggest digital inclusion drives in the history of the government to reach those people so that they can access services. And I, for one, am proud of that.
Christine Jardine.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I had expected to come here today. I wanted to come here today and say I was delighted to hear that this scheme is no longer going to be mandatory, it will be voluntary. But frankly, I'm just completely confused by the farce that we've got here today. It will not be free because we know it's going to cost the taxpayers, so I don't think we should be saying it's free. And we're told it's now going to be voluntary, but the Prime Minister said at PMQs that we will have a digital scheme which will be mandatory. And can I just point out that no constituent has ever come to me and said, our public services are poor quality, it would be so much better if we had a mandatory digital scheme that would improve them. But can the Minister please make it clear? The Prime Minister says digital checks will be mandatory. So while the digital scheme might be voluntary, if the checks are mandatory, is that not just a mandatory scheme by the back door?
Yes. Minister.
I think I understood the honourable member's question, but let me have a crack at answering it. Just to go to the second part of her question first, if I may. The constituents who email, who are going to find this scheme useful, what they are asking for is more joined-up public services. They're asking not to have to fight the government to get things that they are entitled to, and that is what this scheme will deliver. On her first question, there is a distinction between digitising the right-to-work check so that we can toughen up illegal labour market enforcement, which is what the Prime Minister underscored yesterday, and the digital ID, which will be free and voluntary for anyone who wants it.
Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As someone who supports modernising and digitising the state, but who spoke against mandatory digital ID, can I welcome the Minister's sensible approach and his engagement over recent months? My constituents are really concerned about illegal working. Does he agree with me that the current largely paper-based system of right-to-work checks is totally unfit for purpose and open to fraud? And will he outline how this scheme will help crack down on illegal working in a way that the party opposite totally failed to do over 14 years in power?
Minister.
Well, I can wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend who's been a powerful advocate on this issue. The purposes of this scheme are twofold. First, digitising right-to-work checks will help us toughen up illegal labour market enforcement, making it easier for businesses to check right to work and for individuals to prove their right to work. And second, and fundamentally, this is about the future of digital government. It's about making our government work better for ordinary people. And the digital ID scheme is a foundational piece of infrastructure that will help us do that in the decades ahead. And we, on this side, have a long history of building public goods and public infrastructure, and I'm proud that we're doing that for the future.
Alicia Kerr.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government seems intent on fundamentally changing the relationship between the state and its citizens without our consent, from jury trials to digital ID. At first, whilst there was some relief, I do fear once introduced, Labour government will move to make this mandatory at a later stage or surreptitiously make it mandatory. Can I gently point out, the Minister, there is no such thing as free. Taxpayers are already paying for this policy, and indeed they're also paying for a new minister on it. So can the Minister please confirm that no foreign companies, particularly Chinese companies, will have any access to our data. This will be British companies delivering a so-called digital card for British people. And where will his constituents and mine have a chance to have a say and tell the British government they don't want this?
Well, I can confirm 3 things in answer to the different elements of her question. First, she mentions consent. The system itself will be based on consent. It will ask people for their consent in how their data is shared and used, and she will see more about that in the coming weeks. Second, there will be strong safeguards on how data is used and the future implementation of the scheme in the legislation that we will bring forward. And third, she may know that I believe strongly in sovereignty in this country. British sovereignty will be at the heart of the scheme. British tech companies will be supported by it, so foreign companies will not be subject to procurement in the usual way.
Emma Foodie.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Nail bars, car washers, barbers, all business types that are known for higher than average numbers of illegal working and where right-to-work checks are variable. Now, the 83% increase in illegal working arrests that were announced this week are welcome, but can the Minister please outline how digital ID and right-to-work checks will make these checks more robust?
Digitising right-to-work checks means 2 things. First, it's easier for businesses and for citizens to check and prove their right to work, adding simplicity in the system, taking away the paper-based documents that often can open the way for fraud. And secondly, and crucially, it will allow a record of those businesses that have conducted checks. That's the basis of tougher enforcement, which is the ultimate goal. Tougher enforcement against those who are hiring people illegally, undermining British workers and producing a pull factor that keeps illegal migration coming. That is what we're committed to solving, and that is why digitising right-to-work checks matters.
Andrew Rossingdale.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a costly shambles, and my constituents see it as an attack on their fundamental freedoms and privacy. So I'm glad the government have done another U-turn, but will the Minister guarantee that this so-called voluntary scheme is not suddenly going to turn into a mandatory scheme at a later date? Will he absolutely guarantee the British people this is not going to be happening in the future?
Minister.
Well, as I said to his honourable friend earlier, there will be strong safeguards in the legislation about how the scheme is used over time that he will be able to scrutinise, and he should feed in thoughts about how that legislation should be structured to the consultation, which will open in a few weeks.
Brian Leishman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at the popular things that this Labour government has done since coming to power, and I'm talking about raising the minimum wage, raising the living wage, abolishing the 2-child cap, these are decisions rooted in Labour Party values. Eroding civil liberties such as the jury trials proposal and digital ID is not in keeping with Labour Party values, nor is it necessary or indeed popular. Will the Minister feed back to leadership at Cabinet level my thoughts?
Minister.
Of course.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents are opposed to digital ID, and I welcome the Minister's U-turn. I look forward to him being given responsibility for jury trials as well. But the problem is that digital ID will not have any effect on illegal working or illegal migration, because employers that ignore the system at the moment will continue to ignore the new system. And the real problem is that the government is not deporting those illegal migrants that they catch.
Minister.
The digital ID scheme and toughening up illegal labour market enforcement is one of a suite of measures that this government is delivering to crack down on illegal migration. Other measures, for example, include extending right-to-work checks to cover businesses hiring in the gig economy and zero-hours workers like construction, food delivery, beauty salons and so on. This is all about reducing incentives for illegal migration, and it will change irregular migrants' perceptions of the toughness of the UK labour market enforcement regime, something that his party failed to do for 14 years.
Jo Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his announcement regarding the changes to digital ID. And as he will know, as a neighbouring MP, I recently held a public meeting in Leon Atherton where there was overwhelming agreement that this should not be mandatory, so a decision that will be welcomed by many. However, can he set out how the wider digitisation of public services will benefit the people in Leon Atherton, in particular in streamlining support for parents of children with SCND?
Minister.
Well, can I commend my honourable friend for the public meeting she held, which my constituents reported back was a robust but constructive conversation, as she knows they always are in Wigan. I can. So when you have a baby, you should be able to access the childcare you need without having to tell the government repeatedly the same information that it already knows about you. When you tell people, our constituents, that that doesn't already happen, they think it probably already should happen. And that's what we're going to make sure does happen, so that people are saved time, money and hassle.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that the Prime Minister was warned many, many times that voters would not believe the claim that introducing mandatory digital ID was about stopping illegal immigration, but then decided to push on regardless. So does the Minister think that it was credible to argue that 67 million people, law-abiding citizens who already have passports, national insurance numbers and driving licences, should be placed into a brand new compulsory database in order to stop illegal immigration? Or does he accept that this is just another example of the Prime Minister treating the public as fools?
Minister.
Well, about 25% of UK citizens do not have a passport, and 15% of people have never had a passport. And there are millions of people right across this country who are currently digitally excluded. That affects their capacity to access vital services in the public sector and the private sector. I want those people to be part of our public services and our economy, just like everyone else, and we will make every effort to reach them.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Cannock Chase are sick to the back teeth of people getting away with working illegally when they are playing by the rules. The previous government, despite the incredible hindsight they now seem to have about their time in office, utterly failed to put in place a robust system of right-to-work checks, which is a gift to rogue employers and criminal gangs. Would the Minister agree with me that it's high time we bring in digital right-to-work checks to crack down on the scourge of illegal working that the party opposite left to fester?
Minister.
I wholeheartedly agree. Toughening up our illegal labour market enforcement regime and using digital right-to-work checks to do that is a vital part of delivering this government's central priority to crack down on illegal migration.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister first announced digital ID, it was to stop illegal working, and it took most of us about a minute to work out that was total nonsense. Flapping in the wind, the government is now desperately trying to sell the benefits of limiting liberty and freedom for all of our constituents. But one thing the government has failed to tell us is how much this is going to cost. Nothing in life is free. There is a cost to this. Does the government dispute the £1.8 billion estimate that's been provided by the OBR?
Well, the honourable member opposite talks about flapping in the wind. He might have noticed that one person at the moment will be flapping in the wind. That is the Shadow Justice Secretary, who I believe has just been sacked by the Leader of the Opposition for secret plots to defect to the party opposite. I wonder if he wants to ask him if he's flapping in the wind.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constituents who write to me about their battles with government departments overwhelmingly complain about delays, such as the typical 15-week wait for mandatory reconsideration. In response to my right honourable friend, the member for Orkney and Shetland, the Minister spoke of talking to people first. Does he not think that if the government really believed in this, he wouldn't be standing there defending their 13th U-turn?
Yeah. Talking and listening to people is what I believe in, and that is why we will be launching a major public consultation where we are out across the country talking to people about their frustrations with public services that this party left to rot for 14 years, and we will build the public goods and the digital infrastructure we need to fix them.
Nick Timothy. Anymore? Sorry, Ben Jobsy. Ben.
We both haven't got any hair, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister talks about the mandatory right-to-work checks. He talks about that in a way that implies that it is always the worker that is the bad faith actor in that relationship. Could you explain how those mandatory right-to-work checks will be used to check the actual employers themselves, who often are the guilty party in terms of employing people illegally? And also, could he outline what other agencies will have access to this database in a passive way, i.e. without having been asked to prove an individual's ID, who will have access to that to work out what's going on?
Minister.
There was quite a lot in his question. I will do my level best to answer it. Digital right-to-work checks will make it easier for those who have a digital ID to check, to prove their right to work, and crucially, it will make it easier for employers to check people's right to work, and that will benefit our economy. When you do a digital right-to-work check, it creates a record, and that's a key piece of information that this government will use alongside the other ways that we are toughening up our illegal working regime to make sure that we are enforcing against employers who are undercutting British workers by hiring people illegally.
John Lamont.
Oh, thank you very much. We don't want digital ID. It's going to cost billions of pounds and it should be scrapped completely. Now, despite what the Minister has said, I'm concerned that digital ID will not be technically compulsory, but people will be blocked from accessing services if they don't have it. Now, in response to other questions about this, the Minister alluded to childcare. Can the Minister confirm whether accessing childcare will be dependent on having a digital ID card?
Well, I think he was lost for a moment there as he was contemplating the implosion of his shadow cabinet once again, which I can wholly understand. Details of how this scheme will be used will be made after the consultation, and I would invite him to tell us in the consultation how he thinks it could be useful for him to access childcare if he so needs and chooses.
Sarah Perching.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister accept that announcing mandatory digital ID only to then retreat to voluntary digital ID has merely created an expensive, chaotic shambles? And will he rule out unequivocally that this retreat is not a Trojan horse for compulsory digital ID being imposed on the public at a later date, yes or no?
Minister.
Well, I'm glad the honourable member opposite is smiling about the potential new colleague that she may have obtained in the coming days. We on these benches have a proud history of building public goods that help us to serve people better. The NHS, social housing, the welfare state. This piece of digital infrastructure will serve working people across this country for decades to come and make government work better for them. And I am proud that we are building digital public goods.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has been consistent in his defence of the indefensible this morning, but he's equally been consistent in avoiding putting a price on this. He didn't answer the question from my honourable friend about whether he disputed the £1.8 billion estimate from the OPR, and if he won't give an overall ballpark cost of what the Treasury has sanctioned for this scheme, will he at least tell us what the consultation he is hiding behind will cost?
Minister.
You'll see more details in a very few weeks in the consultation about the costings. And to be very clear, no, I do not recognise the figures. This government does not recognise the figures in the OBR's estimate because the crucial design choices about how to make the scheme work for ordinary people will be made after we have talked to the public and there is a consultation.
And the final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, hopefully there will be easier questions for you to answer in the time to come, but this is an issue that's very, very important to my constituency. I get hundreds of emails about this issue, but the response to the proposal of digital ID was swift and intense, and the feelings on every side of the community have not diminished in any way. The general public seek assurance that their autonomy, insofar as it does not harm anyone else, is a foundational principle in our democracy. So how does government intend to rebuild the trust that quite clearly has been lost?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the honourable member for his question? Trust is vital. Digital tools only work when they are trusted by people. And in the consultation that we will publish in the coming weeks, trust will be at the heart of how we build the system for working people.
That concludes the urgent question. I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. And we will now begin the business question. Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 19th of January will include Monday the 19th of January, remaining stages of the Public Office Accountability Bill, Tuesday the 20th of January, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Sentencing Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Holocaust Memorial Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill, Wednesday, the 21st of January, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the National Insurance Contributions, Employer Pensions Contributions Bill, followed by a motion to approve the draft Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023 remedial order. Thursday, the 22nd of January, general debate on government support for the fishing industry, followed by a general debate on the impact of import standards on the agricultural sector. The subject for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday, the 23rd of January, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 26th of January includes Monday, the 26th of January, second reading of the Armed Forces Bill. Tuesday, the 27th of January, consideration of an allocation of time motion, followed by all stages of the Medical Training Prioritisation Bill. Wednesday, the 28th of January, an opposition day on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Thursday, the 29th of January, general debate on Holocaust Memorial Day. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. And Friday, the 30th of January, the House will not be sitting.
Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Leader very much for the clarity he's given us on the business, and in particular the scheduling of the Diego Garcia bill immediately after it was going to be as a result of the Hillsborough changes that he's made. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the whole House will want to join me in expressing our continuing concern for the people of Iran in the face of the vicious repression that they have and apparently may continue to face. If I may, I want to raise two issues today, one big one and one small, but I think in its own way also big. The first is the issue of defence and security. This week we had the Chief of the Defence Staff in front of the Defence Select Committee, and he revealed that the Strategic Defence Review was not fully costed, despite all of the assurances that were given at the time to the committee and to Parliament. And the result of that has been that the Defence Investment Plan has been delayed repeatedly, and now, as it appears, until March. Why? Because apparently the government, the Treasury, is seeking to come to terms with the fact that we are in a pre-war situation and that the actual cash spending power of many of our armed forces, this is a topic to be of enormous importance to the whole House, the actual cash spending power of many of our armed forces will barely grow over the next 2 years. I raise that, but I also would be grateful for the Leader's specific assurance that he will speak to number 10 in the Cabinet Office and ensure that my shadow Cabinet colleagues continue to receive the appropriate security briefings as they require to do their job. I would say one further thing. On the issue of pubs and hospitality that has consumed so much power, concern and interest of this House, we are always apt to get lost in generalities. And that's, in a way, a condition of politics. We debate the laws of the country and the general issues. But I think it's also very important to zero in from time to time on a particular fact situation and use that to try to get a wider sense of what's happening. And in particular, I want to put in front of the House the actual and specific facts in one particular case in relation to hospitality. This concerns the Bay Horse Inn in my own constituency in Hereford, on the outskirts of Hereford, a great country pub supporting local people serving my constituents. From April of this year, the Bay Horse's business rates are scheduled to rise from £31,000 to over £51,000 a year, a 67% increase. The landlord, Neil, tells me that the energy costs there have now risen to £5,500 a month. Unlike households, there is no price cap for commercial energy. Indeed, pubs are charged risk premia and are locked into prices of nearly 40p a unit, while domestic customers pay around 28p. The pub already pays above the minimum wage. And Neil estimates that the rise in the national living wage will add £18,000 a year to his costs. Meanwhile, monthly national insurance contributions have risen by nearly 170%, made worse because the higher employer contributions now exhaust the employment allowance more quickly. This is a direct tax on employing people, especially young people, and it lands hardest on small, labour-intensive businesses such as pubs. Now, Neil has a few guest rooms at the Bay Horse, so he doesn't even know if he'll be helped by the latest rumour of a U-turn on rates support. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the reality of the government's unwillingness or inability to join up policy in relation to a key set of sectors in the economy, in hospitality. All of these increases are the result of current ministerial decisions. Every member in this House, every member opposite, will have pubs and hospitality businesses in the same situation as this one. And the Bay Horse is not just a business, it's raised over £60,000 for the Hereford Lions Club. It's installed a defibrillator at the landlord's own expense. It provides supervised, responsible drinking. It supports schools, the hospice, and local causes year after year, yet government policy treats it as expendable. So the question is, when a minister is going to start talking to each other, put away the rhetoric of helping and actually get on with assisting small businesses? And can we have a debate in this House which debates not just the specific issue of hospitality, but the generality of all of the different government policies across different departments that make life so difficult for these hard-working, struggling local businesses?
Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I certainly join the Shadow Leader of the House in sending our thoughts to the people of Iran at this very, and indeed in the region at this very difficult time. May I also send our congratulations to Lord Forsyth, who was announced as the new Lord Speaker earlier this week, and I want to pay tribute to Lord McFall as the outgoing Lord Speaker for his service and his commitment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm glad to welcome the Shadow Leader back to his place this week. Last week he was on a Shadow Cabinet away day. I thought that he might want to start by giving us a readout for that. As to whether or not a place was set at the top table for the Leader of the Opposition's new advisor, Nadeem Zahawi, who shortly afterwards had his own away day when he defected to Reform. But I understand also, Madam Deputy Speaker, from breaking news that things get worse for the Leader of the Opposition, who's just sacked her Justice Secretary and rival amidst rumours that he was about to join Reform too. So we watch with interest developments there. Can I address the points that the honourable gentleman raised on defence and give him assurance that he knows, because he's a member of the Defence Select Committee and takes a keen interest in these matters. He knows how difficult often these decisions are, but we are absolutely committed as a government to increasing defence expenditure and also to making whatever decisions are necessary to defend our country. As far as briefings are concerned, he raises an important matter about access to the information that the opposition, official opposition in particular, require. He knows that I am a strong advocate of the role of the official opposition. I spent quite a long time in opposition myself. It is important that the opposition get access, and I will take back to Number 10 and others his request and ensure that happens. On the point of pubs, which he's perfectly entitled to raise, there are some fantastic pubs in his constituency and in that part of the country, and he is right to do so. But I would gently remind him that 7,000 pubs closed under the Conservatives. And in this budget, we put £4.3 billion worth of support over 3 years to help pubs deal with the transition on support that they previously received. On top of the other measures, other measures that we've taken, including easing licensing to help pubs offer drinks more flexibly, maintaining our cut to alcohol duty on draft pints and capping corporation tax. But we do recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that pubs are still worried and many of them or in a difficult situation, which is why the Chancellor has commissioned work examining a pubs support package. That's not just, as the Shadow Leader of the House alluded, that's not just words, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is action. And in terms of joined up policy across government, of course the government is joining up our approach, particularly on the economy, because the House may have noticed this morning that performance statistics show that waiting lists are down by 312,000 and more people are being treated within 18 weeks. November, Madam Deputy Speaker, actually saw the second biggest monthly drop in waiting lists in 15 years. The Government also announced this week that we will deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail, a multi-billion-pound investment which will create a turn-up-and-go railway across the northern growth corridor of Liverpool, Manchester, Bradford, Leeds, Sheffield and York. We've also launched the first-ever Town of Culture competition, which will boost local pride and celebrate the unique stories of our towns, not just urban areas, Madam Deputy Speaker, but rural areas too. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is National Pothole Day. The Leader of the Opposition might think it's National Dig Yourself Into a Hole Day, but it's actually National Pothole Day. And this government has provided a record £7.3 billion of funding for local roads announced in the budget, allowing councils to get on and fix our roads, which just demonstrates, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this government is getting on with the job.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that the Leader of the House, like me and others, will be pleased to have learned that NHS waiting lists continue to drop today. And I'm sure he'll agree with me that the Homerton Hospital, which has seen productivity in operations increase by over 11% year on year, is a beacon of what can be done. And I hope he will join me in congratulating Hackney Council, which has facilitated the provision of 2 new GP practices and 50,000 extra appointments, because ultimately we need to stop people going into hospital and make sure they get that decent primary care.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely applaud the work of Hackney Council for the work that they are doing, because my right honourable friend identifies exactly the approach that needs to be taken in the future, and that is the approach that the government will take, because what needs to happen is that hospital trusts and local authorities need to work closely together, and I'm delighted that in her part of the country we can demonstrate that that is the case.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there are, of course, rumours circulating around Westminster of a Bobby about to join the Reform Party, and I just want to clarify that is not me. I am staying put. I quite enjoy watching the numbers dwindle to the right of me. Madam Deputy Speaker, we talk a lot about the Home Office, immigration and asylum in this place, and we mostly talk about people's right to come here and the shameful asylum backlog. But we talk much less about the people that are already here, the ones that have built their lives, held down jobs, paid taxes, raised a family, contributed. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the story of immigration in this country is largely a positive one, and it's sad that that is not said enough in this place. If you've worked hard, you've played by the rules, you deserve to be treated with respect. But the Home Office, unfortunately, is treating many visa holders seeking to settle here with disrespect. People that have lived here for years, sometimes over a decade, are being made to wait years, sometimes with indefinite service standards, for answers about their future in this country. And the Home Office recently has even taken to lecturing people with the line that citizenship is a privilege, not a right, as if to say, how dare they ask about remaining in a country they've contributed to for so long. So can the Leader of the House bring this to the attention of the ministers in the department and urge them to review their service standards so they can treat these people with a bit more respect?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's absolutely right to highlight the positive impact of immigration. But of course, he's also got to be cognizant of the fact that there is concern about levels of immigration, and the government is taking it absolutely seriously. We've made it absolutely clear that no one should have to wait a long time to hear about a decision. But the Home Office is implementing reforms. However, there was a considerable backlog when we came to office. and that also extends to not only making decisions but making sure that people hear about that in a reasonable time frame. Significant progress has been made in reducing the decision backlog, with a number of people awaiting an initial decision down by more than half from the June 2023 peak. But if the honourable gentleman has specific cases which he wishes me to raise, I will certainly raise them with the relevant minister, as well as the general concern which he raises.
Louise Haigh.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not possible to get in a taxi at the moment without the driver rightly raising concerns around cross-border hiring. When the Tories deregulated the taxi licensing laws in 2013 in response to lobbying from Uber, it undermined safeguarding, particularly for children and women. It undercut local markets, and it undermined standards of the quality of service that taxi drivers want to provide to their customers. I know the government is introducing national minimum standards for taxis, but it doesn't go the whole way in tackling this really important issue of cross-border hiring. Will the Leader of the House ensure that there is time in the second session of this Parliament to legislate on cross-border hiring and put proper safety, safeguarding and service standards back at the heart of our taxi industry?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a very important issue. She's a very strong campaigner on these matters, and I welcome her contribution. We did table amendments to the English Devolution Bill as a first step, but we're also committed, as she acknowledges, to delivering robust national minimum standards so that passengers can travel with confidence. You wouldn't expect me to comment on what might be in or might not be in the second session, but we do continue to consider future legislative options on these matters, because there is further work to be done.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join with the Leader in congratulating Lord Forsyth on being elected in the other place. In addition to the business that the Leader has announced, next Thursday there will be a Select Committee statement from the Energy Security and Net Zero Committee on their report on tackling the energy cost crisis. Followed by, on Thursday the 29th of January, there'll be a Select Committee statement from the Health and Social Care Committee on the first 1,000 days. In Westminster Hall next Tuesday, there'll be a debate on the role of the NHS in preventing domestic homicides and domestic abuse-related deaths. On Thursday, the 22nd, there'll be a debate on transport connectivity in the Midlands and North Wales, followed by a debate on the International Day of Education. On the 27th of January, there'll be a debate in Westminster Hall on UK bus manufacturing. And on the 29th of January, debates on non-recognition of Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine, followed by a debate on protecting and restoring river habitats. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I advise the Leader, we have a large number of what I would call time-sensitive debates that have been requested for both February and March. So early warning of what dates we're going to get would be very helpful for us to allocate those debates accordingly. Now, at the pre-recess adjournment debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I raised the situation of Bangladesh, and the Leader quite rightly wrote to the Foreign Secretary about the disastrous situation that is there now. Hindu men are being murdered on the streets, their houses being burnt, the temples are being burnt, and other religious minorities are suffering similar fates. Next month, there are due to be so-called free and fair elections. The Awami League, who are a major political party in Bangladesh, are banned from competing in those elections, despite the fact they command something like 30% in the opinion polls. Equally, the Islamic extremists have called for a referendum which would change the constitution of Bangladesh forever. So could we have a statement from the Foreign Secretary next week on what action the government is going to take to ensure that there are free, fair and inclusive elections and minorities are protected?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the honourable gentleman for the work not just of him but of his committee, and for his ever thorough updates. In terms of time and future business, I've heard very much what he said. I understand that some of these matters can be time sensitive. I will do everything that I can to give him the early warning that he asks for, but also make him the offer in the times that we do meet, where perhaps we can look at other opportunities for some of these topics to be discussed, maybe outside of backbench business as well. So I give him that offer. As far as Bangladesh, which he raises, we actively engage with the humanitarian situation and support the interim government on peaceful and credible elections. We have a long-standing commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, and we continue to stress this to the interim government of Bangladesh. We condemn all acts of violence, whether they're religious or ethnic based, and we welcome the commitments of the interim head of government to the safety of minorities, including where arrests are made. But I will draw to the attention of the Foreign Secretary his comments, and of course I'm sure that the Department will want to bring forward a statement when it is appropriate.
Sonia Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a large number of child maintenance issues that are ongoing for years and years, and it's frankly intolerable. And I'm sure I'm not the only MP in the House. So could the Leader of the House ask the Secretary of State for the Department of Work and Pensions what further steps he's taking to prevent an appeal process being repeatedly used as a delaying tactic, particularly by parents with high-income cases where they are non-residents and they are under-reporting their income?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend raises concerns which I'm sure are felt by members across the House. I would point out to her I will raise with the Secretary of State her concerns, but I also point out that there are work and pensions questions later this month.
Mims Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ofwat have thankfully moved from concerned about repeated and widespread water outages in Sussex and Kent to action. It has significantly affected my constituents once again for the last 5 days in East Grinstead, Ashurstwood and many Wealden villages. Repeated failing, shambolic performance from South East Water. And my constituents have seen this previously. They want action and accountability. I respectfully ask the Leader of the House to make government time to discuss community, business impact, vulnerable people impact, livestock, and of course the challenges around compensation and performance for those affected. 2.3 million customers are so-called served by this atrocious organisation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As far as South East Water are concerned, water supply and shortages, it's an unacceptable supply failure in every regard. We are holding the company to account and being clear that the company, that restoring supply must be their priority and that those affected must receive compensation. But it is further evidence that the water system is broken. And I could go on to talk about other companies, not least Thames Water. The Honourable Lady may wish to look towards perhaps a UQ, if appropriate, or a debate, an adjournment debate to raise these matters further. But she's also alluding to, and rightly alluding to, that there needs to be a longer-term response to this, which is why we've already passed the Water Special Measures Act with the toughest enforcement powers in a decade, and those powers must be used.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you. Reports that the government might be looking to bring a package of support forward for our pubs is much welcome. We know just how important they are for our communities and to bring people together. But the pressures being felt by pubs are also being felt across hospitality, in our restaurants, in our bars, in our cinemas, in our nightclubs. So can I ask the Leader of the House to use his good office to press on HMT that if a package does come forward, it's a whole of hospitality package that is brought?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this matter on behalf of hospitality in his constituency, and I gave a fuller answer previously on this matter. But what I would say is the government is actively looking at how best we can help pubs, but also looking more widely at what further support we can provide.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, Open Doors held their annual event here in Westminster and published their World Watch List. Thanks in particular to the member for Strangford. We often have debates about religious persecution, but could the Leader find time for a debate in government time in the Chamber when we can look at consider the latest Open Doors list and the persecution that exists across the world?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He is right to raise these matters. They are of huge concern, and I pay tribute to him, but also to the member for Strangford for doing so consistently and continually. I can't promise him a debate in government time, but I would say to him, should he seek an adjournment debate or indeed a backbench business debate, I'm sure he would find support from across the House.
Sean Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Residents across Telford and wider Shropshire are reporting long delays for Royal Mail delivery, including my constituent Ed Pritchard, who's waiting for urgent information from the NHS. Together with Post is contacting me privately, telling me that they've been ordered not to deliver Post, but to prioritise parcels. Will the Leader of the House ask the Minister responsible to give this House an urgent statement so that we can get Royal Mail to deliver for Telford, Shropshire and affected areas of the country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise these matters. I have heard similar rumours as a constituency MP. The reliable delivery of postal services, particularly for urgent health information, is absolutely essential. And constituents are absolutely right in expecting a well-run postal service. I know that Royal Mail pays close attention to issues raised at business questions. But I'll also ensure that the Minister responsible is made aware of my honourable friend's concerns.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The upcoming National Cancer Plan is a vital opportunity to resolve chronic issues in cancer care and to improve survival outcomes after 10 years of neglect from the Conservatives. With the plan's announcement likely to be just a few weeks away, can the Leader of the House confirm what time will be allocated for its full debate and scrutiny by this House?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we bring forward proposals, I'm quite sure that the Health Secretary will want to make a statement to this House. And we'll certainly look at what other opportunities there are to debate this, because, as the Honourable Gentleman says, this is of huge concern to members across this House.
Bel Ribeiro-Abbey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sickle cell anemia is the UK's fastest growing genetic condition, with nearly 300 babies born every year. Instead of increasing specialist capacity, we're seeing the Sickle Cell Day Unit at the Royal London Hospital facing a questionable 6-month trial closure. This will put significant pressure on neighbouring services, extend emergency travel time by up to 2 hours, and place patients at serious and potential fatal risk during a crisis. So I would like to ask my right honourable friend, if 5 years after the APPG for sickle cells report no one's listening, if the government will do what the last government failed to do and make a statement on its plans to deliver a national strategy for specific and specialised sickle cell treatment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to hear of the concerns that my honourable friend raises, particularly the importance of this matter, but also the fact that it takes some time. I go further than simply to raise it with ministers, but I think should she seek a meeting with health ministers, then she can make those concerns directly to them.
John Lamont.
The Scottish Borders is being inundated with new energy infrastructure projects. SNP ministers in Edinburgh blame the Labour government here, and the Labour government here blames the SNP government in Scotland. Frankly, it has become ridiculous. But ultimately, the responsibility rests with the Scottish Government's planning framework, which is allowing these energy projects to be imposed on local communities, even if there are concerns about grid capacity or the local council strongly objects. So very grateful to the Leader of the House if he could facilitate a meeting between the UK Government's Energy Minister, myself and the Scottish Government, so we can provide local communities and the environment with the protection they deserve.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman is right that planning is indeed a devolved matter. And I would remind the House, it wouldn't be business questions without me reminding the House that we provided the Scottish Government with over £50 billion a year, which is the biggest funding settlement since devolution began. But in direct answer to his question, I'll be happy to facilitate the meeting that he requests.
Michael Payne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Communities such as Netherfield and Daybrook in my constituency are seeing an unchecked rise in houses of multiple occupation, which is undermining community cohesion and local services, as well as impacting housing availability. Will the Leader of the House urge the Secretary of State for Housing to reverse the previous Conservative government's change to legislation that allowed HMOs to be established without any local planning process and control?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand my honourable friend has been working closely with his local council on this matter, and I pay tribute for the diligence of his work. Local authorities do have planning powers to limit the proliferation of HMOs within their area, but we keep the regulation of HMOs under review. I'll ensure that the Secretary of State hears his words and that he gets a response.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Duncan Grocott came to see me. He's a frequent commuter from Salisbury to London. But along the line through Andover and Basingstoke, we've seen short forming of South Western Rail trains. Compensation can be given for trains when they're late. But when you've got to stand for an hour-and-a-half commute, could the Leader of the House make time for a statement from one of his colleagues in the Department of Transport or whether compensation can be given to all the commuters down that line who are having to stand on 3-carriage trains into London?
Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would perhaps gently start by saying that we're freezing rail fares for the first time in 30 years. Great British Rail bringing train operators back into public ownership from next spring and reducing bureaucracy and increasing accountability. That, however, is not necessarily going to satisfy his commuters. And I would offer to arrange a meeting with a rail minister so that he can make those points directly to them.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. After 14 years of Conservative austerity, councils like Knowsley have been left on the bones with deep cuts and rising demand. And I know this Labour government is committed to fixing a broken system and funding councils based on need. But in Knowsley, where deprivation is driven by low incomes, the provisional local government settlement doesn't meet the real pressures we face. So will the Leader of the House make sure that the concerns of Liverpool City Region MPs, the Mayor and council leaders are given serious consideration and action so that the final settlement benefits constituencies like mine?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter not just on behalf of her constituency but indeed her region and championing the concerns of councils as well as her constituents. The government is making good on a long overdue promise to update the way in which we fund local authorities, and I can give her assurance that ministers are working very hard indeed to make sure that councils, within the limits that we can, that councils are getting the resources that they require. But I'll make sure that the relevant minister is made aware of her concerns.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I add my congratulations to my long-time Scottish Conservative and Unionist colleague Lord Forsyth on his election as Lord Speaker. In the pre-recess debate, I highlighted the exciting prospects for the redevelopment of the Chapel Cross nuclear power station site in my constituency. For that redevelopment to go ahead, it will require an additional extensive connection to the grid. But at the moment, the National Energy Systems Operator, who are in charge of managing the electricity network now, are conducting a review and no large-scale connections are going ahead. So could the Leader of the House ask the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero to make a statement as to when the National Energy Systems Operator, or NESO's, review will be concluded and these important connections can proceed?
I join the honourable gentleman for bringing this matter to the House. I know that he's a strong advocate on this issue because I recall him raising these matters before the recess. I will raise his concerns with the responsible minister and his reasonable request to see what further progress can be made to give some certainty here, because it does go back to what the Shadow Leader of the House actually, it is about literally joining things up, and that is crucially important. So I will draw those to the attention of the minister.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A constituent of mine requires to renew his driving licence annually because of his age. He applied for a renewal in September 25 and has now been told that his hospital consultant was asked for verification of his ability to drive in January 2026. Unfortunately, his consultant has not yet received such a request. Meanwhile, my constituent has lost 3 job offers because he doesn't have a valid driving licence. The Leader of the House is not unfamiliar with the issues about delays at DVSA. So I wonder whether, given this particular case and given what we've heard in previous weeks, whether a debate about the problems of delays at DVSA is now appropriate.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter, and as she alludes to, it's not new during these deliberations, because delays are affecting the lives of constituents right across our country. The DVLA is currently rolling out a new casework system which is expected to deliver significant improvements to the services provided to drivers with medical conditions, but as I've said before, that perhaps is small beer to people who are sitting at home and waiting, but also for people who have job opportunities and are unable to make them. If she gives me the details of this case, I will raise them with ministers to see what further action we can arrange.
Tom Garden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the greatest privileges I've had in this place so far was taking part and sitting on the Assisted Dying Bill Committee. We've seen in the press today there is now concerns and rumours in that Number 10 think that the bill won't be returning before the King's speech and subsequently would fall. I wondered if the Leader of the House might be able to enlighten us what conversations he's having with his counterpart in the other place, whether the government will look to make sure that there's adequate time so that this bill can pass, given that the public perception and polling is in support of the bill, and many people I speak to already think it will come into force and into law. And I would ask the Leader of the House, given that the Prime Minister made a personal promise to Esther Ranson, whether he might gently nudge him in the right direction.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the honourable gentleman knows, the government has always said that this is for Parliament to decide. I would say to the other place that they should respect the will of this elected House. We did support the bill. However, their job of scrutiny is up to them, and I would urge them to get on with it so that we make every effort. I'm a supporter of the bill, and the Prime Minister has made it clear he's a supporter of the bill too, but I know there are real concerns about the bill. I've also made clear that should their lordships arrive at the point where, presumably with amendments made, it comes back to this place, we will facilitate time here to make that happen. But we've got to be clear about this. The Lords have got a job to do. They're getting on with it in a particular way. We might not like it, but it's their job to get the bill into shape. And if it can get back here, we'll do everything we can to get it onto the statute books. But it's not a government bill.
Members should be aware that I am seeking to finish business questions by around 12:30, so please keep questions short and succinct. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I take this opportunity to publicly praise Luton Town Football Club for calling out racist online comments directed at several of its black players, and early this week at its assistant manager Chris Powell following Luton's great win over Stevenage. Would the Leader of the House join me in condemning those who express these racist and prejudicial views online? And would he make time for a statement on the progress of the implementation of the Online Safety Act in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join my honourable friend in condemning the views that she described. There is absolutely no place for hatred of any kind in our society. There's been real progress made in football in general, but in many football grounds, and it's a pity that she has to continue to raise these matters. I also join her in praising Luton Town Football Club for doing their part in fighting against racism. And all the other football clubs who take this matter extremely seriously. She may wish to raise her concerns directly with ministers at the next DSIT questions, which I understand are on the 4th of February.
Robbie Marr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Ilkley, Labour-run Bradford Council is shockingly set to remove the town's 1 hour free on-street parking, despite over 4,000 residents objecting to these proposals. And this follows a local referendum in the town where 90% of residents rejected a blanket 20-mile-an-hour zone and speed humps, only for the results of that poll to be ignored by the Labour mayor, who used his casting vote to push the vote through and outrageously said to residents should save their vote for Strictly, and then went on to bill taxpayers £190,000 for the privilege. Ministers often say that decisions are for local leaders, but what happens when local leaders are outright ignoring the views of the public? So will the Leader of the House allow time for debate on the role of central government in areas where local democracy is clearly failing?
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise these concerns, and clearly there is real concern in his constituency. But he won't be surprised if I say that parking is a matter for local authorities. It is a matter for local leaders. It's not for the government to tell them how to manage things at that level. But if local people are unhappy with their local representatives, they have got the power to do something about it.
Gareth Snell.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I encourage the Leader of the House through his role on the Restoration and Renewal Board and on the House of Commons Commission to ensure that when restoration and renewal of this place takes forward, that multi-billion-pound investment in this building, that every penny and every pound, where possible, is put into a British industry, a British manufacturer, a British artisan or craftsman, starting, of course, with making sure that we're using, wherever possible, Stoke-on-Trent ceramics.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend will know, because we've discussed this at length, and should I say to the House, by the way, that there is a report from the client board which we do intend to publish, and I stick to my commitment that once that has been allowed to be considered fully, that we will consider it, both houses will consider it, and MPs will actually have a final say on this. My view is that renewal and restoration is a great opportunity to do something on a huge scale, which will be a big boost to the economy, which is not just about London, actually. It's about all parts of the country. A lot of the stone that was that this place was built on comes from Yorkshire. The ironwork, the steel working comes from Sheffield. And as he has pointed out, many of the tiles come from his part of the country. And should the House decide to take these matters forward, I'd expect that people in every part of the country would get the benefit from that, because after all, Madam Deputy Speaker, this House belongs to them.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in West Suffolk are furious at the prospect of the county council elections being cancelled yet again, and I want to reiterate my opposition to that decision. This morning, the BBC reported that Suffolk County Council had requested that the elections be cancelled. This is completely untrue, as the County Council leader Matthew Hicks has made clear, and the BBC has corrected the record. But it got that story from somewhere, and everyone suspects that government officials or advisers briefed the media accordingly, because the government wants to cancel the elections and blame somebody else. The elections are now only 4 months away, so can we have a decision made and a statement made as soon as possible?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We can't be held accountable for a misspeak by the BBC on these matters, but I think the honourable gentleman's going a little bit far to find a conspiracy behind everything, which is that I would gently point out the record has been corrected in terms of that particular council, but the reality is that across where requests have been made not to bring forward elections, not least because in some areas we would have councils elected for a very short period of time. There have been various requests to be made, some of them have been made by Labour authorities, some by Lib Dem authorities, but others by Conservative-led authorities.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next Monday is Brew Monday, reclaimed by Samaritans from the the marketing myth of Blue Monday, when we're all miserable. Can I invite the leader, all MPs, and of course yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, to join me and Samaritans in the Jubilee Room for a chat and a cuppa, and meet Samaritans and learn about their work? And can we have a debate in government time on the importance of talking with and listening to other people? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for all of her work on this incredibly serious issue of suicide prevention, and for championing the fantastic work of the Samaritans and the Brew Monday campaign. The government is fully committed to delivering the suicide prevention strategy for England. We've listened to what my honourable friend and others have said on these matters, and we're investing a significant £3.6 million specifically in suicide prevention, with a particular focus on middle-aged men.
Anne Davies.
Madam Cyfarydd, Consumer Energy Solutions went into administration last week, costing nearly 300 jobs and leaving Welsh households stuck waiting for repairs for faulty Eco4 work. Two parts to my question, if the Leader of the House and the Deputy Speaker will allow. What immediate support is the government offering to those impacted by the closure of CES? And whilst I'm fully aware of the work that the Public Accounts Committee did following the work by the National Audit Office, but can the Leader of the House make time for a debate in government time for all aspects, not just the insulation, but all aspects of Eco4, given its abject failure to deliver for so many people of Caerfyrddin and Wales?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must confess I'm not fully across this matter, so my reaction to the Honourable Lady is this. If she wishes to expand a little on that, she may seek an adjournment debate or even a backbench business debate on these matters, or I will facilitate a meeting with the relevant minister so that she can explain her concerns and the minister can explain what if we are able to do anything about it, what the government is able to do about it.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an indisputable fact that Amber Valley has the best pubs in the country. It's true, it's true. Pubs like the Moot Bar in Alfreton, Tom Said in Ripley, and the Tap Inn in Losco near Hena. So I welcome the government's support that has been announced for pubs, including the £4.3 billion for businesses, as COVID-era business rates relief is phased out. However, increases in valuations does mean that many pubs still face sharp increases. So what assurance can the Leader of the House give to publicans directly, including those in Amber Valley, that there will still be support for the Great British Pub and it will be protected as a community hub?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for championing local pubs. We, as she does, hugely value the role that they play in our communities, which is why in the budget we put in £4.3 billion of support over 3 years to help pubs. But we do recognise, as I said previously, that some pubs are still worried, which is why the Chancellor has commissioned work examining a pub support package, and that work is ongoing. But I also note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Alter Ego Beer is on the waiting list for strangers bars, so we can all perhaps try it sooner rather than later.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 1,600 people were killed on our roads last year. So can we have a debate on the government's road safety strategy and toughening driving sentences, including steps to protect horses and riders like my constituent Emma and many others in North West Norfolk and across the country who feel increasingly frightened and unsafe due to dangerous and abusive driving on our rural roads?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the honourable gentleman is implying, it's really important that the government has brought forward a road safety strategy, the first one in over a decade, and we have ambitioned to reduce death and serious injuries on Britain's roads by almost 2/3 by 2035, and there are a number of measures, as he knows, in that strategy. I will give consideration of his ask for a debate on these matters, because road safety has been raised by many members in this session over the last few weeks and months.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, in his statement to the House on the 11th of November, advised that he would retake the earlier decision of the Government on the question of how 1950s women were affected by maladministration of pension age changes communication. I have almost 6,000 WASPy women in my Western Bartonshire constituency who are rightfully impatient for this matter to be finally resolved. Does the Leader of the House expect the Minister to update the House soon, and if so, when is that expected?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend has said, we are re-looking at the decision regarding WASPy women. I know it's an issue of serious concern to many of our constituents, and we do want to resolve the matter as soon as we can. The Secretary of State is absolutely committed to updating the House on this decision. I can't give a date for that, but as soon as a conclusion is reached, I'd expect the Secretary of State to want to inform the House.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local rugby clubs like Bridlington, Driffield and Hornsey do an enormous amount to engage young men and women in sport, and this year, 2026, is Driffield's centenary. So will the Leader of the House join me on congratulating Driffield on their first 100 years, and can I tempt him to don his kit when the Commons and Lords rugby team plays Driffield in a charity match for the Injured Players Foundation at Twickenham in March?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute at two levels. First of all, to the importance of rugby clubs in our communities. They do a fantastic job, but also Driffield's centenary year is absolutely fantastic. He will see that I'm not desperately keen to take up his offer. I would not only be, should I join the parliamentary team, not only would I be in danger of dangerous tackles from the other side, I'd probably be in danger of dangerous tackles from our side.
Mary Kelly Foy.
The City of Durham is home to
fantastic hospitality businesses, and I've had the pleasure of visiting some of them recently, like the Station Pub in Langley Moor, as well as Notch and Kit's Pool Room and Bar in the city. Now, we're aware that the hospitality sector is facing an existential crisis, with many much-loved cafes, pubs and restaurants and hotels struggling to survive. So will the Leader of the House please urge his colleagues in the Treasury and the Department for Business and Trade to listen to the calls of campaigners and backbench MPs and address the House urgently to commit to a sector-wide business rate solution?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable friend for her question, and she raises an important matter. I can assure that the government is listening on these matters. We are introducing new permanently lower tax rates for eligible retail, hospitality and leisure properties, but we're also introducing a hospitality support scheme, and the Chancellor, as I've said previously in an answer, has commissioned work to examine a specific pub support package.
Sarah Dye.
Deputy Speaker, dairy farmers across Grassroots and Somerton are competing against imports of cheaper New Zealand cheese and butter from the USA. But there's no obligation for these products to be labelled with point of origin. The result is a dramatic collapse in milk prices at the farm gates, and many farmers are now producing milk for less than the cost of production. And in utter desperation, we hear of farmers throwing milk down the drain. So can the Leader of the House advise me how I may secure a meeting with the Minister to discuss fairness in the supply chain, not only for farmers to give them confidence, but to give our consumers the confidence that they can back British farming?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ensuring fairness in supply chains is key for UK dairy farmers, and the government recognises that the Fair Dealing Obligations Milk Regulations 2024 do improve fairness and transparency. They require dairy contracts to include clear terms on pricing, termination and prohibiting unilateral changes. And through our New Deal for Farmers, we are supporting growth and making the supply chain fairer. My colleagues in DEFRA will have heard the Honourable Lady's remarks, and if she writes to me, I will ensure that she gets the meeting that she seeks.
David Baines.
Deputy Speaker, Sue and Dave Cook from St Helens have been awarded MBEs for their services to fostering. They've helped to take care of children for over 20 years. In Sue's words, to be able to give back to these children from St Helens who need us, it is an honour, it is a privilege to have them in our home. Will the Leader join me in paying tribute to Sue and Dave Cook and to foster carers everywhere? And will he join me in encouraging anyone in St Helens North who wants to make a difference to a child's life to get in touch with the Council's fostering team for more information?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely thank not just my honourable friend for raising the work of Sue and Dave Cook, but others. And I pay him in paying tribute to them. They may talk about the remarkable people that they look after, but they are truly remarkable people in the care that they give. We depend upon foster carers providing an important role because they literally change the lives of many children for the better. And we want to ensure that carers can provide their vital services, why we are putting money behind that, £44 million to support kinship and foster carers, and £25 million to recruit more foster families and support carers. I hope that my honourable friend's calls have been heard outside, and that more people will come forward to do what is such an important job.
Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House needs to be aware that London councils are considering scrapping the older person's freedom pass, which has left my constituents shocked, angry and dismayed. The Freedom Pass is a lifeline for many, providing access to free transport and enabling older people to live active lives. He will be aware that I recently presented the Transport for London Extension of Concessions Bill to the House, which would protect the Freedom Pass for all areas served by Transport for London, including Havering and beyond, which is clearly now more important than ever. So, will the Leader provide government time for the second reading of my bill so that we can protect, defend and extend the Freedom Pass for our senior citizens who live in the entire Transport for London region?
Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not able to offer more time. He will be aware that there's quite a queue for time for private members bills if we need to take some of them forward. That we've had the 13 sitting days. We're not in a situation to provide more government time. But I am reliably informed that in fact what the honourable gentleman claims is the case is not necessarily true. I'm also informed that Labour councillors across London are the ones who have risen to this challenge, and this isn't going ahead. Now, I'm sorry if that is not an accurate account, Madam Deputy Speaker, but that is the latest account that I have. So it's good news for the honourable gentleman if that is the case. And he has put forward a petition on these matters. So I'm sure that gives him ample opportunity, if it is the correct analysis of what I've said, that he can go out and claim credit for it.
Rachel Blair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents across the cities of London and Westminster have raised concerns with me about managing agents such as First Port and Freshwater using in-house insurance brokers that are related to them in order to procure buildings insurance, and that this has an impact on rising service charges that are rising above levels of inflation. Will the Leader of the House support me in seeking parliamentary time to debate this important issue and the solutions that this House can bring forward?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an important question that my honourable friend raises, and I thank her for her work in advocating on this important matter. We are implementing the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act to strengthen protections over charges and services, but we will also publish the draft Leasehold and Common Hold Reform Bill as soon as possible. I'm sure that should she seek, because these are concerns from many colleagues across the House, should she seek an adjournment debate or even backbench business debate, then she would find support for that. But also when we do bring forward further measures, that will give her time to amplify the concerns that she's raised today.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I agree with the point raised by the Honourable Lady? In the village of Cossington, there is a small housing estate which has the misfortune to be managed by First Port. My residents had to put up with unexplained charges, poor service, and a complete lack of transparency. Now, while my residents have wisely changed to a new management company, First Port's incompetence continues to afflict them. Despite repeated requests, including from my office, First Port have failed to provide the financial information required to allow my residents to complete their statutory accounts. So can I ask the Leader of the House for an urgent statement on how the government will enable residents to hold failing management companies to account?
Leader of the House.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope First Port have heard what the honourable gentleman has said, but again, my understanding, and I hope it's true, is that the Minister has brought in First Port to discuss these matters and to get their game in order. But if the honourable gentleman wishes to seek a meeting with the Minister, then I'll try to facilitate that too.
Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Audiology services in Doncaster have faced huge problems for some time, and whilst the Trust are working hard to improve the service, it's unacceptable that some of my constituents have been waiting years for basic hearing tests and hearing aid needs. I want to pay tribute to Maggie and Paul from the Audiology Action Group, who've done a huge amount of work to raise this issue. But does the Leader of the House agree with me that this service is unacceptable for my constituents, and will he look to perhaps making some time to have a debate in this House about raising awareness of how important audiology is, both in Doncaster and across the country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join with the honourable friend in paying tribute to her constituents and to her for raising this important matter. Audiology is a vital part of healthcare in our country. She may wish to apply for a Westminster Hall debate to go into this more fully, or raise the matter at health orals, which are taking place on the 24th of February.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for the opportunity to ask a question in relation to turning our attention to Bangladesh. The Chair of the Backbench Committee referred to some of the issues. In the weeks leading up to February 26 parliamentary elections, there have been reports of a deterioration in the security situation for religious minorities, and they're very, very evidently clear. Since December last year, at least 51 serious incidents have reportedly been recorded, including murders, arson attacks on homes, places of worship, looting of businesses and cases of torture. So will the Leader of the House, who is very kind every week to reassure me, but I think it's important that those in Bangladesh are reassured and those who have asked me, will the Leader of the House ask the Foreign Secretary what steps government will take to raise these concerns with the Bangladeshi authorities and to ensure that all civilians, regardless of their religious belief, are protected? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the honourable gentleman knows, the UK is committed to defending freedom of religious or belief for all, and I thank him for raising these important matters, as he invariably does. We condemn all acts of violence targeting religious or ethnic minorities in Bangladesh, and we have repeatedly raised the importance of protecting minorities within that country. I'll ensure that the Foreign Secretary hears his concerns and see what further steps may be taken.
Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, following the truly devastating impacts of Storm Goretti, one of the lessons that must be learnt is that parts of Cornwall should never again be completely cut off, no way in or out, no power, no water and no means of communicating with the outside world. My Campbell, Redruth and Hale constituency is 624th out of 650 constituencies for mobile connectivity, with Cornwall on the front line of increasing it frequent Atlantic storms. Will the Leader of the House, as a matter of urgency, help me arrange to discuss Cornish communications resilience with DSIT ministers?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this important matter, and I want to associate myself with the words of the Security Minister on Tuesday and provide absolute assurance on the seriousness with which the Government takes these matters. There are statutory obligations on telecom providers to maintain the availability of services, and we will ensure that we draw the right lessons from the response, and I will certainly ask ministers to meet with my honourable friend as a matter of urgency.
Emma Foodie.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been working with local people living in Kirkwood in Burridon, Hadrian Court in Killenworth and in Beacon Hill in Cramlington in places for people properties. And we've seen significant problems with repairs there. And we're not talking about minor inconveniences, Madam Deputy Speaker. In one case, there was a missing window for 4 months on one property, another water from the ceiling for more than a year, and another a bathroom leak which was unresolved after 5 years. Can we please have a debate on social housing repairs and oversight of housing providers?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to hear the issues my honourable friend has raised, and I hope that places of people have heard her comments and raised their game. No resident should be left waiting for a long time for repairs in their home, and I think this matter in general would be a popular topic for Westminster Hall debate, should she wish to apply for one.
Samantha Niblett.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In the village of Overseal in my constituency of South Derbyshire, retrospective planning has been submitted for a traveller site where unauthorised work was carried out over a bank holiday weekend, making it less likely authorities would be made aware. But they were made aware, and a stop notice was issued and subsequently ignored. Whilst as a country we might need more authorised traveller sites, retrospective planning in such circumstances, denying residents opportunity to challenge and effectively presenting a fait accompli is not acceptable, and sites like this should not be approved by underhand tactics and playing the system. So can the Leader of the House help me secure a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss underhand use of the planning system?
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter. She's a fierce advocate for her constituents. I do share her concerns regarding the use and abuse of the planning system that she describes. Local authorities and the police do have a range of powers to manage unauthorised encampments, and I understand from my honourable friend, the Minister, that we are tightening up on the rules on these matters, but I will be more than happy to facilitate the meeting that she requests.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last summer, my constituency suffered the devastating Langdale Moor wildfire. The local community, including farmers and businesses, stepped in to help firefighters battle the enormous blaze, which at its height covered 10 square miles. Yet, unlike flooding, there is no clear route to government grants for wildfire events. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that we urgently need to look at widening the Farming Recovery Fund and flood recovery framework to wildfires?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter and for the work of her local community in tackling the devastating fire. We are funding a National Resilience Wildfire Advisor so that we can increase resilience. And I will draw this to the attention of the relevant minister. Should she wish to meet with the relevant minister and raise this specific example, I will try to facilitate that.
Parwa.
Deputy Speaker, the British Bangladeshi community in Rochdale and across the whole of the North West and stretching as far as Scotland and the Midlands rely on the Biman Airlines direct flight from Manchester to Sylhet. But Biman suddenly announced the suspension of that route, cutting off a lifeline for families and businesses who travel and trade between our two countries, and leaving many facing the huge cost of travelling directly through London instead. Would the leader join me and every other MP across the North in urging the airline to think again, listen to our constituents and restore this flight as soon as possible?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for making such a powerful case for the restoration of this flight link. These links are vital for family travel, for bereavements and indeed for business. And I'm sure the airline has heard from the member today the strength of feeling among the Bangladeshi community in Rochdale and indeed across the region. And I certainly hope that they're listening to what he says.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The temporary bridge at Darley Abbey Mills was forced to close before Christmas due to sudden riverbank deterioration. No one is legally liable for the old bridge. And despite not owning it, the council built a temporary one in 2022 and is assessing whether it can be safely reopened. And our East Midlands Mayor has funded work to explore a new bridge. But in the meantime, businesses have lost vital footfall and residents are worried about being cut off entirely if there's flooding. I've had many local meetings, but could the Leader of the House advise me as to the best way to seek additional government support when no one is liable for essential infrastructure like Darley Abbey Bridge?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable friend for raising the situation at Darley Abbey and the disruption to local businesses and to the wider community is of great concern. I will make sure that the relevant minister has heard her remarks on these matters, and should she seek a meeting with the minister, I will seek to facilitate that.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Told that he was £472 in arrears mistakenly for child support, my constituent Daniel White was then told that his situation was resolved, only to hear that he was in fact £1,800 in arrears months later. Diagnosed with leukemia and unable to work, my constituent Nada Nirupana found out months after applying to EMS and while recovering from a bone marrow transplant that he had to reapply without explanation. Daniel and Nada are left dangling for an answer. Both are chasing a fix. How can I work with the Department for Work and Pensions to get the right solution for my constituents? I'm going to keep fighting on their behalf, and the DWP need to do better.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I never underestimate when my honourable friend says he's fighting for his constituents on their behalf, because he is a fearless advocate for his constituents, and I'm grateful that he has raised these matters. He has raised these issues before. It has now been put on record. He asked what further he can do. There are DWP questions shortly, and it's another opportunity for him to raise his concerns.
Chris Blah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Worcestershire County Council has repeatedly failed children and families with SEND and disabilities. Many parents report persistent failures to meet statutory duties and experiences of being dismissed or gaslit, causing prolonged distress to families already under extreme pressure. Against this background, would the Leader of the House permit a debate in government time on the effectiveness of the powers available to intervene where local authorities are failing to meet their statutory SEND duties?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for this question. As we've said many times before, the SEND system is broken. It doesn't work for children or indeed for their parents. Our school's white paper will deliver reform to the system that children desperately need and deserve, and as that progresses, I'm sure there will be lots of opportunity to debate these matters. On his constituency concern, an improvement notice was issued to Worcestershire in 2024. The Department for Education continues to monitor progress. If my honourable friend wants an update on that, then there are education orals on Monday in which he can make his case directly to the Minister.
And with the final question, Ger Platt.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So last week I visited Howbridge Leisure Centre to meet Sensei Billy Higgins to watch one of his much-loved karate sessions. There are too many accolades to list here today, but as a founder, international champion and dedicated instructor, Billy has transformed young people's confidence, resilience and sense of belonging. So can I ask the Leader of the House to acknowledge the significance of Billy's work and how we can celebrate people like Billy and their important contribution to our communities.
Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for bringing this to the House's attention, the truly inspiring work of Billy Higgins at the Howbridge Leisure Centre. I wholeheartedly agree with her that this kind of work deserves to be celebrated. She used the words life-changing. That is an absolutely correct way of doing that. She's played her part by raising this matter today because we thank people, not just across our own communities, but across the country, for the dedication that they have to such an important matter.
That concludes the business statement, and can I reassure members that we do have a list of members who have not managed to get in today. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Justice Committee. Andy Slaughter will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. And can I emphasise that the questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. I call Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for me to make a statement on behalf of the Justice Committee. I'd like to make a statement regarding the Government's response to the Committee's 6th report to this Parliament, tackling the drugs crisis in our prisons. The report was published on the 31st of October 2025, and the Government response received on the 29th of December 2025 and published on the 9th of January 2026. Our inquiry was launched because the Committee was concerned by the growing level of drug use in prisons in England and Wales, and the profound damage it is doing to both the criminal justice system and individual prisoners. Our findings were bleak. The trade in and use of illicit drugs has reached endemic levels, creating a culture of acceptance where just shy of 40% of prisoners said they find it easy to acquire illicit substances. We found a system struggling to keep pace with changing drug use, where established substances are being replaced by highly potent synthetic opioids and cannabinoids, often sourced by organised criminal gangs. This crisis is not merely institutional, it is a human tragedy. Between December 2022 and December 2024, the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman investigated 833 deaths, of which 136 were classified as drug-related. While the Government has acknowledged the seriousness of the issue, we are disappointed by the response to our report that only accepts 8 out of 29 of our recommendations, while partially accepting 19 and rejecting 2. We feel the Government's response fails to match the urgency or degree of the drugs crisis in our prison. We ask for mandatory drug testing to be returned at least to pre-pandemic levels, and for wastewater testing to be rolled out faster, essential steps just to identify the source, the scale and nature of the drug problem. We called for more drug-free wings and for full body scanners to be provided in all prisons, essential steps to controlling drug ingress. These recommendations were not, however, agreed. The Chief Inspector of Prisons, Charlie Taylor, has described a menu of drugs entering our prisons through a variety of methods. Traditional routes such as social visits and post continue to be significant channels for smuggling in drugs, as do throwovers, i.e. packages thrown over prison walls. We heard of drugs being concealed in babies' nappies or new psychoactive substances being sprayed onto fake legal correspondence and children's drawings. A major failure of security is disrepair in the prison estate, which allows access through broken windows and collapsed netting. We recommended that prison governors be able to procure critical security repairs within 72 hours. The Government has rejected this in favour of existing facilities management contracts. When we visited HMP Brixton, we heard that it took 1 year to repair netting that had collapsed due to snowfall. While most prison staff are dedicated professionals, a small minority are manipulated by organised criminal gangs to smuggle drugs into prison. We recommend that all frontline staff undergo a mandatory face-to-face interview led by governors to improve screening. The Government has only partially accepted this. We believe that bypassing governor scrutiny in the hiring process facilitates criminal activity. During our inquiry, we took evidence from the Prisons Minister and HMPPS officials. We were provided with what we believe to be a clear and ambitious vision for vetting reform. We heard that HMPPS was moving towards a lifelong vetting model, ensuring that security assessments are not just a one-off event at entry, but a continuous process throughout an employee's career. We were told that the organisational position was to align the standards of HMPPS vetting with other Tier 1 agencies, such as the police. Our committee recommended that the government commit to this lifelong vetting model as the minimum operational standard. In their response, the government stated that they do not accept the need for a lifelong vetting model as the minimum operational standard. Instead of the continuous lifelong assessment described to the committee in the ministerial session, the government has opted to re-vet staff only once every 3 to 5 years. We are alarmed by the paradigm shift caused by drones, which now deliver bespoke packages of drugs and other contraband, such as phones, directly to cell windows. There was a 770% increase in drone sightings between 2019 and 2023. An official at the MOJ told us that they had seen drones that could lift a moderate-sized person. One of the most concerning findings of our report is the dominant role that organised criminal gangs now play in the prison drugs trade. We have moved away from what was described as a cottage industry of small-scale smuggling towards a sophisticated gang-led structure. These gangs monopolise the lucrative prison market, where drugs can sell for up to 100 times their street value, fueling debt, intimidation and violence. Debt incurred by drug users is often collected from family members who, if they cannot pay inflated bills, are coerced into cuckooing or criminal activity. Prisoners in debt are also used as guinea pigs to test the potency of new untested drugs. We called for systems capable of tracking the electronic financial transactions that underpin organised crime operations within prison walls. As long as these criminal networks can communicate reliably through illicit smartphones to coordinate debt and supply, the crisis will only deepen. We acknowledge the £40 million investment in security infrastructure. However, the government's commitment to the committee's specific recommendations for disruption remains limited. While partially accepting our calls for better security, they have yet to commit to the rapid statewide development of a sky fence system, which is working well in Guernsey. We also addressed the drivers of demand. Our report found that 49% of prisoners enter the system with an identified drug need, yet the environment they find themselves in, routinely locked in cells for up to 22 hours a day, drives them further towards drugs as a form of escapism. Without access to work, education or therapeutic programs, prisoners are left in a state of idleness where drugs become a primary coping mechanism to get through their sentence. The government has accepted our recommendation to expand access to purposeful activities, but this will be contradicted by rumoured cuts in prison education. The physical and operational toll of drug use is catastrophic, characterised by a surge in medical emergencies known as code blues. These incidents divert essential healthcare resources and force regime restrictions, further reducing access to the very purposeful activities that might steer prisoners away from drugs. This environment has left frontline staff desensitised to the daily suffering and at risk of illness themselves due to secondary exposure to drugs. We called for substance misuse treatment to be commissioned separately from general healthcare contracts, a move supported by evidence from Dame Carol Black. The government's plan to transition responsibility to NHS integrated care boards falls short of this. The period immediately following release is a time of vulnerability, but the government has rejected our recommendation for universal rollout of take-home naloxone kits for those leaving custody, citing concerns over value for money. When 61% of post-release deaths are drug-related, we believe that saving lives must be the priority here. In conclusion, the government response lacks the comprehensive plan needed to gain control over this crisis. Without reform and investment, we are unlikely to tackle sophisticated supply networks, deficiencies in treatment, lack of purposeful activity, poor condition of the prison estate, and serious capacity pressures. Prisons will remain unstable, unsafe, and incapable of gaining controls over the drugs crisis. We know the prison service and ministerial team are committed to taking tangible and practical steps to control the prevalence of drugs in prison. Failure to do so undermines the government's whole programme of prison reform and their sincere intent to tackle the crisis in our prison, which they inherited. This is the problem for the current government to solve. I hope they will look again at some of the recommendations that we've made and increase the intensity with which we drive down the drug culture in prisons. It's the first step to ensuring that prisons are not only a place of safety, but a place of rehabilitation and reform.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And does the honourable gentleman share my deep disappointment and concern at the position that the MOJ finds itself in, whereby research and development phase for counter-drone activity is not being strengthened to the stage whereby we're having frequent episodes of bypassing prison security?
Andy Slaughter.
I think it's particularly demoralising for prison staff and governors that they see drones coming and going on an almost casual basis. And the point I often make is if this were happening around civil airports or military facilities, it would be stopped immediately. And there is a problem which is not unique to this government, and it is in some way dictated by public mood, that prisons take a lower priority. But we've heard that drones can now bring in bespoke packages that they can lift considerable weights, perhaps even the weight of a person now. And this has become an immediate crisis, so I thank you for his.
Warren de Just.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remember walking around Featherstone and Oakwood prisons near my constituency of Wolverhampton West and seeing how well the incentivised substance-free living units appear to be working. And the government's own data suggests that those prisoners who are on those units are 30% less likely to be involved in violence or self-harm. So does my honourable friend agree that the government's decision to consolidate these living units instead of expanding them is actually a missed opportunity to improve upon safety and rehabilitation?
If I do, it was like the previous speaker, a very active member of the committee for that point. A lot of people would say, why do you have drug-free wings? Shouldn't prisons be drug-free per se? That's to ignore the reality of the situation. Providing drug-free wings, providing more drug-free wings, as he suggests, gives that opportunity for prisoners who wish to come off drugs, but who, if they're surrounded by a drug culture, find that very difficult to do. So again, that's one of the recommendations I would ask the government to look at again.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the committee for their investigation to this important topic? He spoke a bit in his opening statement about the shocking developments of supply of drugs into prisons, but I wondered if he could expand a bit on the demand for drugs as well, i.e. the availability of rehabilitation services and other forms of support for addicts in prisons.
Andy Slaughter.
Where prisoners are caught with drugs, taking drugs through testing, and we've said we want testing increased as well, they need to be punished. I mean, that is a fact. But they also need to be offered treatment, and we called for a dual approach in relation to that. The committee is undertaking a major inquiry into rehabilitation at the moment, and we wanted to do almost as a preliminary to that, the drugs inquiry, because without control of the worst effects of drugs, rehabilitation is extremely difficult.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I coincidentally went to visit HMP Wandsworth yesterday and was impressed by the progress that they've made in staff retention over the last year or so. They also have a new unit with support for prisoners with ASD, ADHD and addiction issues, and that seems to be working very well. Would the Honourable Member agree some of the points he made in his report, particularly about lack of staff on those wings, which means they cannot get a grip of what is happening on the wings because there just isn't enough of them? And those points about the central recruitment of staff and the vetting, I understand that prison officers are not interviewed face-to-face at all by the Governor or the prisons where they'll work. And the Honourable Member did make a point about that, about continued vetting, and does he agree that that face-to-face interview in the prison where those officers are going to work is very important?
Andy Slaughter.
That she's found progress being made at Wandsworth, and today we've got the publication of the independent investigation there, and staff are working incredibly hard, and prison officers do a dangerous and difficult job, and we can't say that often enough. There has been, after the disastrous actions of the previous government in reducing the number of prison officers to what I think were below safety levels, there has been a big recruitment campaign. The problem is that these are often new officers who don't have the experience. We lost a lot of the experience in prison officers. It's a difficult and dangerous job to do, and we need to not only support those officers, we need to provide them with the correct training.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee and his committee for all the hard work that they do. Back home, 41% of prisoners surveyed said it was easy to acquire illicit drugs, and worryingly, 28% reported developing a drug problem while in prison. I think those are replicated here in the report that the Honourable Gentleman has presented. Drugs are a UK-wide problem. Has the Select Committee had the opportunity to make this report available to the Policing and Justice Minister in Northern Ireland and to exchange ideas how to combat growing drug use in prisons? Thank you so much.
Andy Slaughter.
As always, the Honourable Gentleman gets to the heart of the matter, and I think that statistic he quoted, which is the number of people who develop a drug habit in prison, who go in there clean and come out with an addiction problem, really says all we need to know about the level of the endemic nature of the problem that I've described. So yes, of course, we will share the report, and I hope that will be useful in Northern Ireland.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman and his committee for their work on this really important matter. I would like to ask about the recommendations regarding substance misuse treatment commissioning. Does he agree with me and Collective Voice, the umbrella organisation for drug treatment providers, that drug treatment services are entirely different to general health services and need to be commissioned separately? And there's not a DHSC minister in place today, but would he join me in calling for the Health Department to think again about the idea to transfer commissioning responsibilities to ICBs, particularly given the changes there going on? And does this not also reiterate the need for a joined-up drug strategy across the government with Home, Health and Justice Departments working together on this as a priority?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that, and this is an area of expertise for him. I mentioned Dame Carol Black as her recommendation, who is widely recognised as one of the best experts in this area, who successive governments have turned to, and she's very clear about that. And I've also seen the correspondence from Collective Voice, which again bears the authority of many organisations who are engaging with this issue across the country. Yeah, we do need to have, this is a distinct problem that needs a bespoke remedy, and I hope that, again, the government will hear that.
Chris Blah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me pay tribute to the Chair and his committee for his report, and my gratitude to the staff at HMP Huel on the edge of my constituency for all the work they're doing to support prisoners. I would be interested in the Chairman's metrics that he will be using for progress to meet the recommendations in his report by the end of this Parliament. What should we be asking him in 12 months' time or 24 months' time to see if this report and the recommendations are truly being met by government?
Well, first of all, I'm pleased to see members making links with their prisons, and I hope all members who have a prison will visit them regularly. I had the scrubs in my patch for 20 years. I'm also pleased that he wants to set targets for the committee rather than the committee doing all this. I hope that we will. This is something we will monitor and follow up on a regular basis, because, as I've said, without control of the drugs problem in prison, so many other things become impossible to do. But if he wants to set some benchmarks, I'll ensure that we try and keep to those.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend for speaking so powerfully on our committee's report. My honourable friend knows that I'm a huge supporter of policies which seek to maximise opportunities to rehabilitate offenders and prisoners. So I welcome the government's positive response to recommendation 6 in relation to purposeful activity. We know that purposeful activity or access there to purposeful activity is a huge benefit in rehabilitating offenders and stopping them from taking drugs whilst in prison through boredom. So could the recommendation requested that the government provide an update to the committee by April 2026 on the progress that has been made in relation to purposeful activity. Could the honourable member outline what he would hope to see in that update that would allow the committee to properly scrutinise the progress on that recommendation?
Well, again, I'm grateful to my friend who's also a very assiduous member of the committee. I want to finish on a positive note. Inevitably, in addressing this report, we concentrate on the problems and the issues where we don't feel the government is acting. But I am fully appreciative of the ministerial team, particularly Lord Templeton, but the whole team, are keen to resolve the issue of prison, and not just of overcrowding, not just of conditions, but of criminal activity involving drugs within prison. And the objective of that is to get prison numbers down, not by early releases, but by rehabilitation and cutting reoffending. So I see this as a series of stepping stones along to that route, and that much of the work that we do as a committee is linked together to that end, and I know that she will be a part of that process as well.
And that concludes the Select Committee statement.
Point of order.
Point of order, Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, in response to an intervention, I misspoke and I mistakenly attributed comments to James Dyson which he had not made. Whilst he has been a prominent voice in the debate around agricultural property relief as an owner of a large amount of land in England, he did not make the comments I attributed to him. For this error, I apologise in full to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the House and to Mr Dyson. It's very important to me that when anyone makes a mistake of this sort, they correct their error quickly and in full. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this point of order corrects the record and also shows the House my commitment to this principle of openness, transparency and accountability.
Yeah. I thank the honourable member for giving me notice that she wished to raise this matter. A correction is now on the record. We now move to the presentation of bills. Presentation of Bills, Secretary John Healy.
Forces Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Monday, the 19th of January.
Monday, the 19th of January. In the absence of the member to present the bill, we will move to the next business. And we now come to the backbench debate. We come to the backbench debate on new towns, and I call Katrina Murray, who will speak for around 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered new towns, and I am grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for finding time for this important debate. As we reach the 80th anniversary of the New Towns Act 1946, it feels like exactly the right moment for the House to pause and reflect on what was, at the time, a bold and radical idea. One that sought not just to build houses, but to shape communities. 8 decades on, as we again face the challenge of large-scale house building and the prospect of a new generation of new towns, it is right that we reflect honestly on both the shortcomings and the successes of that legacy. This debate has a personal resonance for me. I was brought up in Markinch, on the edge of the new town of Glenrothes. I went to school there, and like many people growing up in and around a new town, it simply felt like home, a place shaped by decisions taken long before I was born, but which defined everyday life. And it feels like a fitting symmetry that years after leaving school in 1989 and embarking on my own career journey, I now have the privilege of representing another new town in this House. Cumbernauld has just marked its 70th anniversary, and its story of ambition, achievement, challenge and renewal mirrors the experience of so many new towns across the country, which is why I am so pleased that colleagues from across the House are taking part today. This debate gives us the opportunity to reflect not only on what new towns have delivered, but what they can still teach us. To understand new towns, we have to remember why they were created in the first place. Post-war Britain faced severe housing shortages, overcrowding and poor living conditions. And there was a clear recognition that simply expanding existing towns and cities would not be enough. For many families, that wasn't abstract policy, it was daily life. One local resident, someone who's now a close friend, described moving from a top floor slum with damp walls, no hot water, and a shared toilet on a stair landing, to a 3-bedroomed home with a bathroom, her own bedroom, a garden and space to live. That move was life-changing. The New Towns programme was a deliberate choice to do things differently. It wasn't just about building houses quickly, it was about planning whole communities, with homes alongside jobs, schools, services and green space so people could build decent lives. And for those of us who grew up in or around new towns, there were some very familiar signs. You know you live in a new town when your second driving lesson is entirely about roundabouts. Not because your instructor has it in for you, but because there's so many of them. You know, and let's be honest, the only new traffic lights in a new town are generally on a roundabout. You also know that you live in a new town when housing numbers make no sense to anybody arriving by car. Where number 1 is across from number 25 and the street across from can be seen from number 43 and the street itself on neighbouring street starts at number 420. Looks a bit like next week's lottery numbers, but what residents know and delivery drivers very quickly discover, it's designed to make sense on foot. It works by neighbourhood, by paths, by walkways. Might confuse the sat-nav, but it's been a postal worker's friend for decades. But behind those quirks was a serious purpose. Cumbernauld, designated in 1955, was built to meet urgent housing needs and to offer better living conditions, access to work and a strong sense of community. It was part of a wider post-war belief that planning, done properly, could improve people's lives. And for some families, it changed the course of those lives entirely. Another resident told me that they don't believe that they would ever have gone to university if they hadn't escaped Glasgow and attended a Cumbernauld school that treated children with dignity and ambition. I will happily give way.
I'm grateful and just making an excellent speech about the importance of new towns. I was brought up just outside Kilwinning, which is part of the urban new town in Ayrshire, and she and I are probably of a similar age. And does she remember the campaign, the iconic campaign in the 1980s, which was, what's it called? Cumbernauld. And I just wondered how successful that campaign was in her view in terms of bringing people to the town and bringing new employers to the area.
And I do thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. The fact that you couldn't go anywhere in the 80s without actually seeing that statement means that the knowledge of Cumbernauld happens across the country. I remember my first trips to London seeing that hoarding on the tube. But other new towns, of course, tried to get in on the act. Living in Livingston didn't quite hit as well as it did, but that was the beauty of part of a development corporation that actually shone part of that design more widely. I'm very aware of the timing on this, but on you go.
Madam Deputy Chair, thank you, and thank you to the Honourable Lady for covering all the Kirknatilic. I hope I've got that correct. Apologies if my Ulster accent is destroyed that word. Does the last new town we had in Northern Ireland was Craigavon back in 1965. That was some 60 years ago. I was 10-year-old starting secondary school. But does the Honourable Lady agree with the growing populations that we have across the United Kingdom that new towns should be established in areas that have the space? And does the Honourable Lady also agree that a working group must look UK-wide at this issue to provide people with communities and not just simply houses? It's not just about a house, it's about a community.
I think the honourable gentleman is getting on to, because I've read the other parts of my speech as we're coming on. As I was about to say, new towns were never meant to just be housing schemes. They were meant to be places, planned communities, where homes, jobs, services develop together so people could build stable lives close to where they work. That vision is clear in how Cumbernauld was developed. Brought together families moving out of overcrowded parts of Glasgow alongside others, often younger people and professionals who moved there specifically to work. Employment was central, not an afterthought. Major employers, including boroughs, played a central role in the town's early growth, provided skilled employment at scale, initially manufacturing mechanical adding machines, remember those, and later moving into computers and printers. People moved to Cumbernauld for work, opportunity and to put down roots. And as industries changed, the site evolved into what is now the Ward Park Industrial Area, continuing to support employment in different forms. And around that, neighbourhoods were designed to function as real communities. Social housing was central, not marginal. Each area had its own shops, post office, parking, garages, public transport with regular bus services connecting people into Glasgow and beyond. When we discuss new towns now, the focus is often on buildings or concrete. But what often gets overlooked is the thought given to how people would actually live. How housing, employment, transport and green space all fits together. Now, Cumbernauld is sometimes judged by its built form, but it's also defined by its green space, deliberately woven into daily life. That's a new town model at its best. It's impossible to talk about Cumbernauld without mentioning the town centre. In the 1960s, it was genuinely celebrated, award-winning, internationally recognised and seen as a confident expression of modernist and brutalist design. Officially opened by Princess Margaret and Lord Snowdon. For families arriving at that time, that optimism was real. Modern buildings, light, space, and public services that felt like it was stepping out of the 19th century conditions they were used to and into the modern world. Decades later, that very same town centre went on to win awards of a very different kind, including the Carbuncle Awards and the Pluke on the Plinth in the early noughties. That contrast tells its own story. It's not about a lack of ambition, but it's about what happens when bold design is left without sustained investment, renewal and long-term stewardship. Today, the town centre is undergoing long-term regeneration, made possible with the investment of the UK government, focused on making the centre work for modern life, rather than erasing what came before. The same issues can be seen in part of the housing stock. Houses that were built quickly using methods that were innovative at the time did not always stand the test of time. In Cumbernauld, areas such as Ainsley Road were affected by concrete deterioration, leading to homes having to be demolished, while flat-roofed housing, very much of its era, proved less suited to Scotland's climate as buildings aged. But that experience has also supported local expertise, including firms like Briggs & Masco, a Cumbernauld-based flat roofing specialist, investing highly in skills and apprenticeships. Challenges not unique to my town. Across the new towns, infrastructure and housing aged at the same time, without the funding or the governance structures to renew them properly. When the development corporations were wound up and assets sold off, responsibility became fragmented. In many cases, ownership passed from hedge fund to hedge fund, with no real long-term stake in the place beyond what appeared on the balance sheet. What went wrong was not the new town concept itself, but the failure to plan properly for what came next. That is a lesson we cannot afford to ignore. If we are serious about learning from new towns and building new ones, the ambition at the start has to be matched with responsibility over the long term. When we talk about new towns, it's easy to focus on plans and buildings. What really made places like Cumbernauld work were the people who stepped up, saw what was missing and got things done. That early generation who made sure that this was their community. One of those people was Sheena Walker, a true pioneer in disability care. When she moved to Cumbernauld in the late 1960s, there was no local support for children with learning disabilities. She refused to accept that. Through sheer determination and tenacity, she brought parents together, worked across the Development Corporation, the Council and social work to create community housing, day centres and respite care. Her drive was the difference, and the services she helped to build became so strong that families later moved to Cumbernauld specifically because of them.
Will the Honourable Lady give way on that point?
I'll happily give way.
My honourable friend is making an excellent speech. As co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group on housing and care for older people, we're about to complete an inquiry into intergenerational communities. So will she join me in calling that the new towns are built and designed for all ages and all abilities as inclusive communities?
I very much commend my honourable friend's suggestion there. What has been quite clear is exactly how important it is to have intergenerational towns and accessible housing built at the same point. Another local legend was Danny McGowan, who taught generations of Cumbernaulds children to swim. He founded Cumbernauld Swimming Club and built it into a competitive force, driven by his passion for the sport and for giving young people confidence in the water, all despite the very small challenge that the council had built the swimming pool the wrong size for it to be a competitive pool. Rather than be put off, he worked around it, and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of children have benefited as a result. Both of these stories matter because it shows that new towns were never just about infrastructure. They were about people with commitment, imagination, shaping communities from the inside, making places work for those who lived there. So what does this tell us? Not just about Cumbernauld, but about new towns more broadly. One clear lesson is that long-term responsibility matters. Building homes and infrastructure is only the beginning. Without clarity about stewardship, places struggle to thrive decades later. Another lesson is that homes and jobs must be planned together. New towns worked best when people could live close by to where they worked, and when towns weren't just allowed to become purely commuter settlements. And renewal has to start with people. Regeneration is not just about buildings and master plans. It has to involve communities and respect the identity of places people care deeply about. This feels particularly relevant as the government looks to build a new generation of new towns in England. If we're serious about doing this well, we have to learn from the first generation, planning for stewardship from day one and giving communities a real voice as places grow and change. Our first generation of new towns are no longer new towns in any meaningful sense. They are simply towns with families, histories, challenges and pride built up over generations. People were born there, raised there, worked there, stayed there, left there, came home. That's what matters when we talk about the future. I hope this debate helps ensure that as we build again at scale, we don't just create new places, but we commit to them for the long term. And I look forward to hearing the contributions from across the room.
The question is as on the order paper. I call Richard Fuller.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to make clear that I'm speaking in an individual capacity as a constituency MP, the Member of Parliament for North Bedfordshire, and start by congratulating the Honourable Lady, the Member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch, for her speech and for the extraordinarily human way that she described her life in a new town. For people in North Bedfordshire, that may be a timely testimony, because I'd like to draw the focus to proposals for new towns that are in this government's recommendation of the New Towns Task Force. Thamesford in North Bedfordshire is a historic village, a village that is the site, or was the site, of a decisive battle in 917 AD when King Edward the Elder's forces stormed a Danish stronghold, killing the Danish king and effectively breaking Danish power in the region. A village that includes the former RAF Thamesford airfield, from which multiple special operations were flown to send people to help resistance movements in Nazi-occupied countries. A village of 234 households, comprising fewer than 500 people, and a village that has been in two parts since the duelling of the A1 in 1962. And a village that the New Towns Commission report stated is, quote, a unique opportunity with potential to provide over 40,000 homes in a standalone greenfield settlement. Thamesford is the largest of the proposed new towns and will take this village of 500 people potentially into a new town of at least 40,000 homes, so that's 100,000 plus people. And so I thought I'd take a few minutes in this individual capacity to raise some points that have been raised by my constituents in recent meetings with residents, with the parish council, and with their local councillor, Adam Zerny. One of the questions, of course, is why Thamesford? It's not what we want, we don't want this change, etc. And that is an important issue for consideration, and we'll await the final decision of the government. But if that decision is made, the number one source of scepticism is that much of Thamesford is a floodplain. And there is a legitimate question about how the flood risk will be managed in any new town. It's a floodplain both for the River Ouse and the River Ivel. Sticking on the themes of music, local residents have for years dealt with a range of sewage overflow issues. And I myself have been witness to a number of these and held residence with that. And it's important in that that the water company, which wishes to obviously improve these, if we have a new town, that adequate funding is available both to provide the wastewater and sewage water infrastructure that is required, but also to solve the existing problems. And as the Minister will be aware, the pressure on water resources in Bedfordshire is extensive. We are also the site of Universal Studios, which is a theme park that will attract up to 8 to 10 million people a year. That's the equivalent of an additional population of 50,000 in terms of water usage. And so with that being developed over the next 5 years, and the new town, the one source of water that runs between it is the River Ouse, and we just need to make sure there is a plan for the River Ouse. There is a group set up by Bedford Borough Council called the North Bedfordshire Water Management Group, run by Paul Leinster, formerly of the Environment Agency, and I would encourage the Minister to meet with him to discuss those issues, both about Universal and about Thamesford. The Minister should be recognised also that the proposal at Newtown fit into a context of very rapid housing growth. So honourable members should be aware that the pace of housing growth in terms of households in Bedfordshire has been growing at 2.5 times the national average already for the last decade or more. And so we already have this build-up over 15, 20 years of additional pressures on local services. And at the meeting that we held last week with the Parish Council with residents, the number one issue other than the floodplain was local services provisions. People already don't have access sufficiently to GP services, They don't have access to transport services. And just a few miles away is the village of Northstowe, which is sort of the poster child for getting it wrong in terms of local service improvement. All the things that the Honourable Lady from Cumberland was saying were already there. They're not there, weren't there in Northstowe. No shops, no GPs for a number of years while residents were moving in. Obviously, local residents don't want to see that happen in any change if Thamesford Newtown comes forward. Power supply, it's a village that still runs on oil heating. There is no other power supply, and a number of residents were keen to understand whether in the Newtown solar and as ground source heat pumps would be a prerequisite for the new housing or not. A key point, of course, if you're a village with a proposal for a new town of up to 100,000 people, is village identity, village heritage, and in particular around RAF Thamesford, with a lot of concerns about the existing one of the most important existing buildings there of Gibraltar Barn, and making sure that any plans take account of that, and nature and wildlife. My residents are connected. They chose to live in a rural area. They are proud of their rural environment. The RSPB, the head office is literally just 5 miles away from Thamesford, so it's crucially important that we do whatever we can if we move ahead, or the government moves ahead, to maintain the nature and wildlife of the area. Adequacy of road networks, and also questions about the type of employment. Briefly, if I can cover a couple more areas, Madam Deputy Speaker. Professor Doug Cleland and Dr. Nigel Moore, who are two independent experts in the area of planning, have completed research on Thamesford in the last 2 years and provided evidence to the House of Lords Built Environment Committee report, New Towns Laying the Foundations. And this goes to both the footprint, the scale and the timeline. In the evidence provided by Professor Cleland and Dr. Moore, they present a compact centre of 25,000 homes over 4.5 square miles, and that footprint connects St Neots to Sandy in an area between the A1 and the Great Northern Rail Line. That's a very extensive area. But then there is a wider footprint which is for the building of could accommodate building of an additional 15,000 homes in satellite developments that would stretch south from Thamesford to the village of Blenheim, onto Great Barford, to Wilden, to Little Staunton, then across to Hale Weston, and including the villages of Staplow and Honeydon and Roxton and Potton and Everton, and others, with a similar impact on the Cambridgeshire side of Thamesford. Now, I don't expect all members to know all those villages, beautiful though they are, and well worth visiting, as they should. But what I wanted to just say is just to make sure that local residents are aware of the scale of what might be occurring if this goes ahead in North Bedfordshire and in parts of Cambridgeshire. And I'm not sure local residents have internalised that, and there's a lot of work the government would have to do if they decide to move forward, and in particular to be clear about the use of farmland, because this is a primary agricultural area. So there are some questions for me to leave with the Minister, if I may. The first is, the government has a housing target of 1.5 million. Personally, I'm not sure it's got off to a particularly good start on that. That may have an impact on the type of housing being built. I'd be interested in the Minister could just, any references you can about Thamesford about that. Number two, I've mentioned that the housing growth in North Bedfordshire is 2.5 times the national average. It's the government's position that new towns should not count in that total. But come on, really? I mean, we're already struggling to keep up. There is no way that you can then plop on this additional amount of housing on top of that pace of growth and not expect things to break. Number three, the government's social housing target, specifically the social housing target, will that apply or not in the context of these very large new towns? Number four, in the decision about new towns, can I just alert the Minister that this is just potentially one of 6 nationally significant infrastructure projects in Bedfordshire, of which 2 are directly in this footprint, one of which is Black Cat Roundabout, which is underway and will be completed, and that's fine. But there is also a proposal for a large-scale solar farm over 1,900 acres. That's the size of Gatwick Airport and a bit more. And that's within that boundary that was defined as the satellite boundary. So what on earth is going to happen with that? Clearly, to me, it's a choice. You can do one or the other. You can't possibly do both. And local residents are really keen to make sure, Minister, that their local voice is heard. And I must say, I had a meeting with the Civil Service, Madam Deputy Speaker, who's dealing with this, and she was 100% on board with that. I prepared some documents for that, and I'm sure the Minister will too. I can see he's nodding from his position. And I think my residents will be very, very clear about that. And once a decision is made, if Thamesford is one of those, I would strongly encourage the ministerial team to come up to Thamesford, to listen to those villagers, have a conversation with them, because so much can be done. As the Honourable Lady said in her speech, in the end, this is about people. And if the government takes people along with them at the start, if it makes that decision, it will set itself up in a much better way forward. So thank you very much, Madam Deputy, for the chance to speak.
Abana Apang Desire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my honourable friends for Cumbernauld and Kirkentulloch for securing such an important debate on new towns. As my honourable friend said, her constituency is one of Britain's great post-war new towns. So I think it's very clear that she knows a lot in this area, and it's evidence from her speech that there are a lot of opportunities and responsibilities to come with shaping places for the long term, not just building homes, but also building communities. I also want to congratulate Cumbernauld on its recent 70th anniversary and pay tribute to the generations who's made it with place, identity, pride and resilience. I also want to, it's an honour to always follow the Honourable Member for North Bedfordshire and to hear about the proposals for Newtown, Thamesford. And I also agree with him that it's important in bringing those communities that are likely to receive a new town along on the journey so they don't feel divided as part of the process. And it's something that I'll be speaking to as well. I wanted to speak today because my constituency of Erith and Thamesmead now faces a similar moment of opportunity, one that will shape the lives in my constituency for decades to come. So I was particularly delighted when last September Thamesmead Waterfront was shortlisted as one of the New Towns Task Force as one of the 12 locations nationally for the next generation of new towns. I know both the Shadow Minister and the Minister know the area quite well, and I'm sure they'll agree that it's an opportunity in this to have this new town. I welcome this huge opportunity to tackle London's housing crisis, boost economic growth and unlock long overdue investment in transport and infrastructure for my constituents. Thamesmead Waterfront is a 100-hectare site that offers capacity for up to 15,000 new homes, alongside thousands of new jobs, expanded new town centre and high-quality green spaces. It is one of the most deliverable large-scale opportunities in the country. We'll see this happen with a joint venture alongside Peabody and Lendlease that's already in place, with a vision for an area which I see backed by the government, and also my council, Greenwich Council, which is led by Councillor Anthony Okorea, and the London Authority and the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. It is central to Thamesmead's waterfront's success in the extension of the Docklands Light Rail, also known as the DLR, which is something that I've campaigned on since I was first elected in this House in 2019. The proposed DLR extension is critical to unlocking these thousands of homes and jobs, with Transport for London estimating an economic boost of around 18 billion. It will finally connect SE28, which is the only postcode in London without a rail or tube station, to the wider city. That is a question of fairness as much as growth, and I hope once it's done, Madam Deputy Speaker will come on the DLR to visit my constituency. I know that local residents want this as well, and I understand that about 85% of respondents to the TfL poll supported the DLR extension, so it's widely welcomed. So this is exactly the kind of infrastructure-led development that the New Towns programme should champion, building homes in the right places, in the right order, with transport planned from the start. So alongside my honourable friend for West Ham and Beckton, I was delighted to hear the Chancellor's commitment in her budget last November to work with TfL and the GLA to support the DLR extension to our constituencies. But if we are serious about... Happy to give way?
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she is correct. I am very familiar with the site in her constituency that is proposed to be one of the new towns. I also acknowledge and accept and support her argument that the infrastructure, the DLR in this case, would stimulate the regeneration of Thamesmead. Is it a cause for regret, therefore, that the site in her constituency is not included in the 3 new towns that are scheduled to begin work before 2029?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, and I also want to say thank you for supporting the work that I'm doing, particularly in Thamesmead, and recognising this. I feel very optimistic about what the government is doing in terms of proposing the Thamesmead as one of the new towns. This is the reason why we're working in a collaboration with the government on this, and part of the reason that we are having this debate today and why the government has prioritised this is they recognise this alongside the announcement that the Chancellor made in November with the extension of the DLR to Thamesmead. So I remain optimistic, and I hope the Shadow Minister can support me in this. But I also want to point out that if we are serious about new towns, we also must be serious about learning from the past. In terms of looking at the lessons. So if you just look at Milton Keynes, which is a new town from the 70s, I know that my honourable friend from Milton Keynes and North has been highlighting lessons that have come from that in terms of making sure that when we're looking at the future of the new towns, we don't make mistakes of the past and recognise the importance of the future. I know that he's been working alongside my honourable friend for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, who is the chair of the housing communities and local government, and I know that they've been looking at evidence in terms of the new towns. The new towns, I feel, must build with existing communities in mind. This is something that has been echoed by past speakers. It's designed to bring real opportunity, identity and community to the people that will live here. And engagement must go beyond consultation. We must look at young people, families and future residents should help shape the identity of the place from the start. I also want to say that stewardship must be permanent, not temporary. There must be clear accountability for maintenance, renewal and adaptation as the town evolves over decades. One of the strong lessons from the past new towns is that housing numbers alone are not enough. We need to look at schools, health services, culture venues, transport links, and public spaces must be treated as priorities, not as an afterthought. We also need to look at how well-designed streets and public spaces work as well, because they're important as well. These are not luxuries, they shape how people feel and how they live and where they want to live. So we need to look at the right housing mix, which is vital. There are worrying examples from the past of a lack of provision for the elderly and those from different income levels, and worryingly from those of ethnic minority backgrounds. So new towns do have a bright future, but only if we apply those lessons to ensure they're inclusive, integrated and successful for the long term. I do believe that Thamesmead Waterfront does offer a unique opportunity. It can serve existing communities, future residents and the wider London and national economy. So backing Thamesmead Waterfront as a new town would provide additional momentum, helping align central government, the local council, transport plans and delivery partners. And with this ambition, leadership and long-term commitment alongside lessons learned from the past, Thamesmead Waterfront can become a new town that generally improves lives, not just a housing scheme, but a place that people are proud to call home. I also wanted to raise with the Minister, and as I know decisions are being made at the moment, particularly on viability and delivery models, can the Minister clarify how new towns will continue to receive the long-term stewardship they will need so that they remain inclusive and well managed, and communities are not just decades, not just dying, the build out phase. That is something that I think is particularly important. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying that I do welcome the New Towns Task Force and the ambition of the government to deliver new towns as part of our wider goals to deliver more homes, economic growth, and make Britain a better place to live. And I urge ministers to recognise the strength of the opportunity in Thamesmead as decisions are taken in the months ahead. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Florence Ashelame.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise and thank and congratulate my honourable friend from Cumberland and Kirkconnellock for securing this debate and her outlining her experience and her passion and in terms of representing a new town. When we talk about a generation of new towns, it's important we listen to the experience of current new towns like Cumberland, and I'm pleased to see many colleagues representing other new towns in the chamber today who I'm sure will give us a flavour of what they've seen in their areas. And it's important because we have to think about the challenges those towns have faced and what MPs in those areas are going to be saying in maybe 70 years' time when we've all left this place. The town and country planning associations network highlighted some of the common features in the 2021 report. They highlighted both the positive legacies of innovation, accessibility, social housing, but they also highlighted some of the challenges of new town renewal and the need for the whole-scale estate regeneration and not having rushed and poor quality housing. And if we want these new towns to last, it is critical that the government listen to the experiences of the new towns today to ensure that we get the placemaking element of those new town programmes right, to ensure that the current and future new towns get the support they need from government to recognise the unique challenges each individual location faces. Now, in announcing the new towns, the government described the original New Towns programme as the most ambitious town building effort ever undertaken in the UK, saying it transformed the lives of millions of working people by giving them affordable and well-designed homes and well-planned and beautiful surroundings. In announcing the task force in July 2024, the then Deputy Prime Minister and the task force said that this is going to deliver the largest house building programme since post-war period. The new task force made 44 recommendations, and I'm sure that all members have read all those 44 recommendations. And they included making sure that the new towns are built to a density sufficient enough to enable residents to walk to local amenities, making sure that the support for public transport, unlocking social infrastructure, creating active and livable neighbourhoods, and establishing clear minimum density thresholds. Those new towns should also provide a diverse range of high-quality housing, an issue that many colleagues have already highlighted today. And this should also include a minimum target for 40% of affordable housing, of which at least half should be social rent. The new town should also support thriving communities by creating the access to the schools, the cultural, the sporting, the healthcare facilities, and other social infrastructures that meets the needs of residents from the outset. And he also states that the new towns, the starting point for the delivery of all these new towns should be the development corporation model. Now, the government needs to be very clear on the interactions between the new towns and local housing need targets, which the Honourable Member for North Bedfordshire highlighted earlier on. The New Towns Task Force found through their place investigation that strong support for homes delivery as part of the new towns should count towards local housing targets. And it was good to see the government and the minister welcome the task force recommendations and the government setting out their recommendations. And the government have announced that they are commencing with a strategic environment assessment to understand how the implication and the environmental implications will impact the new towns. And we heard that this assessment is going to come back and then make the final decisions on the locations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister to the House again to discuss the new towns. This is the second time this week, in that we discussed this earlier at our Select Committee earlier this week on Tuesday, and I don't want to completely rehash that session, but I did want to follow up on a few things that were said during that session, and I hope that the Minister can give some answers to that. In response to the task force, the government agreed that the Development Corporation should be the primary delivery bodies for the new towns. Now, this is welcome. The Minister will recall that on Tuesday, in an answer to the question from my honourable colleague, the member for Milton Keynes North, that development corporations can sometimes take a long time to set up, and that this may come after rounds of consultations. I'd be keen to know from the Minister how soon, after making any final decisions on locations, will the government look to set up these development corporations? I know that the Minister is keen, and we all want to see those spades in the ground on at least those 3 sites by the end of this Parliament. So does he expect that he will have those the development corporations will be in place? Secondly, our committee recommended in our report earlier last year on land value capture that the government should enable greater use of tax increment financing instruments to fund the infrastructure for new towns. Now, this model allows local authorities to borrow money against anticipated tax receipts, resulting in future infrastructure. And this is something that was used by TfL to finance the London Underground Northern Line extension from Battersea to Nine Elms. And I should declare an interest in that. The lovely new Nine Elms station is in my constituency. And our committee heard that this could be used more widely across England as a way of financing this. So I want to know to the Minister, is the government considering this? And if not, why? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister told our committee that the funding for the new towns will be coming from the department's existing programmes, including the £39 billion social and affordable homes programme. Now, this is a welcomed pot, the biggest investment we are seeing in the affordable homes programme, showing this government's commitment to making sure we build those much needed new homes. The bidding for the social and affordable homes programme opens next month, but the answers to our committee indicates that we will only see significant bidding on the vast majority of these sites into the early 2030s. So this could mean that those homes are down the line in many years to come. And in a sense, this will do very little to address the acute homelessness we are seeing now, which is facing over 300,000 people in the UK today. So I'd be grateful if the Minister could outline what discussions he's had with Homeless England in terms of maybe prioritising this funding from that pot, and if there'll be any new weighting given to the social housing in the shorter term. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State told our Select Committee in November that he's committed to the new towns delivering 40% affordable, minimum affordable homes. The Minister told our committee on Tuesday that this is an aspiration and we cannot discount viability entirely. We know that affordable housing was at the centre of the task force report and at the centre of the government's recommendations in terms of placemaking, and is part of the government's gold standard for new towns. Can the Minister confirm to the House that, as the Secretary of State highlighted to us in November, that he is committed to the recommendation that the new town should deliver a minimum of 40% affordable homes and at least half should be social rent? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, stakeholders and members this afternoon have stressed the importance of local communities being involved in the new towns from the beginning. Dr. Victoria Hills, Chief Executive of the Royal Town and Planning Institute, said at one of our committee sessions, "The first wave of new towns showed what can be achieved when government and planners work at scale, but they also highlight the importance of getting the design, infrastructure and a community voice right from the very start. Public support for new towns will develop on learning those lessons and making sure they reflect on the aspirations of the people who will live and work there." And I know that the Minister is committed to ensuring that the public are brought along on this and the important principles of the community engagement and community leadership. So it's important that the government continue to listen to this, making sure that there are opportunities for local communities to shape the infrastructure, shape the vision, and make sure that everyone is committed to seeing that end goal of the new towns being built. I hope that the Minister will agree and share our ambition that the new towns opportunity offers a chance for looking at economic growth, supporting communities, building the much-needed new homes we know we desperately need. We can't keep saying we are in a housing crisis and not do anything about it. It will secure that national objectives and making sure we are getting the honest and good infrastructure at scale and pace. I thank the member for securing this debate, and I know that there will be many more discussions as we continue on this.
I won't put a formal time limit on, but if members keep their speeches to under 8 minutes, that will help everybody else. Tim Rocker.
Thank you, in Macclesfield, there has been one topic dominating conversation for several months now, which is the proposed new town at Adlington. Every street corner, every coffee shop, every parish meeting. Well, almost every conversation, because for one glorious weekend, Adlington was briefly knocked off the top spot by the small matter of Macclesfield beating Crystal Palace in the FA Cup. And I know I'm on dangerous ground here because the Minister, I think, was brought up in South London, but I will just leave the football at that. But jokes aside, this is an important debate, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for securing it. I'm not a NIMBY. I support house building, I support development, and I support the principle of new towns, done well, in the right places, with proper planning, and in the right manner with proper infrastructure. This country needs homes, especially genuinely affordable homes, and new towns have a proud history, as we've heard this afternoon, of delivering them when they're carefully planned, sensibly located. And I don't oppose that ambition, I welcome it. But supporting the principle of new towns does not mean signing a blank cheque for every proposed site, and it certainly doesn't mean abandoning the basics of good planning, which brings me to Adlington. Adlington is not an empty space on the map. It's a small rural community, about 1,000 people, first recorded in the Doomsday Book. It's a place shaped by continuity, fields, farms, it's still working farmland, still producing food, supporting local jobs, and sustaining wildlife. The proposal before Macclesfield would place up to 20,000 homes on 1,000 hectares of strategic greenbelt, wiping out 15 working farms, ancient hedgerows, bluebell woodlands, and fragmenting some of the most environmentally sensitive land in Cheshire. And that matters because the greenbelt isn't an accident. It exists for a reason, to stop urban sprawl, to protect countryside, and to make sure we regenerate brownfield land. And once greenbelt of this scale is gone, it's gone forever. And I want to make a point about the new Towns Task Force more broadly, the shortlist, because this is quite telling. Among all the sites recommended, Adlington stands out, not as the most suitable, but as the one that has faced the greatest opposition. And that opposition hasn't come from one group, one parish, or one campaign. It's come from across the community, across political lines, and across civic society. And I'm grateful to the Minister for meeting with me before Christmas to discuss those concerns. It's particularly striking that the Campaign for the Protection of Rural England, an organisation that has not opposed a number of the other new town sites recommended by the task force, has taken a clear and firm position against Adlington. So when they single out one site among many, it's because something genuinely doesn't stack up. And if that weren't enough, Madam Deputy Speaker, Cheshire East Council, the local authority, has voted unanimously against the proposal. Unanimously. In local government, that almost never happens. And that vote alone should tell us that this isn't a narrow ideological objection. It's a considered judgment by the democratically elected planning authority for the area. And so I want to talk a little bit more about Cheshire East because it really matters. It's not a council that avoids building homes. It's met its housing targets in the past consistently. It's adopted a sound local plan, delivered thousands of homes, and continues to do so. It's not a planning authority that's dragging its feet or shirking its responsibilities. They're now preparing a new local plan which will set out how housing need will be met in years ahead, transparently, democratically, and with proper public engagement. And that is how planning should work. They've delivered before, and with their new plan, they'll deliver again, but without dropping 20,000 homes into the open countryside against the opposition of local communities. So opposing this site doesn't mean opposing housing. It means respecting the plan-led system rather than bypassing it. I mentioned brownfield land, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are brownfield sites across Cheshire, across Greater Manchester, and across the wider region that are crying out for regeneration, many of them close to jobs, transport, schools, and services. Building there first isn't anti-growth, it's sustainable planning. Indeed, there are alternative new town sites in the northwest that could be considered as well. So let's not jump straight into one of the most sensitive stretches of Greenbelt in the region, next to a national park. Let's think again. And powerful points have been made about infrastructure already this afternoon. These concerns have not been convincingly addressed. Adlington has limited rail services, constrained road capacities, utilities that were never designed to support a town 20 times its current size. Fixing that would take decades, not years, and there remains no clear answer about who pays, who delivers, or when any of it would realistically be in place. And it's been compounded by the way that we've gone about this, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need engagement with residents. There's only been one engagement session by the company Bellport with local residents. Communities have been left scrambling for information about the proposal. And that's not how you build confidence in a major national project. So before I finish, I want to thank local campaigners and activists, people who never expected to become planning experts, transport analysts or ecology specialists, but who have given up their evenings, their weekends, and savings indeed, to engage constructively, responsibly and in good faith. They've not shouted from the sidelines, they've done the hard work of evidence, scrutiny and civic engagement. And that's democracy at its best. They deserve recognition. So let me be absolutely clear once more, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not about saying no to development. It's about saying not like this and not here. We should be building in homes where infrastructure already exists, where growth can be absorbed sustainably, where local authorities are partners rather than bystanders, and where the environmental cost is justified by an overwhelming and proven need. Adlington does not meet that test. And so I'll end with a little bit of history, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this House likes its history. In the office of the Minister hangs a picture of Clement Attlee, who I think is a hero to both of us. It was Attlee's government that created the Greenbelt, precisely to protect landscapes like this from unchecked development. It wasn't anti-housing, it was pro-planning. It's about balance, it's about foresight, it's about stewardship. So we owe it to that legacy and to future generations to show that same care now. So let's support new towns, let's build the homes our country needs, but let us also say calmly and clearly, in the Attlee spirit, Adlington is the wrong place. Thank you.
Davies.
It's a privilege to follow my honourable friend who's just spoken. We are a little bit further ahead than he or other new towns are going to be, having been designated in the 1960s. I'd also like to congratulate my honourable friend for securing this debate and her powerful words. We were a second phase and learnt from her community's journey into Newtown. And it's a delight to see my honourable friend, the Minister, in his place, responding for the government. And unlike so many of his predecessors, a housing minister that not only understands housing, but has been in his position longer than a few minutes. New towns like Telford, Cwmbran and East Kilbride, and the hundreds of thousands of people who live there are the physical embodiments of hope and opportunity, first made possible, as we've already heard, by the Attlee government. New towns gave families like mine a chance for a new life. The increase in affordable, high-quality housing made home ownership and renting away from the big cities possible for people who could never, ever dream that would be their future or their reality. They weren't just life-changing for the newcomers to those new towns, but for those like my family who were in the area before the new town designation. And they saw the opportunities for their children and their grandchildren that they could not dream of themselves. But there are lessons, as the chair of the Select Committee has quite clearly outlined, that these new towns need to learn from those that came before them. Because new towns aren't only important as symbols of hope and aspiration, they are incredible achievements in their own right. Telford still grows at a rate unlike almost any other town in the country, with 1,800 new homes being built last year alone. Despite being one of the biggest and most YIMBY towns in the country, Telford excels in its access to nature. Thanks to the local authority, since its existence, Telford has designated 20 local nature reserves covering 600 hectares, more than 300 protected green spaces, more flag green parks than ever before. And these spaces are loved and cared for by volunteers like Richard Shaw of Ricks Environmental and thousands of street champions and countless friends groups who take love and passion and pride in their communities. New towns were built on a principle. People don't just live in houses, they live in homes, in communities. They need schools, jobs, healthcare, transport and green spaces. And Telford is a community that is thriving, thanks to the dedication of groups like Telford Community Support and Telford Crisis Support. New towns continue to offer unique opportunities. Thanks to good transport links, Telford has become a hub of industry and manufacturing in particular in regards to the defence sector, with the RBSL manufacturing tanks and employing over 1,500 people, but also major centres for Kraft Heinz, Best Block, Bridge Cheese and more. For a new town like Telford, it also has history. It has a claim as the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution with Iron Bridge and Coburg Dale. And I would like to pay tribute to Marcus Keane of Telford Memories and Steve Bowers of Telford Ultimate Guide for the work that they do in promoting Telford's proud history and rich diversity. And also to people like Dennis Athersmith of Dawley Memories, who celebrate what came before Telford's designation. But we do need more, Madam Deputy Speaker. More like the M54 M6 link road that was proposed at the same time as the designation of Telford but has never come to fruition, thankfully promised by this government. A direct train link from Telford to London, scrapped under the last Conservative government with plans to reinstate it with this one. Better buses, a town that was designed for cars, means that our bus transport system is limited. And perhaps one day we can dream of a metro system. For decades, governments have failed to keep up and support new towns. New towns have grown significantly above the regional and national averages, and particularly at times when the rest of the national economy has stalled, new towns have continued to power on. But that has resulted in new towns not getting its fair share of enablement funding. And I also will refer to what other honourable members have said about housing. Houses, in particular around South Telford, were built with a life expectancy of 30 or 40 years. Now, 60 years later, they need regeneration. But for the last 14 years, we've not had an ambitious programme of estate renewal. And I ask the Minister to consider what this government can do with in regards to that. But we're also seeing an ageing population, Madam Deputy Speaker, with those people that came to Telford 60 years ago, now in their 70s, 80s and 90s. And we have the fourth highest growth in the elderly population in England. Today, I welcome the renewed interest in new towns, thanks to this government's agenda to build 3 new towns. And I hope that the Minister and those new towns will look to places like Telford and other new towns for inspiration. But as Captain Matthew Webb said, the first person to swim the English Channel, nothing great is easy. And we must measure the new towns not in 10 years, but in 50, 60 and 100 years, so that they can realise their potential. As the new towns are built, the government should also turn to the former new towns, experienced towns, and in some cases, the new cities, to understand how the mistakes that were made, frankly, around town centre positioning can be avoided, and to invest and back them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 3 specific asks for my honourable friend, the Minister. One is to ask each existing new town, with a record of delivery, what it needs to do to break through the Whitehall machine to reach its next phase of opportunity. If the government has got, and I genuinely do believe the government has an ambition to get the economy growing and to build those houses, why not look to those areas that have already been doing it for decades before and give them the opportunity to contribute to that national mission? 2, as I've already mentioned, learn from those new towns. In Telford, it was the council, not Homes England, that delivered new homes. It remodelled town centres. It created, converted a shopping centre into a place where universities are springing up, where people are now living. And that new town centre identity will be so important to Telford's next story. And 3, as the 1980s advert said, come to Telford. I would love to take the Minister on a tour of communities like Lightmoor, Bourneville Village, and show them the history and the beauty of Iron Bridge Gorge, the future, whether the new theatre being backed by government funding, the new swimming pool in Dorley, the home of the first person to swim the English Channel, or take him to Southwater, our new town centre, where people like Dan Blasnick should continue to campaign and to turn that place from a shopping centre into a town centre. Or to see the amazing Anstice Hall in Madeley, a former working men's club that has now been regenerated with a fantastic all-female leadership team, and so much more. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll close on this. If this government backs these new towns in the same way that Attlee and previous Labour governments did, there is a moment in history for this government and this housing minister. So in 50, 60 and 70 years' time, they can look back and see the legacy of this government. Thank you.
Speaking limit of 7 minutes, Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend not just for securing this debate, but the very passionate and moving speech she gave at the start of it. I'm going to start by building on some of the comments made by the Honourable Member for North Bedford, as when he was talking about speaking to his constituents and their experiences of what is potentially the beginning of a new town process. It reminded me of a conversation I had coming back from Labour Party conference 2.5 years ago, when we in opposition at the time announced that if we won the election, we would move forward with the New Towns programme. I got back, maybe slightly worse for wear, to Milton Keynes, popped into the family home to see my 92-year-old grandmother at the time, with her friend Georgie in the living room. The two of them grew up in she grew up in a small farmhouse in a small village at the time of Woolston. About 300 people. It's since been consumed into what is now Milton Keynes. And they were talking, as they often did, about how things used to be, the roads they knew by name, the rivalry between the cricket teams and the local pubs in that small village. And also spoke about, just as we heard from some of the conversations that I'm sure are happening in Thamesford, their fear at the time about what change would bring with the New Town programme to their communities, how it would change the tight-knit community that they were used to and grew up in, and the very many concerns about what it would mean for local culture, local infrastructure. And I think it's very easy for us politicians just to stop there in our conversations with local constituents. But I think when I went with that conversation was a little bit further, and it was, she would talk about how actually she lived long enough to see what a difference the community that was built in Milton Keynes, my hometown. I'm the first MP to be born and grew up in the new town of Milton Keynes, made to the lives of her daughter and her grandchildren. I owe almost everything to the fantastic start that Milton Keynes gave me in life, because it meant that my parents could afford decent and affordable housing. It meant that there were good and decent jobs available because of what the Development Corporation did. It meant that public services were there when we needed them. And there's talk about, just like Thamesford, Milton Keynes was built on a floodplain, the River Ouse floodplain, which again I know is often a concern for people. The Development Corporation's solution for that was to build balancing lakes. And, her and Georgie were pretty opposed to the balancing lake at the time. It was fields next to the farm she grew up on. It's massive diggers and slurry everywhere coming in. She used to call it that daft puddle. But actually what that does today is not just provide flood protection and alleviation because of what the Development Corporation was able to achieve, pretty significant infrastructure project to tens of thousands of homes, allowing the building of the city I call home. It also means that my city has 5,000 acres of beautiful blue and green spaces that are enjoyed by thousands of people. It's also the lake where my parents met, my dad teaching my mum, not particularly well, to learn to sail, because also the city was really determined to ensure that recreational activities were available to people, whatever their background. And I lost my grandmother just before Labour Party conference last year, and the hospice that looked after her in the last weeks of her life looked out over that very same lake. And I mention this just to say that the story of my life, the reason I'm here, I owe so much to the vision, the confidence, the level of ambition that was shown to build somewhere truly special in Milton Keynes in the 1960s and 1970s. And I think it is only with that same level of confidence and that same level of ambition that we can hope to have people talk so positively about the work we are doing now, as I can talk about the work that was done by the Milton Keynes Development Corporation in the 1960s and 70s. I'll just mention a few points that potentially make me nervous about whether we are going to fulfil that ambition, some of which were mentioned by the chair of the Select Committee, particularly in relation to where we are. These projects are not going to come cheap to the government. We obviously need to maximise the financing options that we can use, and we're also going to need to look at maximising the amount of land value capture. Now, Milton Keynes was given 700 million quid in the 1960s. If you wrap that up to today's money, that's about 14 billion. I don't think anybody is looking at that level of ambition for a new town project, but it is going to have to be money, and that money came back to the government multiple times over because of the economic value that was generated by the building of the city. But we are going to have to see money, not just capital money and direction to those pots of money that are available on capital, but also revenue spending in order to set up the Development Corporation, and I don't think we've seen enough from the department about that approach yet. Secondly, I fear about death by consultation. We've obviously had a process in order to come up with a list of new towns, a very good piece of work done by Sir Michael Lyons, and I think we should all pay tribute to the work that he did on this project. But now we've got a government response to that, which is taking further months. There will be a consultation on that, and if development corporations are set up, further consultation on that. So we do need to look at how we can streamline the process and get these projects going as quickly as possible. And the final concern I'll just raise is, in conversations with local councils at the moment, it seems like there has been an approach from the team working on this to go back to that kind of begging bowl culture, to turn around to the sites that have been selected, and obviously Milton Keynes is one of those sites, and to be asking them, even though Michael Lyons did the work, for why these 12 sites were correct, but asking them to go back and convince them that they should get the resources that are going to be required to deliver what the government is saying needs to be delivered. And I think that is not going to lead to success. Just one example, a big part of the report was talking about the importance of building communities that are not dependent on the car, that have good public transport options. If you take my area, which is very car dependent, and if we are going to continue to grow, we can't be, we're going to need that support from DfT in order to do so. The approach from DfT has been, why do you need this money? Your roads aren't congested yet. And that is completely out of line with the government's ambition and the new town's approach. So we need to change the culture for, I think, how the government is approaching this new town programme if it's going to be a success. And if in decades to come, somebody could be standing in this chamber talking about being the first MP for the new town of Thamesford and talking there about how much of a success this programme has been. Thank you.
Chris Blow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating my honourable friend for securing this debate and for her tireless advocacy for her community. 62 years ago, Redditch was selected as the West Midlands' second Mark II new town after somewhere called Telford. A deliberate policy decision to relieve the post-war housing crisis gripping Birmingham and the wider conurbation. Unlike the first generation of new towns, Redditch was not built on empty land. It had over 800 years of history and an existing population of around 32,000. Planners therefore faced a unique challenge: how to expand a living town, not replace it. That is why Redditch matters so much to this debate. It's a story of ambition, achievement, and unfinished business that offers powerful lessons about what worked, what was not sustained, and what must we do differently today. Redditch wasn't simply given a population target and left to chance. The Redditch Development Corporation, led by Chief Architect Brian Bunch and his team, delivered an innovative master plan published in 1967, built around bead-like districts along key transport routes. Each neighbourhood was designed to be largely self-contained, with schools, shops, churches and green space, while preserving green corridors between communities and a plethora of roundabouts. The aim was to integrate old and new, bringing together town and country. MPs in this place later praised the generous landscaping and planting of open areas, amenities far beyond what normal local authority budgets could have delivered. Redditch also pioneered something radical for its time, a new town designed around public transport rather than the private car. 3 million trees were planted, roads were banked to reduce noise, pedestrians were separated from fast-moving traffic. Those were not luxuries, they were choices about quality of life. Within 2 decades, a town of 32,000 had grown into a community of more than 70, eventually reaching around 90,000 by the end of the century, many families escaping overcrowded terraces and the slums in Birmingham. The estates that emerged, Churchill, Matchborough, Winyates, Greenlands and Woodrow, were planned communities where working families could own their own homes, raise children and access to schools, parks and services within walking distance. Arrow Valley Country Park remains one of the great successes of Newtown planning, 900 acres of protected green space at the heart of Redditch. Historic sites were preserved too, the Forge Mill Needle Museum and Bordesley Abbey, anchoring centuries of history within a modern town. In 1983, Queen Elizabeth II opened the Kingfisher Shopping Centre and Forge Mill National Needle Museum. Thousands lined the streets in Millwood Square. The Queen unveiled Edoardo Palazzi's mosaics, celebrating Redditch's needle-making heritage, astronauts and needles side by side, symbolising past and future. The chair of the Development Corporation, Professor Dennis Hinton, said at the time this marked the completion of an enterprise of which everyone can be proud. But Redditch wasn't just built on being a new town, it had manufacturing at the heart of its DNA. It produced 19% in the early 20th century of the world's needles, not cottage craft, but precision metalworking at scale. Those skills fed into bicycles, motorcycles, springs and defence manufacturing. Royal Enfield, BSA, aerospace components, Redditch had industrial DNA. During the Second World War, high-duty alloys employed 13,000 people producing aircraft for Rolls-Royce and others. Post-war, those same skills flew in Concorde and British defence systems. The Development Corporation understood this. The new town was deliberately planned around a manufacturing-led economy, not a dormitory suburb, but a place with skilled local employment. For a time, that promise was kept. The landscaping and design principles established by Hugh Wilson, Lewis Womersley and their teams proved durable. But something changed, something fundamental changed when the Housing Corporation was wound up in 1985. Housing targets were met, but the commitment to self-sustaining local economy faded. Cheap imports hollowed out traditional industries. Over time, Redditch became increasingly a commuter town for Birmingham. Between 2007 and 2017, the UK lost 600,000 manufacturing jobs. Redditch, with twice the national average employment in manufacturing, was hit harder than most. Today, manufacturing output has declined even more, where employment remains. Skill pathways have narrowed, the defence and aerospace sector survived, but a fraction of its former scale. Even core services have faced sustained pressure. The Alexandra Hospital has lost services like paediatric services and maternity services, undermining public confidence and reminding us that infrastructure built once still requires long-term support. And underpinning all of this are social pressures. Drugs, crime, child poverty. Over half of the Redditch households experience at least one form of deprivation. Neighbourhoods built as modern housing for working families, like Greenlands and Woodrow, are now designated as areas of such concentrated deprivation that they qualify for £20 million of targeted regeneration funding. I welcome that investment, but it should give us pause. This was not the future those planners envisaged. What Redditch teaches us is that new towns worked when they combined 5 key things: a clear social purpose, long-term institutions, integrated employment, infrastructure built up front, community cohesion by design. Redditch achieved all of these things between the 1960s and 1980s. We lost momentum when that comprehensive approach was abandoned. The lesson is not that new towns failed, it's that when we stop thinking long-term, stop planning for jobs and stop backing places with sustained investment, we broke that model. As we debate new towns today, we must ask, are we prepared to commit to the same level of ambition that created Redditch, or will we settle for the piecemeal fixes after decline that has already set in? My constituents are proud of Redditch's new town heritage, but pride alone will not secure its future. To honour that legacy, we must renew it with long-term investment, integrated planning, and the political will to see it through. That is not nostalgia. It is a hard-headed realism about what works and what my constituents deserve.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my honourable friend from Kirkillock and Cumbernauld for, the other way around, for securing this debate. It's one that I'm hugely passionate about and gives me an opportunity to have 7 minutes to talk about Harlow. So thank you very much. How do you begin to describe a new town like Harlow? Do you talk about the houses, the bricks and the mortar, the gardens and the trees? Or do you talk about the people, the young and the old, and everyone in between? I think you start with the people. But I'm going to start, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the history. Harlow was designated a new town in 1947 as part of the post-war reconstruction. Many people moved to Harlow from London to start a family, coining Harlow its first nickname, Pramtown. The master plan for Harlow was drawn up by Sir Frederick Gibbard with the help of Dame Sylvia Crowe and others. It was designed to have a sense of community, with every neighbourhood having its own shopping centre, its own shopping hatch, a play park and green spaces, and its own public art. I don't think, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many places that you can walk down the street, go into an estate and come across a Rodin or a Barbara Hepworth just on your daily rounds, or in fact the odd concrete donkey. And that sense of community still shines through today. It shines through every time I go and watch Harlow Town Football Club, every time I pop for a pint in the Hare, visit the art studios at Parliamentary Mill or the Gibbard Gardens, or visit our beautiful town park for the park run, which I'm doing slightly more often than usual. We see that sense of community, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the many incredibility charities and community organisations that Harlow has, many of whom I've had the pleasure to visit during my 18 months as Harlow's MP, and 2 of which, the Youth Concern Trust and Raised Roof, I have the absolute honour to be a trustee of. We see it in the way our town supported one another during the terrible pandemic. And yes, how people in Harlow often support me as well. Gibbard's design for the estates, I can absolutely echo what my honourable friend said about the housing numbers. I would defy anyone to walk around Lumbunks and try and explain to me the logic around that sort of numbering system, I can assure you. It was also designed to be a place where managers and workers lived side by side as part of that same community with that same ambition to achieve. And I think that's something that we've lost sight of a little bit as some of the issues that my honourable member for Redditch mentioned about the decline in manufacturing, which has had a huge impact on places like Harlow as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I said in this place a number of times, Harlow might not be the oldest new town. I was waiting for an intervention from my honourable friend from Stevenage.
My honourable friend, can my honourable friend for Harlow confirm which is the oldest new town in the UK?
I think my honourable friend from Stevenage knows fairly well. But it's nearly the oldest new town. And it might not be the best, or I think it is the best, although it's probably not the best if you're a fan of being able to park your car anywhere near your house. But it absolutely is the new town, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the biggest heart. I hope that when this government looks at the creation of a new generation of new towns, it will look at the things that did work in Harlow, because creating a new town isn't just about bricks and mortar, about trees and gardens. It's about people and communities too. I am proud to represent Harlow with its history, but I'm determined that Harlow will have a strong future as well. And the commitment last year from this government to ensure that the UK Health Security Agency will have its permanent home in Harlow is huge for this country. As I mentioned earlier, the decline in the manufacturing industry has had an impact on Harlow. We have seen some of that industry go. We are still got some fantastic industry in terms of Raytheon and other really important manufacturing businesses, but of course we've seen that decline. And I absolutely agree with comments from my honourable friends about the importance of the need for continual investment in our new towns to see them survive and thrive for the future, and the importance of that long-term stewardship. Just one anecdotal fact about Harlow before I wind up, Madam Deputy Speaker, wind up the bit, Madam Deputy Speaker maybe, is Harlow's fantastic cycle network. Now, of course, they need more investment, and I would always push Essex County Council to continue to invest in our cycle network. But an interesting fact about Harlow is you can get one side to the other without ever going on a main road because of our fantastic cycle network and our green wedges and green fingers, which are hugely important to that sense of community. Madam Deputy Speaker, everybody deserves a place in the history of Harlow, even those like me who came to Harlow from afar. And together we are the perfect blend.
That sounded more like a maiden speech, but Kevin Bonavia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to become second on this occasion to my honourable friend, member for Harlow. And we in Stevenage, we may not have a concrete donkey. We do have a donkey park, and we do have a concrete polar bear in Chels, which we were very, very proud of. I would also like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Combinall and Kirkcaldy, for securing this really important debate on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of her new town. Now, my new town of Stevenage is celebrating its 80th anniversary as the first new town in UK this year. And as it shares its birth year with the birth year of my mum, whose actually 80th birthday is today. So after celebrating my new town, I will be celebrating with her later. And my mum was born and grew up in Glasgow. And like many people growing up in the 50s and 60s, they sought a new life. She didn't end up in Cumbernauld. She went on a circuitous route via Malta and then back to London. And you know, she had ambition for her family, and as did my dad John, my brother Gary, and I ended up in Stevenage. And this is a town that's really welcomed me as somebody who wanted to start a new life there. And that is a story of new towns, where people, it's not just, you know, if you get lucky enough to be born there and grow up there, but you choose to live there and start a new life, and your aspiration becomes your community's aspiration. And that is the story of new towns. But as I'm sure my honourable friend the Minister is finding now, creating and developing new towns isn't easy. And one of his predecessors, the Minister for Housing, Lewis Silkin, came to what was then the large village of Stevenage in the 1940s and arrived to see the sign of Stevenage Station be marked out and replaced with Silkengrad. He was not assured of a warm welcome. But that minister had determination, and he said, we're going to build this town. And so we did, and it was really, really a huge achievement. And it showed the benefit of planning, thinking ahead, thinking about the kind of homes people need, but not just the homes, the schools, the jobs, the parks. If you come to Stevenage to this day, the first impression you will get is how green is this place. And if you're lucky enough to be able to work in Stevenage itself, whether you live there or you come there for work, you'll find how easy it is to get to that work. And we have great companies that have developed over generations. Generations of people have worked at what is now MBDA and Airbus in the aerospace and defence sectors. Over a quarter of satellites in space are made in Stevenage. Missiles, the Storm Shadow missiles, are made in Stevenage that are sent to Ukraine to help in the defence of against the horrific invasion by Putin's Russia. So new towns like Stevenage play their part. But a debate's really important today because it's, like many members of this House said today, it's a lessons from new towns and what can we do to rejuvenate new towns. My honourable friend came to Stevenage weeks after the general election, and with Sir Michael Lyons, and he was there with fellow minister there, Baron Sharon Taylor, Stevenage grown, and she herself has helped shape Stevenage and is doing a great job shaping homes across this country. And what they saw was a new development in a town centre, new affordable homes to deal with today's housing crisis. And it was Stevenage was built in response to a housing crisis back then. So the challenge now is even more immense, because Stevenage once had 38,000 council homes. That's down to 8,000. And I've knocked on doors where I've seen people living private rent there, and they have that insecurity. This government is working to fix that. But we need to get those new homes, and we need to rejuvenate our town centres, as has been said previously. And that ain't easy, because the lesson from development corporations was what you do once you've got them up and running and have done their job. And what happened in Stevenage was in 1980, it was transferred to hedge funds and pension companies, and it's so much harder now to rejuvenate those town centres. And that's one of the biggest things I get on the doorstep. Homes and what's happening in that town centre. So we really, really have to not just learn the lessons for new towns, but for our existing new towns, we need to make sure that we will reshape them. Now, Stevenage remains ambitious. We have a council and a council leader in Richard Henry, who's leading the push for a £1 billion regeneration project in the town centre, including Stevenage Gateway, which will need government support, a new station, new homes, new education facilities right in the heart of our town. Because Stevenage isn't a commuter town, though many people do come and go from Stevenage for work, but it is also a community with neighbourhoods, with amazing individuals who I'm very proud to cite time in and time out in this place. And they didn't just turn up their bare luck. It's because people had the foresight. Lewis Silkin, Monica Felton, Eric Claxton, these were the pioneers of Stevenage. We now have the chance to learn from them as we build our new towns for the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The brilliant, transformative Labour government of 1945 accepted and endorsed the idea of investing in the construction of new towns as a way of providing much improved living conditions for people throughout our nation. I'm delighted that this Labour government again does that today. And I'm proud to be the MP for Glenrothes, the second post-war new town in Scotland following East Kilbride, which was born on the 13th of June in 1948, when the Development Corporation was set up under the New Towns Act. And of course, we are proud to be where my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch, grew up, and I congratulate her on securing this debate today, which I think has been a really good debate on the past of new towns and on their future as well. And the purpose for Glenrothes to be established was to generate economic growth and renewal in Central Fife. And the town has achieved this despite great setbacks, even at its foundation, and it's a story for Glenrothes, which I think can inspire us to tackle the challenges which new towns face today. Because initially, the reason Glenrothes was founded was to support the development of a newly established National Coal Board super pit called the Rothes Colliery in 1958, which hardly ever worked at all, because it was had a plethora of problems, much like the Conservative Party, such as flooding and geological faults. And when the pit closed, further development of Glenrothes almost came to a halt. But the people of Glenrothes didn't give up, and either Fife Council and the Development Corporation targeted the growing electronics industry to attract them to the town, and Glenrothes became an important centre for light industry. The town played a significant role in establishing Scotland's Silicon Glen, with many high-tech companies investing in the area. And as my honourable friend said in her speech opening this debate, it shows how new towns have to reinvent themselves and are soon not new and have to look towards the future. And that's what we're doing today in Glenrothes, where we are already the administrative centre for Fife, and we maintain a strong presence in the technology and manufacturing sectors with a population of just under 40,000. Glenrothes is the third largest settlement in Fife after Dunfermline and Kirkcaldy, and looking to the future with investment in pride of place in my constituency, in Methil and Buckhaven nearby Glenrothes, and also in our regional growth zone, new funding for which was announced by Douglas Alexander, Secretary of State for Scotland, last week. While we can't boast either concrete polar bears or concrete donkeys, we do have concrete hippos, for which are greatly valued in the town and for which we are renowned. In terms of business, the reason that many companies continue to make Glenrothes their base is that the town has a great location in the centre of Scotland. We have much to be thankful for in terms of investment in our infrastructure. It is an attractive destination to invest, but the town does face significant challenges. And we know about the challenges faced by many new towns. We've heard about them in the debate today. And indeed, the Communities and Local Government Select Committee report of 2008 identified 3 particular infrastructure problems facing new towns throughout the UK: transport, town centre investment, and housing design and public space. And I think we've heard throughout today's debate these are still issues which affect our new towns. And certainly it's the case in Glenrothes that the idea of a 20-minute neighbourhood is a distant prospect still in our communities, and rail connectivity in particular is poor. So I will take a brief intervention from my...
Thank him for taking an intervention, particularly Madam Speaker, as I know I've already spoken. One of the issues that Harlow did have is they kind of built the M11 on the wrong side. So you have all these big long lorries going all the way through Harlow to get to the industrial side. So is it on the industrial sites on the other side of the town? So would he agree with me? Actually, it's really important that when we design these new towns, we really make sure we get that transport infrastructure absolutely right.
I could not agree more with my honourable friend. I mean, in history, it's certainly in rail connectivity in new towns in Scotland, the railway stations are either not there at all in the town or a great distance away from the town centre. So we have to learn those lessons for the future, and certainly looking at issues, for example, on town centres. The Kingdom Centre in Glenrothes is the centre and the high street of the town, but it's ageing. It needs to have investment in its infrastructure and requires a collective approach to offering new retail and entertainment opportunities. We need more community facilities in our housing estates, and we have an ageing housing stock where homes are not energy efficient, they're expensive to heat, and in a town where 20% of children are living in relative poverty, it's one of many strains on low-income households in the town with families struggling with the increasing costs of living. And that's why it's so important this government to action on energy bills, and the fact that housing stock in new towns is too often too aged and needs to be improved is a key issue for that area of policy. And the sad reality is that years of underinvestment in local authorities under a Scottish National Party government has resulted in a housing crisis across Scotland. And Glenrothes, established to address these challenges in the first place, is no exception. Fife Council has a housing stock of around 30,000 properties, but a waiting list around 13,000 people, really badly affecting so many people in my constituents in Glenrothes. Yet the Scottish Government's budget announced on Tuesday gave a rise of just 2% to local authorities, despite record-breaking block grants for the Scottish Government, with Labour delivering an additional £10.3 billion for public services in Scotland since the last election. A 2% increase for councils will not address the challenges faced by new towns in Scotland. And these towns, after all, as my honourable friend said, they're not new anymore. They're not preserved in aspic. They need investment. And the establishment of new towns shows that change is inevitable, but that the principles and values which inspired their creation remain constant. And we need to hold on to those ideals, the ideals which created Glenrothes and other new towns in the first place. We need to continue to strive for progress, for growth, for modernity, both in our built infrastructure, as well as our transport connectivity, as well as in our public services, in education and health in our new towns. And for that, we need to have leadership from government at all levels. And in Scotland, that means a Scottish government with a vision to actively support local authorities, to support those authorities which do have responsibility for new towns like Fife Council, to achieve the positive change which our new towns now are in badly need of, and that means investment. That's why we need a Scottish government capable of making new towns like Glenrothes feel new again.
The member for Stevenage mentioned it was his mother's birthday, and I've been given an update. The mother is called Yvonne Bonavia. So happy birthday, Yvonne. I now call Chris Hinchcliffe.
Mr. Speaker, the government's determination to deliver a new generation of new towns with everything residents will need for a thriving and fulfilling life offers a much more hopeful solution to the housing crisis in this country than the proliferation of overpriced and characterless bolt-on estates thrown up by profiteering developers in recent years. As ministers press on with these plans, I'd like to highlight some of what can be learnt from the radical and transformative history of previous such projects, because of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the development of new towns in this country grew out of the Garden City movement. And the very first and best garden city in the world is Letchworth Garden City in my constituency, and I won't take any interventions. The principles on which Letchworth was founded offer several lessons which I believe should now inform the plans for future new towns. Firstly, that the land on which the town will be constructed and the large rural greenbelt they need for healthy recreation and the supply of food should be brought into common ownership. This was always absolutely central to securing Ebenezer Howard's vision of the best of countryside and city life. This means having the ability to encourage industry through access to cheap sites, being able to keep housing affordable by capturing rising land values and using ground rents to fund community assets. To this day, the fact that Letchworth Heritage Foundation continues to have a substantial property portfolio allows it to invest in and subsidise many facilities that enrich life in the town, including the Garden City Greenway, the Broadway Cinema and standalone farm. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, lesson number 1 is that the development corporations for the next generation of new towns must be empowered to purchase all the land they need at current use value through CPOs if necessary. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must always remember that the purpose of garden cities was never just about the supply of housing. From the outset, Letchworth was always envisioned as a way to bring employment and industry to a depressed rural economy. In short, new towns need a purpose, not just a housing target to hit. Communities thrive and grow around the industries that define them, and without this, new towns will never escape the rather dismal fate of becoming little more than a commuter dormitory. So as we build the new towns of the future, we must be clear from the outset about what the economic anchor institutions of those communities will be, whether they will be new university towns born as Cambridge was by scholars ready to set up fresh seats of learning to rival those of the past, or new industrial sites for green technology. We must ensure that there is a clear economic identity defining the existence of future new towns. Thirdly, in an era in which a tiny proportion of our homes are actually designed by architects, the Royal Institute of the British Architects have estimated just 6% are, we should strive to match the optimism of the Garden City movement, which sought to prove that beautiful, bright and well-built homes could be made affordable for ordinary people. To this day, the arts and craft-inspired architecture of Letchworth makes it an incredibly special place, and as we build the next new towns, we should suffuse them with the same values and the same determination to provide genuinely affordable homes alongside constant proof that life is beautiful. That means commissioning architects to shape unique and inspiring local vernaculars that create a special identity for each town. It means embracing aesthetics and ornamentation as well as functionality. And it means patient public capital investing over the long term, above all in a high proportion of desperately needed council homes for social rent. In the context of the Office for Environmental Protection's warning that we are largely off target for the UK's environmental commitments, it is also absolutely crucial that future new towns follow the Garden City model of development in harmony with nature. Letchworth was built without cutting down a single mature tree, and there is no reason we cannot do the same now. Similarly, we must match the importance in Garden City principles of a well-protected green belt, securing permanent and easy access for the inhabitants of new towns to the peace and joy of a countryside next door that is teeming with wildlife. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, while not all of Ebenezer Howard's vision ultimately came to fruition, and like all towns, Letchworth has its own challenges today, the strength of the community it continues to foster nearly 125 years after it was founded should shape the policies we pursue to support the new towns to come. From decarbonised Letchworth to Wilbury Community Cafe and the Friends of Norton Common, the ordinary residents of Letchworth are a constant source of energy, passion and determination to tackle the challenges we face as a society, from environmental collapse to loneliness and the cost of living. The Labour government should foster and embrace these grassroots movements by combining new towns with a new drive to put power back in the hands of ordinary people, to give new communities the ability to shape their lives and their local area in a way that meets their hopes for the future. We need a new Charter of Community Rights. Fortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, the amendment I tabled to the Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill to do just that has, I believe, recently been retabled in the other place, providing the government with an excellent opportunity to rectify its oversight in failing to adopt the Charter when I first brought it to this House. Designed to put power back in the hands of ordinary people, the Charter for Community Rights offers a starting point for restoring popular agency in our democracy, which I believe is an essential ingredient to getting new towns right. With a right to a clean and healthy environment, a right to a healthy home, a right to play, a right to grow food on public sector land, a right to roam and swim, to participate in decisions shaping communities, and a right to challenge local decisions. Adopting the Charter for Community Rights is the final ingredient to ensuring this government's new towns are genuine communities capable of nurturing social life and cohesion from the outset. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, should be an objective we can all share.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must start by congratulating my honourable friend, Member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch, for a powerful but also a deeply personal speech. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has been the theme of this afternoon. Sons and daughters of new towns, but also stories of people who have come to new towns and made their lives there. And it is the case that each new town has its charm, its own history and unique identity. They are home today to 2.8 million people. And just as the post-war New Towns programme was integral to rebuilding the country after the war, this government's ambition for 12 new communities is one of the most important of this Parliament. Yeah. In my maiden speech in this place, I celebrated the history of Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City, but emphasised the importance of regeneration and investment. For places to thrive, they can't be static. Every town needs to evolve and renew for the future. In that first speech, I referenced the iconic shredded wheat silos that have sadly laid dormant next to Welwyn Garden City train station for years. And I'm very pleased to report to the House and my community that since I made that speech, planning permission has been granted for a 578-home development. Crucially, the silos will be maintained and all its history, and the developer Treble 8 is proposing to transform them and to create a sky bar and restaurant at the summit. There are lots of people in the town who are really excited about this, and it's precisely the type of imagination and investment that we need in our towns. The sooner the building work begins, the better. In Hatfield, we've seen Marketplace in the town centre open a new public play area, and I'm continuing to have conversations with the Borough Council about a much more ambitious regeneration programme for White Lion Square, which is at the heart of the town centre. And it's a conversation that can't just be between politicians. As soon as I can, I'll be sharing more information with Hatfield residents and asking for their input, imagination and ideas. Madam Deputy Speaker, our next generation of new towns should take inspiration from the last, but they must learn lessons as well. And many honourable members have talked to these in depth today. And I want to commend particularly the member for Redditch, who I thought made a very excellent and insightful speech. But we're looking to design places that we want to see thriving in the 2040s. And of course, that is a very different challenge to building in the late 1940s. That said, I believe there are examples of best practice and some timeless principles to look to again. I want to congratulate Sir Michael Lyons and his team on the New Towns Commission. They delivered a serious piece of work at pace and were clear that there has to be a long-term vision for each new place that we build, but there can be common elements to all. And my friend, the chair of the Select Committee, talked to some of these earlier, but I think it's worth returning to a few of them again. Number one, higher density in centres, so that residents can walk to local amenities and that the footfall created means that there is demand to support a viable and vibrant high street. Dedicated space for businesses and commercial activity so that new communities sustain jobs and attract ongoing investment. Easy access to parks, green spaces and nature. Social infrastructure, the good schools, cultural and sporting facilities, healthcare and hospitals in place from the outset. And balanced communities with a range of housing tenures. And it's the need for social and affordable housing that has always been important to me and integral to the New Towns project. Outside of our largest cities, our existing new towns have the highest concentration of social homes in the country. We need to build social homes at scale again to meet the urgency of the housing crisis, but to plan with consideration as well. In our existing towns, there is too often a visible divide between estates and roads full of private homes for the more affluent. In our next generation of new towns, let's build tenure-blind communities. Our ambition should be to walk down a street and not be able to tell the difference between a private home, one for private rent, one for shared ownership, or one for social rent. And as we walk down these streets of tomorrow, let's make sure that they're lined with electric car charging points, homes with solar panels and heat pumps, and are never too far away from a green space community centre and, in my case, a cricket club. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was born in Welwyn Garden City. It's my privilege to represent two brilliant and unique places and new towns in Parliament. So I will always be a champion for them. But if we are to meet the moment and address the housing crisis, we need advocates for the next generation of these communities on all sides of this chamber. Let's invest in renewing the new towns that have been with us since the 1940s. Let's be bold in planning the communities of the future, and let's get building.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kirkton-Tilloch, particularly her moving comments about community. And while obviously community starts with the people, it does need a bit of a boost from the planners and the developers from time to time. Now, seeing is believing when it comes to delivering the homes this country urgently needs. And I've seen and been inspired by things in Rugby. And just as we've heard from honourable members how old new towns inform the new towns, so can the urban extensions to old towns, like mine of Rugby, provide some guidance and inspiration. I want to put on record my belief that we have a fantastic housing minister who is totally committed, as is the government, to delivering on the 1.5 million houses commitment. It's vital, and it will avoid a return to an era when successive governments failed to build enough homes for our growing population. Now, whether old or new town, what our constituents want are first-class links to essential facilities, GP surgeries, schools, green spaces, libraries and transport. In October 2024, Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke about what I called the moon landing paradox, how human beings can land a man on the moon, create artificial intelligence, nuclear power stations and the rest, but we seem incapable of providing sufficient homes of sufficient quality at an affordable price to sufficient numbers of our citizens. Now, a regular refrain in my inbox is concern over Rugby's expansion as a conurbation. One that I appreciate stems from the fear that infrastructure and services haven't kept pace with development. As an MP, I, like all my colleagues, meet with developers to ensure that the appropriate Section 106 funding is used to alleviate these problems. But in Rugby, as an urban extension, we have a place called Holton, where Urban and Civic are the master developer. And in my view, it's a model of some success that deserves close attention because of some of the key ways they've sought to overcome the stumbling blocks that often lead to public scepticism or opposition to new housing developments, and that's clearly vital as the government proceeds with its plans. Key to Holton's success was the early investment in amenities, working with local and national stakeholders, providing confidence, reassurance and demonstrating the tangible benefits of large-scale developments. For For example, the early delivery of a 5-kilometre link road to Rugby immediately mitigated the concerns of residents over congestion that would have occurred. It enabled the accelerated development of the St Gabriel's Primary School ahead of the first residents even moving in. And they also accelerated the development of Halton School, and I recently visited the extension to that school of a primary school. They accelerated it by 7 years. Just taking the link road, imagine if it had been delivered when the planning obligation required it, which is in 2026. My inbox will have been filled to the brim, quite rightly, with complaints about lorries, road traffic, and road safety, and so on. Developers thought carefully about the amenities to put in place: a supermarket, cafes, restaurants, the Dolman Farm Community Hub, great pedestrian routes, and more. A Parkway train station, Madam Deputy Speaker, will also arrive, but of course, like trains these days, it may take some time. But it is coming, I'm assured. To replicate such developments and achieve the goals of this government, we must be clear-eyed in our focus, maintain our vision and invest significantly, something I know that the government's doing with its £39 billion affordable homes plan, a priority of my constituents. What's clearly needed now is a resolute focus by the government, which I believe it has, on working in partnership with developers and investors and making sure that the master developers or corporations have the resources and backing to deliver on the promises that they make to our communities. Housing and planning are a terrain littered with broken promises and unintended consequences. We've constructed an edifice of often well-intentioned constraints on government, which exists on the surface to protect the environment or archaeological sites, local political opinion, wildlife and so on, but which in reality makes it harder for developments to be brought forward quickly. Now, while I didn't coin the phrase, I was the first MP to say in this House last January that we should build, baby, build. And I stand by this statement. I commend the government for moving quickly and boldly in reforming our planning system and having an ambitious home building target and insisting, often against the will of some house builders, on affordability and the provision of social housing. But what I would like to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, is even more of an action this day approach, which I'm confident that these benches will support, so that we would use every power available to us as a government to overcome any and all impediments to the delivery of these new towns across the country and to get them started pronto. For example, we could stipulate some ideas that I would like to suggest to the Minister. For example, we could stipulate 5 areas across the country where there are large populations of young people, and we could pass legislation perhaps to allow modular housing developments, and we could ensure their high quality by running a competition globally and nationally for the best architects and engineers in the world to design small modular homes with up to 2 bedrooms for substantially less than the cheapest site-built home. I spoke about the moon landing paradox, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, this could be something of a moonshot, an effort to show the country and those of lower incomes or people starting their careers or their families that we have their backs. We could further use the prisoners building homes model to innovate, to reduce costs and simultaneously to reduce reoffending. I'd be very grateful if the Minister would comment on these moonshot type suggestions that I have put forward today to the House. Bold action is needed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's essential if we are to truly make a difference for our communities, and that is exactly what we are seeing from this government. More power to their elbow.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and often last but hopefully not least in my contribution. And may I also thank my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch, for what I thought was an excellent opening speech, but also other colleagues, particularly those from new towns who've spoken today. I represent a town that was founded in the 7th century, and I'm really proud of our history and heritage, but something that's really struck me today, as many of my colleagues have spoken, is the importance also of neighbourhood and community in what makes a great town. This government's plan to build 12 new towns is a positive change from the short-termism, lack of ambition and decline that we've experienced over the past decade and a half. I think for too long, Britain's lack of affordable housing has been put in the too difficult box, where challenges get tinkered with But the big decisions, so where challenges get tinkered with, but the big, difficult decisions get perpetually delayed. And where politicians do what is easy for now rather than what's right for the future. So I welcome this government's decision to restore the dream of home ownership for the rising generation. New towns, new transport infrastructure in the north announced yesterday, and new homegrown clean energy that will over time mean that energy bills make up a smaller share of a household's income, a new Britain. And Madam Deputy Speaker, though we will get new homes, there will not be a new town in County Durham. Other areas need them more. But we will, I think, the whole country, benefit from them. Not just from the economic growth, but their potential to modernise our country. And when these towns are built, as others have said, I hope that they are truly 21st century towns for a new era. Beautiful, green, and harnessing the best of British ingenuity. It's moved by the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell, who spoke, I thought, really eloquently about what those towns should look like. And I've come here today with one simple ask: that every new town be sustainably built with a modern district heating network. This is not radical, it's not a new or untested approach to providing cheaper and lower carbon power. The government announced last year 6 areas that will be put on heating networks that are not, but I've not heard it mentioned in conjunction with the new towns. Now, in Denmark, 70% of houses are already connected to district heating networks, and 75% of those are already using fully renewable green energy sources, and they've got a goal of increasing that to 100% by 2030. The average Danish home on a district heat network has an average energy bill of £835 a year. That's around £1,000 a year less than the average home in the UK. Yeah. In Germany, about 15% of homes are on district heating networks, but in cities like Munich, Hamburg and Berlin, this is closer to 1/3, and they've got an ambitious goal to bring this up to 1/2. The very fact that being heat networked is more energy efficient, but the energy efficiency grows when the most sustainable energy sources are used for the network. I want to encourage the government to look seriously at the opportunities presented by geothermal energy, so we do not risk getting left behind. Germany's got a goal to increase their geothermal energy tenfold by 2030. This can mean deep geothermal, where deep wells bring water to the surface at a very high temperature, such as the Eden project, or United Downs in Cornwall, or Stoke-on-Trent's heating system, or in Southampton, where a city heating network draws from deep geothermal wells, a project that I believe was set up by the Minister for Energy Security when he led Southampton Council. It could also be shallow geothermal, with water passed through a heat exchanger, including those using mine water, such as in Gateshead or Lanchester Wines in Durham. Geothermal can be done anywhere, but 3 of the new towns lend themselves particularly well to this because of their geology. Those are Manchester Victoria, Leeds South Bank and Adlington, though having listened to the contribution of my honourable friend, the member for Macclesfield, I can suggest other alternatives where the geography is even more advantageous. So the use of geothermal and heating networks would be also beneficial to the UK's just transition from oil and gas, since we have skilled workers in drilling and pipelines. And the National Geothermal Centre and Durham Energy Institute are world-leading in this area and on hand to work with the government to develop the right solutions. Imagine moving into your new home in a new town, knowing that you have 100 years of free heating flowing through your pipes from under the ground. So I would ask gently that the government seriously considers looking at the way that these new towns and their infrastructure draw their energy, because I believe that in doing so, it will benefit the efforts that we're making in other parts of the country, including in Durham, to be part of this national story of renewal.
Come to the front benches, and I come to Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch for a really engaging speech about how it's the people who invest their lives in the community that make it what it is. And I'm sure we all share in that sentiment. And I've learned a great deal more about new towns from all the honourable members across the House. It's been a privilege to listen to this debate. Our manifesto, the Liberal Democrats, committed to 10 new garden cities. So we're welcoming of this debate, and we're welcoming of the government's ambitions for new towns, depending on how they are done, of course. It's vital to have a new generation of major communities, given the terrible state of affordability in which the housing sector got to under the last Conservative government. And that's why we have an ambition, a big ambition of 150,000 social homes per year above the government's current targets. But new towns mustn't be at the expense, of course, of existing communities and towns. My honourable friends on these benches are engaging constructively with a range of new towns on their boundaries with the government and with local communities in a positive and constructive spirit. They must deliver, of course, in social terms the homes provided, but also environmentally and economically, as the Mark 1, 2 and 3 new towns actually did so successfully. So there are 3 critical principles that need to be met, Madam Deputy Speaker, in our view. Environmental ambition, successful in social terms, that means infrastructure, and thirdly, long-term financial investment, sufficient to ensure housing is genuinely affordable and will offer a decent home in a good environment in all senses of that word, as honourable members have expressed it in many different ways throughout the debate. So firstly, on environmental ambition. Garden cities, I regret to say, seem to be being, and I hope unintentionally, airbrushed out of this programme in ways that are out of keeping with the post-war New Towns programme. What was built as Town Garden in Stevenage, originally called Town Garden, was a great reflection of how the Garden City principle informed and provided the basis for the New Towns. It was the Garden Cities Association which campaigned for a New Towns programme before the war, and now is the Town and Country Planning Association, and I should probably declare an interest as an honorary voluntary Vice President. Garden cities, garden cities are not just words. They are the basis of the new towns, Letchworth and Welland, we've heard well, and many others. Let the countryside invade the town, was one of Ebenezer Howard's cries. And I often wonder if he wrote those words at this very desk here, because his day job was a parliamentary clerk. And in his spare time, he wrote a radical piece called Tomorrow, A Peaceful Path to Real Reform. It didn't sell very well, so he renamed it a year later, Garden Cities of Tomorrow, and that laid the foundation for the garden cities and the new towns that were to come throughout the country. He was surely right to espouse a vision of how people and nature can thrive together, how town and country need to come together, how society and the environment need to thrive together. He was right then, and surely that is right now. So these new towns need to and must set the highest standards of nature protection, of well-insulated homes that are cheap to run, with solar panels on the roof, as promoted by my honourable friend for Cheltenham Sunshine Bill. Yes, with district heating and cheap heat, as the honourable member for Bishop Auckland pointed out. Good for the planet, as is good public transport, which doesn't pollute and jam up the roads. These are the ideas that were pioneered by many of the garden cities in the first place. And some of the best techniques were established, as the honourable member for Letchworth has well explained, the Letchworth Heritage Foundation, in which the environment was effectively endowed with assets and resources so that it would continue to be protected into the future, which means that for over 100 years the Trust has been able to fund and care for the environment and, as the honourable member said, put money back into Letchworth as a community. And that provided the great model and the example and another reflection of garden cities into new towns, the Milton Keynes Parks Trust, which does exactly the same thing, where such estates have not been sold off as has been described in other new towns. That is an incredibly successful model. It's vital to endow the public realm and the environment with the resources and the investments going to be needed to sustain them, as members have said, for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and 100 years. So on social impacts and infrastructure, I'd like to ask the Minister, and we'd like to ask the Minister, how councils and communities are going to make decisions over the impacts of the new towns. Any spatial development strategy is going to come after the event. They've already been designated. Parish councils like Somerton in Oxfordshire, which my honourable friend for Bicester and Woodstock is working hard to advocate for, pointed out a range of simultaneous proposals in Oxfordshire, including the Oxford Strategic Rail Freight Interchange, 280,000 square metres of warehousing at Baynard's Green, coincidentally being considered today by Cherwell District Council, the Puy de Fou Leisure Park and many other developments, which together will generate 47 million additional trips per year. The ongoing strategic environmental assessment, which of course I welcome, which the government is engaged in at the moment, may assess some of these impacts, but there is no plan that local authorities will be able to take part in to resolve these decisions and to take decisions about how the new towns, such as Hayford Park in Oxfordshire, will land in their midst and how that will affect the existing network and hierarchy of towns and communities. So there's a strategic planning missing link, and it needs to be put back that would allow the community-led approach to these developments that we would like to see. And allow affected local authorities to have their say. After all, Milton Keynes was a negotiated location for a new town between central and local government, as another example. And as the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld and Kirkconnell also said, it's vital to respect the identities of the place in which these new towns are located. So can I ask the Minister if he will commission a rapid sub-regional plan process for the councils in each of these locations so that they can resolve these issues? And will he's already indicated he may, but will he visit in due course all of these locations so he can engage with the local communities concerned? And will he confirm, and I think he said he was thinking about it, that as members have raised around the chamber, that the planned housing numbers will indeed count towards local plan targets imposed by the government standard method, because it's going to be impossible for local leaders and local councils to develop these new towns at the same time as trying to deliver impossible housing numbers targets, which many of them are facing. 41% increase in plan numbers in my Somerset council area alone, for example. And on social impacts within towns, the pre-war garden cities and post-war new towns were 90% affordable social housing. So, and I know in the Select Committee, the Minister indicated perhaps the government's walking back from the 40% affordable housing target in new towns. So what is the minimum the government will accept? Can the Minister tell us? And on infrastructure, which is needed, of course, by new and by existing towns, particularly those affected. For example, Ardley Station is needed to serve the Hayford Park new town and the existing community. But there's other forms of infrastructure as well that too often go missing. And it's not just in new towns. Urban extensions such as Orchard Grove in my Taunton and Wellington constituency, and the extensions at Bicester in my honourable friend for Bicester's constituency. GP surgeries that were promised and were needed have never come forward. So will the Minister ensure, will the government ensure that existing communities won't lose out GP surgeries as a result of new towns being given those facilities, for example? These are the vital relationships between the existing communities that need to be resolved. Transport, water, energy, health, active travel, that infrastructure must come first and before the housing. And thirdly, on the financial support that these developments will need if they're going to be successful. And of course, all these things, Madam Deputy Speaker, cost money. I recognise that. We recognise that. So we're disappointed that I think the Minister said to the Select Committee there is no new town pot for funding. And that poses a real risk that the £3.9 billion affordable housing programme per year funding will be used to fund this programme, which would inevitably take funding away from other areas. So while the land value capture model that government is promoting is welcome, and we support that, and I want to make that put that on the record. It's not going to be enough. The original post-war new towns, as many members opposite will know, had significant 60-year Treasury loans, about £4.7 billion worth. Now, depending on when you base that, if you take the 1960s, that would be, if you base it in the 1960s, that's about £140 billion today. Those loans were repaid. They were repaid not just in full, they're repaid with a surplus coming back to the Treasury, both in 1999 when the bulk of it was entirely repaid. Since then, almost another £1 billion was repaid from further receipts and land sales and receipts on that investment. So it's a sound investment. No doubt the Treasury will be saying somewhere that, don't worry, the market can deal with this, we don't need any public money into it. But markets don't look 50, 60, 100 years ahead. Markets don't know how to build communities with community facilities for real people, the kind of people the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld and Kirk-and-Tillis pointed out. So there needs to be long-term financial investment from the government so that these will be successful. Without that long-term investment, we risk repeating some of the failures of the past. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we stand ready to work with this government and in a constructive way on their New Towns programme, but only if it gives the financial investment that's needed so that it's a success and crucially so that existing towns don't lose out. If it recognises it must commit that long-term investment over and above land value capture so that local councillors and mayors are not left out in the cold trying to promote these projects with one arm tied behind their back. And finally, if it recognises that in a society under threat from climate change, environmental ambition needs to be at the forefront, learning from the very best of the Garden City ideals. Thank you.
I call the Shadow Minister, Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this important debate and to the Honourable Lady, the Member for Cumbernauld and Kirk-and-Tilloch, for bringing it forward. I do apologise. I've been rehearsing that in my head for quite some time and I've made a mess of it right from the outset. I apologise, Honourable Lady. I would also like to thank the 16 Honourable Members who have so far spoken in this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems that every time I return to this place, the government have fallen further and further away from justifying their increasingly mistaken belief that they can deliver on their 1.5 million homes target. No one believes they're going to reach such a lofty, albeit much needed, figure. We've pointed out before that the government's efforts to reach this unrealistic target appear geared towards removing as much local input to decision making as possible and to shifting development away from brownfield sites in cities and urban areas where demand and infrastructure exists to rural areas where demand is often lower and infrastructure is far less well provided or even non-existent. Which brings us to their new towns policy, a policy about which, as it's currently framed, we have significant concerns, which I will touch upon shortly. At the Labour Party conference at the end of September last year, the Secretary of State pledged that the government will go ahead with working on new towns in at least 12 locations. Since then, it has emerged that only 3 of these new towns will begin before the end of this Parliament, with the rest after 2029. Looking at the 3 new towns that we are supposedly meant to see begun before 2029, we've been told that sites in Tempsford in Bedfordshire, Leeds, South Bank and Cruise Hill and Chase Park in the London Borough of Enfield will be the first. While His Majesty's opposition recognise the need to build new homes, we hope that the government works harder to listen to and address the concerns of local people in these 3 sites than they have with the Honourable Member for Macclesfield, whose constituency includes one of the other 9 lower priority new town sites. The Honourable Gentleman highlighted some of His Majesty's opposition's key concerns for us when he presented a petition to the House on the 17th of December last year about plans for the Adlington new town. He did so again in his excellent speech earlier today. The concerns he outlined included the adverse impact on the Greenbelt, the adverse impact on agricultural land, strains on local infrastructure and services, and the adverse impact on local communities. We're sympathetic to his concerns, and they're not restricted just to Adlington. One of the first new towns earmarked for building is in the London Borough of Enfield, a borough with 37.3% Greenbelt and 47.6% open space. According to the CPRE, the green space of Enfield, much of which is based on the borders of the Enfield Chase Heritage Area of Special Character, gives large parts of Enfield a rural character comparable to Richmond Park or Hampstead Heath, areas also of significant local and historical value. The site of the new proposed new town currently comprises commercial horticultural nurseries, garden centres, a golf course, working farms and greenfield land. The local businesses employ around 1,000 people, and all of this is threatened by this proposal. These are not vast swathes of undeveloped potential, but important green spaces that help as much as urban centres to define an area's character and community. Tempsford in Bedfordshire is much the same and has been chosen as an area for a whole new standalone town. My honourable friend, the member for North Bedfordshire, highlighted on behalf of his constituents some of his concerns as the local Member of Parliament. It is vital that the government works to fully and properly consult a local community like Tempsford, an area currently made up of small villages, rather than continue their top-down crusade against the countryside. And this is why, on this side of the House, we have repeatedly sought assurances from the government about their plans for full and proper consultation of local people and local communities. So I hope that the Minister will commit to this today. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the impact of new towns do not stop at the boundaries of the local authority area in which they are developed. My honourable friend, the member for Broxbourne, has highlighted the proposed Cruise Hill development in the London Borough of Enfield will be closer to the village of Goffs Oak in his constituency than it is to Enfield Town Hall. The imposition of a new town of 21,000 properties on the border of his constituency cannot avoid having a direct impact upon his constituents. Will the Minister therefore commit to proper consultation of communities and councils adjacent to the local authority in which the proposed new town may take place? He is a decent man, and I hope that he will. He's more than all right. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do apologise again. The opposition recognises that the country is in desperate need of not just more housing, but more housing in the right places with the right infrastructure to support it. The Honourable Lady, the member for Erith and Thamesmead, made precisely this point in her speech. Identifying where places have the right infrastructure, brownfield or urban capacity, and where new homes are most wanted is a key factor in this. The government must get serious about their failure to improve house building in this country during their first 18 months in power. They must stop making excuses and blaming everybody else, and instead look at how to get the country building in the right places. And that is why the opposition has called for a brownfield first approach to be properly actioned and not just paid lip service to, as it is by the benches opposite. According to the CPRE, in a large number of local authorities, there is enough brownfield land with planning permission to meet the target set by the government's standard method for calculating housing need for at least the next 5 years. The same report shows that England's brownfield sites are increasing in number, land area and minimum net dwellings by up to 54%, 6% and 34% respectively between 2018 and 2024. Now, the government will no doubt point to their brownfield passports policy in response to that criticism. It should be noted that this policy, if actioned, is not without risk. It could result in the bypassing of crucial local input, minimising local community power in their own local neighbourhoods, and rushing through developments despite legitimate local objections, and that will do nothing for people's faith in democracy. But even if that proves to be a misplaced concern, brownfield passports do not deal with some of the deep-seated causes of brownfield delays. After all, we know that there are already hundreds of thousands of planning permissions on sites that have not yet been built, and it is a lazy generalisation and an inadequate explanation simply to blame all of that on greedy land developers, land banking, because the causes are more complex than that. Funding, complexity, increasing regulatory burdens and delays and other factors all play their part. And if the government do nothing to address these factors, then all they will succeed in is achieving more undeveloped planning permissions. And as we all know, people need real buildings to live in, not unexecuted planning permissions. I'll give way to my friend.
I'm very grateful for my friend giving way and for making this point about brownfield sites and the priority for brownfield sites. And I think he's giving the Minister some very good advice. So in Tempsford, villages where so much more housing is going to come upon them potentially, the first question they'll say will be, well, why haven't you built in those areas which are already developed? Have you maximised the potential in those areas? It is to the government's benefit if they can demonstrate, as I'm sure the Minister will from Dispatch shortly, that they are going to push as hard as they can on existing urban areas to maximise the housing potential and avoid some of the artificial blockages my honourable friend is talking about.
I agree with my honourable friend. I think it would be a great tragedy if the government push on with their new towns policy if they simply think that their brownfield passport thing will solve everything else, and we end up with fewer developments on brownfield sites, some developments on greenfield sites, end up losing that precious greenbelt and still not deliver the amount of housing that we need. And that would be an own goal from the government. So I do hope that they will take this away and do something about it. The government need to look further and faster into proper development of brownfield land rather than ripping up the greenbelt and steamrolling over local democracy, local voices and local communities. And recent history shows that this approach works. If the government want to see urban regeneration or densification done right, then they can follow Conservative examples and pursue brownfield, not greenfield first, as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, highlighted at the Conservative Party conference. The government need look no further than the Olympic Park in East London, a brownfield site transformed into a superbly connected hub of housing, business, retail and leisure, completed under Boris Johnson as Conservative Mayor of London. It was the same with Canary Wharf under Margaret Thatcher and Michael Heseltine, when the old dilapidated docks were completely regenerated, revitalised and reborn. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we mentioned in the final stages of the Planning and Infrastructure Act's journey through this place, the government should add to their growing pile of U-turns and reverse the damaging blows the Chancellor and the former Deputy Prime Minister dealt to the housing market and the construction market through their unholy trinity of economic decline, tax hikes and cuts to demand-side housing policies. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, only through a genuine brownfield first approach and a reversal of the damage inflicted by Number 11 and the former Secretary of State will the government succeed in protecting our countryside and get to building real homes properly connected with the right facilities that people actually want.
Minister Pennycook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to close this debate for the government. Can I begin by congratulating and thanking my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kirkcaldy, on securing it, and the Backbench Business Committee for granting the House an opportunity to debate this incredibly important matter. I was particularly struck in what was an incredibly strong opening speech by my honourable friend, by her emphasis on people, and as she said, planning done properly being able to change lives. I think that's a hugely important statement and a principle that guides the government in all areas. Can I also thank other honourable members for contributing to the debate? We had a series of thoughtful, passionate and incredibly personal in many cases contributions, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the most references to concrete animals that I think of any debate in my nearly 11 years in this place. But it has been a thoughtful and important debate and rich with history as well. The post-war New Towns programme was the most ambitious town building effort ever undertaken in the UK. It did transform the lives of millions of working people by giving them affordable and well-designed homes in well-planned and beautiful surroundings. And the 32 communities it created are now home to millions of people, including a number of honourable members who've made contributions this afternoon. I want to stress that the government will continue to invest in the regeneration of our existing new towns. My honourable friend made reference to some of the investment being made currently in hers. My honourable friends for Telford, Rugby, Welland Hatfield and Stevenage all made the case for what is happening, but what they want to see happen in the years ahead to further revitalise the places they represent. But alongside those efforts, we are determined to bring forward the next generation of new towns as per our manifesto commitment. In so doing, we've taken inspiration from the proud legacy of the 1945 Labour government, who through the 1946 New Towns Act initiated the first post-war wave of new town building, as well as the subsequent waves in the 1960s. But we've also sought to learn crucial lessons from those previous efforts. For example, and this was a point that several honourable members made, the fact that previous new town initiatives did not always embed long-term stewardship into their development and the detrimental consequences that has had for those locations. As the House will know, to progress the next generation of new towns, the government established an independent new towns task force within months of taking office. That task force, chaired by Sir Michael Lyons with Dame Kate Barker as his deputy, and 8 other highly regarded expert members drawn from across the built environment sector, and I pay huge tribute to all the work they did in producing their final report. That task force was given a clear mandate to make recommendations to ministers on the location and delivery of new towns with the objective of supporting and unlocking economic growth, as well as making a significant contribution to meeting housing demand in England. The government made clear that the task force should consider not only large-scale standalone new communities of the type Thamesford might be, but also urban extensions and urban regeneration schemes that would work with the grain of development in any given area. We specified that each of the new settlements should contain at least 10,000 homes, but made clear we expected the number to be far larger in size. We also commissioned the task force with ensuring that any proposals would deliver well-connected, well-designed, sustainable and attractive places where people want to live, with the infrastructure, amenities and services necessary to sustain thriving communities. And let me be clear, and honourable members are right to have raised this, success on those criteria will be integral to the success of a programme as a whole. Last September, the government published the final report of the task force, as well as its initial response to that report and immediate next steps. In that initial response, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government warmly welcomed all 12 of the locations recommended by the task force on the basis that prima facie each has the clear potential to deliver on the government's objectives. We also made clear that Tempsford, Cruise Hill in Enfield and Leeds South Bank look particularly promising to us as sites that might make significant contributions to unlocking economic growth and accelerating housing delivery. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're determined to get spades in the ground on at least three new towns in this Parliament, and I stress at least 3 because 3 is not the limit of our ambition. The Shadow Minister, I think, incorrectly assumed that it is just 3 and that it's just those 3 locations we've cited as promising. We are determined to deliver at least 3, but we're prepared to progress work on a far larger range of locations if that proves possible. We're now, as I'm sure you're aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the process of conducting a strategic environmental assessment to better understand the environmental impacts of new towns developments in respect of the locations recommended by the task force, as well as refining the scope of the programme more generally. And again, I want to stress, no final decisions on locations will be made until that SEA concludes, and prioritised locations could change as a result of that process. We intend to consult on the programme, to directly respond to the Shadow Minister's point, alongside the completed SEA report in the coming weeks. The feedback to that consultation will inform final decisions on the locations we intend to adopt, as well as other matters such as how we allocate funding between sites and how we define and support new town locations in planning policy. At the point we make decisions, we'll publish a comprehensive response to the task force's final report. Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members have raised a number of specific points in the debate today, which I will respond to as fully as I can within the constraints of the ongoing SEA and programme scoping process. The honourable gentleman, the member for North Bedfordshire, raised the matter, as did the Liberal Democrat spokesman, of LHN, of how housing targets interact with our new towns programme. We have been clear, not least because we expect construction of the new towns that come forward as a result of the programme to only begin in earnest towards the end of the Parliament, that our starting assumption was that new towns should deliver over and above the targets produced by the standard method. But I have been reflecting on this matter, not least in response to representations made from honourable members. And I want to ensure that when we come forward with our final position on LHN, it is one that's fair and consistent across the country and does provide the necessary incentives for communities to want to see new towns come forward. The Chair of the Select Committee and other honourable members raised the issue of affordable housing. Can I assure the House we're not walking back from our commitments on affordable housing, we're not watering them down. We've been very clear. New towns should have a range of housing types available, including adequate proportions of genuinely affordable homes. It's worth stressing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the task force, in its final report, endorsed the government's commitment. It was a government gold standard to aim for that 40% affordable housing target. These task force have been very clear in their final report that they endorse that. They want to see that 40% come forward as a minimum. Half of those being social rented homes, and we desperately need social rented homes, and that is why it's such a priority for the government. But what they very clearly said was where viability makes achieving that 40% target challenging, that the government should look to meet the requirement through grant funding. And that is something the government does have to consider as it scopes the programme, particularly in those locations with low land values where meeting that affordable number will be more challenging. But again, we'll bring forward further detail on those and the other placemaking principles in the task force's final report after the environmental assessment and consultation, when we can provide honourable members and the public more widely with more detail. My honourable friend referenced delivery models. The government does agree with the task force that our preference for new towns should be the development corporation model. I think the House well understands the benefits that come with that model. There are, of course, a range of development corporation types, from centrally led corporations, mayoral ones, or even locally led ones. It all depends on the location of the town, its devolution, settlement and the capacity and capability of the authorities delivering. Again, we're assessing which delivery vehicle options are most appropriate to individual locations, and we'll come forward with further information on that point in due course. Several honourable members raised the issue of funding, challenged me to make clear why there has not been more detail on funding, why there isn't a dedicated pot of funding for new towns. That is because the funding required for new towns, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this spending review period will vary according to the needs of the places which the task force have recommended and which we ultimately adopt through the scoping process. But I want to make clear to honourable members that the delivery of new towns will be backed by funding across the government's landmark housing programmes, such as the £39 billion social and affordable housing programme, but also the hundreds of millions of pounds of grant that are available from our National Housing Delivery Fund for land and infrastructure investment, and the additional capital funding that will be managed by the new National Housing Bank, which will invest in house building across the country. So there are funding sources to draw upon, even though there isn't a specific New Towns Fund that was announced in the budget. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Minister, who's always very generous giving way. Could I just press him a little further? Has the Treasury ruled out long-term loans as per the New Towns programme post-war?
Well, I'll come on to talk about financing in slightly more detail, and in particular the options we're considering. But again, I'm afraid he'll have to wait for the publication of the SEA report and the programme that will go out to consultation, and he and others, members across the House, including their communities and neighbouring communities to the sites that are proposed for adoption, will be able to feed into that process more widely. But there is funding and long-term funding available in this spending review period and going forward, because many of these propositions, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be large-scale new communities that will have to be built out over, in some cases, decades. I want to just finish with touching on 2 or 3 other issues that were raised, but most importantly, public engagement. And this has been a theme that's been raised by a number of honourable members. Now, what we got through what the task force got, and the government was kept on top of it, so Michael Lyons reported to me quite regularly about the work of the task force, as the House would expect, was through the call for evidence, through engagement with local areas, local leaders, there is a huge appetite for new towns to come forward. There are lots of parts of the country which would desperately welcome a new town. But I recognise in other areas, where particularly small villages such as Tempford's, there's trepidation about what may come, there's questions that residents want answered. And in some cases, and my honourable friend, the member for Macclesfield, has been forthright and honest about this, there's outright hostility and objection to some of the locations that have been proposed. And in his particular case, I can assure him, we've met on this subject, we've had several conversations. I do recognise the strength of feeling that exists in his community, and his residents can be in no doubt about the fact that he has conveyed that strength of feeling very forcefully to me on that particular location. The task force report is clear that existing communities should be a key part of any new town development, and community engagement is one of its core recommended placemaking principles. The government is working closely with local leaders as part of the scoping process of the programme and building our evidence base to understand the impacts of potential new town locations, and will carry out, as I've said, the appropriate assessments and public consultations before any final decisions are made on locations. But I must stress, and we have been entirely candid about this fact from the outset, ultimately we're clear that decisions on new town locations will be made in the national interest. I'll happily give way.
Thank him for being generous with his time and giving way. And for reinforcing the government's strategic direction, which I think most of us agree with in his remarks there. It seems as we've moved on to this next stage, there has been many local council leaders that he's spoken about who are feeling that there is friction and frustration with the communication between their local councils and the government department, with the government department making it feel like they are supposed to be bidding for this money. So can he meet with local council leaders to try and reset that relationship so it can be more constructive as we move forward through this next stage of the process?
Well, my honourable friend made the same points at the Select Committee where I appeared earlier in the week. I've taken them on board. I'm happy to look at what the department can do to ensure that there is a constructive relationship going forward in each instance where the government is seeking to build its evidence base. But I certainly don't recognise that that's the government's intention, if you like, to be going out to local areas and asking them to bid in to the programme. But we do want to work with local communities, local leaders, to better understand and assess what is the proposition in each particular case. Two, very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, issues that I do want to pick up. Firstly, on financing. All of the lessons suggest, and several honourable members made this point very forcefully, that the long-term increase in the value of land once development is underway in new town sites can be captured and reinvested. And the honourable gentleman, the Lib Dem spokesman, is absolutely correct that the new 3 waves of new towns programmes each repaid the money, the investment that was ploughed into them up front. So we know that. And the task force in particular recommended that we should explore a role of options, including taxation, within the financing model. And we are exploring, I think it was a point made by the Select Committee Chair, we are exploring, for example, TIFs and what role they might play in the New Towns programme. And lastly, I just did want to, because it was an important theme, as I said, that several honourable members raised, address this point of stewardship, which I think is particularly important. We very much welcomed all of the recommendations made by the task force on placemaking, on other issues that will be pertinent in the years ahead as we take the programme forward. But in regards to stewardship in particular, they recommended, rightly in my view, that a long-term stewardship model should be in place from the outset, and that should include clear governance and funding structures to manage and maintain communal assets, so we can learn those lessons of the earlier waves of new towns coming forward and get things right for this new programme. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government's New Towns programme, in the Government's view, provides a once-in-a-generation opportunity to fundamentally reshape the delivery of large-scale new communities, and by delivering them boost economic growth and productivity and make a significant contribution to meeting housing need in England over the coming decades. The Government remains resolute in its determined to bring forward the next generation of new towns and will work tirelessly across government and with delivery partners and local communities to ensure that they are, in the words of the task force, not just places to live, but places to live well and places for people. I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kirk-and-Tilloch, for securing and opening the debate. Again, as I said, to other honourable members for taking part. And I very much look forward, and I know honourable members will take me at my word at this, to further engagement across the House as we advance the programme in the months and years ahead.
Katrina Murray to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And when I applied to the Backbench Business Committee for this debate, even though the bravado said yes, there were lots of interest, I did have some concerns that it might be a little bit niche. So I have so glad to have seen the debate this afternoon. We've had a debate of the mothers and the grandmothers. I also want to wish Yvonne Bonaviva a very happy birthday. And it's been a wonderful opportunity to do what has been described to me as write love letters to our communities. Whether it's our towns, our garden cities, or the villages as they currently are and we currently love. It's also been a debate of real concern, and I hope that the Honourable Member for North Bedfordshire and the Honourable Member for Macclesfield have heard the experiences of both the members for Milton Keynes North and Stevenage. If you haven't, I'll introduce you to my mother, someone else whose village was subsumed into the Glenrothes new town, but recognised it was the only way that she was going to be able to stay in her area and raise a family, and raise a family without having to, because the jobs and life was there. Final thanks, a particular thanks to my honourable friends for Harlow and Glenrothes and Mid-Fife for their references to town art. It doesn't matter if it's concrete cows, polar bears, hippos, elephants. In my case, it's the totems. They were a strong part of the development corporations, making sure that they used the ready amount of concrete at their disposal, and town artists to make sure that it is not just there is beauty in the built environment as well. And I would encourage the next generation of development corporations to include town artists as part of their workforce. Thank you all, and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. We now come to the backbench debate on financial support for small businesses and individuals during the COVID-19 pandemic. I call Manuela Pertigella, who will speak for a maximum of 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand to move the motion as on the order papers in my name. Before I start, I would like to thank the Backbench Business Committee for allowing us time to debate this important issue. I would also like to thank colleagues across the House for their tremendous support when I applied for this debate, and in particular, my honourable friend for Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, who is the chair of the all-party parliamentary group on gaps in COVID-19 financial support, of which I am also an officer. I want to place on record my thanks to Excluded UK for their tireless and formidable campaigning. Without their work, many of these stories would never have been heard. Without them, many people would have been left to suffer in silence. They have shown persistence, compassion, and a commitment to justice. This debate is about a national scandal during the COVID-19 pandemic, which impacted millions of individuals and families, including mine. My spouse could only apply for a bounce-back loan when everything stopped. I want to speak about three things today. First, why I'm campaigning on this issue. Second, the people behind the statistics, including my constituents in Stratford-on-Avon, who contacted me in desperation and still feeling the horrendous impact of a policy decision by the then government to exclude them from any kind of financial support. And third, what needs to change. When COVID struck, the message from government was clear. Help would be there and no one would be left behind. The Chancellor at the time, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and Northallerton, vowed no one will be left without hope. For many, that was true, but for millions of others, that promise rang hollow. They paid in, they followed the rules, and when they needed support, they were told they did not qualify. People lost their income overnight, they lost their savings, their homes. I will give it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A genuine question, because I've obviously followed this campaign from afar. Could the Honourable Lady explain to me what were the reasons given by the government at the time for these people to be excluded in this way?
And I will get, thank you. Yes, thank you to the Honourable Member. I will get through to that in my speech. And some lost their lives. In Stratford-on-Avon, as well as up down the country, businesses owners ask a simple question. Why were they excluded when they had paid tax for years? These were people running events businesses, training services, consultancies, freelancers from the arts, music and creative sectors, and small companies that form part of the backbone of our local economy. This is the injustice that this debate seeks to address. It is important to say from the outset that we are not denying the scale or urgency of the government's response in March 2020. The coronavirus job retention scheme and the self-employment income support scheme were introduced at a speed and on a scale never seen before. According to the House of Commons Library, the overall cost of COVID-19 business support ran into tens of billions of pounds, and for many people and businesses, it prevented immediate hardship and business collapse. That context matters because it shows that the government was capable of acting decisively. The state was capable of dealing with a suite of diverse and complex scenarios. So the question is why, alongside that intervention, millions of people were left without nothing at all. They were simply abandoned. So around 3.8 million UK taxpayers were excluded from meaningful financial support during the pandemic. That figure is supported by analysis from HMRC, the National Audit Office, and research cited by the House of Commons Library. They included company directors paid through dividends, newly self-employed people, new businesses, PAYE freelancers, new starters, and those whose circumstances such as maternity, adoption or parental leave, or those on carers allowance, placed them just outside rigid eligibility rules. This was a substantial part of the British workforce. These government support schemes work well for many, but excluded millions by design. The problem was not the absence of data, but the choice made about how that data would be used. Company directors paid through dividends were told that their income could not be verified despite submitting annual self-assessments, corporation tax returns, and company accounts to Companies House. New businesses were excluded simply because they had not traded for long enough. Mixed income workers were penalized for having diversified their earnings. These people were not invisible to the tax system, they were invisible to the support schemes. The decision to exclude them was not an administrative necessity, it was a policy decision. And for that alone, the 3.8 million people left out must have an apology. These decisions are now rightly being examined by the UK COVID-19 inquiry. Module 9, which focuses on the economic response, is considering how eligibility criteria were set, how fraud risk was assessed, and how trades-off were made between speed and fairness. And that scrutiny is essential, because the consequences of exclusion were not abstract. They were human, financial, and in many cases, long-lasting. The inquiry must not simply catalogue what happened, but confront what it meant for those left outside the system. Yes, I will.
Thank you. A 2021 University of Bristol report said that the women in their 40s with dependent children were disproportionately represented among the excluded, which raises concerns about child poverty, mental ill health, and compounding the effects of a gender pay gap. Does my honourable friend agree that research is needed into these and other longer-term impacts so they can be addressed?
Absolutely, I fully agree with my honourable friend, and in fact this is one of our asks as well, so that we not make the same mistake again. My constituent Victoria, who is in the gallery today, ran an events business hosting exhibitions and award ceremonies, and was ineligible for any scheme. A bounce-back loan was taken out simply to survive, and 5 years on, the debt remains, the recovery never fully came, and the business is now closing. Another constituent of mine moved roles, and he was informed that he would not be furloughed by his new employer as the cut-off for furlough through payroll had passed. There was very little consideration for people in their position. Another constituent was a director of a small education consultancy. They were told that income as dividends could not be distinguished from unearned income, despite verified accounts and professional oversight. The effect of that decision did not end when lockdowns lifted. The financial impact of exclusion was severe, but the human cost was greater still. Campaign groups had documented widespread mental distress across those excluded from support, including cases of suicide linked to financial hardship during the pandemic. There were people who felt hopeless, abandoned, and unseen. The mental health consequences of exclusion are still being felt, and they should weigh heavily on this House. The excluded have 3 requests of this government: an apology to the nearly 4 million workers who were abandoned, parity of support, and an acknowledgement of loss of earnings and consequential loss. And I asked the Minister to come and meet with the APPG on gaps in COVID-19 financial support so that he can hear directly from those affected. At the same time as millions of taxpayers were excluded from support, vast sums of public money were spent on dodgy PPE. The National Audit Office has confirmed that billions were lost through error and fraud across COVID-19 schemes. The PPE MedPro case illustrates this imbalance starkly. A company fast-tracked through the government VIP lane was paid 122 million for surgical gowns later ruled unfit for use, and has since been ordered to repay 148 million to the public purse. Therefore, this debate is not just about reflecting on what went wrong in the past. It is about recognizing and acknowledging the injustice, starting with an apology to the nearly 4 million workers who were abandoned under the previous Conservative government. We also must prepare properly for the future. Public health experts have been clear that future pandemics and national emergencies are not a question of if, but when. When that moment comes, this House has a responsibility to ensure that no one slips through the gaps again. Emergency support schemes must be designed around the reality of how people work in this country. Millions of people do not fit neatly into a single employment category. They combine PAYE work with self-employment, run small limited companies, take time out for caring responsibilities, or build new businesses from scratch. That diversity is a strength of our economy. not a problem to be designed out of eligibility. The state already holds vast amount of information through HMRC, Companies House, and other bodies. The lesson of COVID is that the issue was not a lack of data, but a lack of willingness to use it flexibly and fairly. Of course I will.
Thank you. I worked in health and social care during the COVID pandemic, and so I didn't experience furlough. In fact, we worked very, very hard indeed. Some of these self-employed people that were excluded that you're referencing, I mean, they are still suffering today. Does she agree with me that they are paying the price of the sheer incompetence of the previous government in how it managed that process?
I thank the honourable member for making that point. Yes, I fully agree with him, and I hope that the new Labour government will actually reflect on what went on and engage with all those that were excluded. So I look forward to the response from the Minister on this. So next time, inclusion must be the starting point and not an afterthought. But preparing for the future is not only about better scheme design. It is also about restoring trust in how public money is handled. During the pandemic, many legitimate taxpayers were denied support on the grounds of fraud risk, while at the same time, vast sums of public money were lost through waste, error, and contracts awarded through so-called VIP lanes. The PPE MedPro case raises serious questions about how decisions were taken and who benefited from them. While hard-working families and small businesses were pushed into debt and hardship, those connected to questionable contracts were fast-tracked and rewarded. Huge sums were handed out with little scrutiny, and in some cases, for equipment that put our brave doctors and nurses at risk, that could not even be used or ended up incinerated. And that imbalance matters because it corrodes trust. If we fail to learn these lessons, then we fail the very people who kept paying in even when they were left out. And if we succeed, then future emergency support can be fast, fair, and trusted. And this is what those who were excluded deserve. And that is what this House should commit to delivering. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, I have in the region of 10 members wanting to speak. So if they would restrict themselves to about 5 minutes each, I'll probably get everybody in. Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Stratford-on-Avon, for securing this incredibly important and long overdue debate, and also for being such a strong voice for those excluded from COVID-19 financial support. The Gaps in COVID-19 Financial Support APPG, of which I chair, currently has 77 cross-party members, demonstrating the strength of feeling across the House and desire to represent constituents affected by this issue. We have just heard a powerful case for the acknowledgement that approximately 3.8 million people were wholly or partially excluded from meaningful COVID-19 financial support. Years on, many remain burdened by unimaginable debt, some disgusting smears, declining mental health, and the loss of homes, businesses, and livelihoods. I was an advocate for some of these underrepresented people in my previous role as the NASUWT National Executive Member for the 6 counties of North Wales. Supply teachers with no contracted hours at all and no guaranteed work from day to day, even before the pandemic, were placed in a terrible position. In 4 of the North Wales counties I represented, a furlough-type payment was arranged. In 2, Gwynedd and Ynys Môn, a furlough payment was not arranged. This cohort of workers went through incredibly difficult times. In any capacity, professional or otherwise, when you speak with people who can't pay their rent or are in mortgage arrears, or where you can hear over the phone young, hungry children crying in the background, it leaves a deep and lasting impression on you. During the run-up to the 2024 general election, I met with campaigners for Excluded UK and learned that this situation was far bigger than supply teachers in 2 counties in North West Wales, and that it affected millions of people across the country and in many different industries. One of these campaigners was Ken, a small business owner and now constituent of mine. He remembers the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and Northallerton promising to the nation that no one would be left behind, and then the shock of finding himself with no support. Not only was he left without support for day-to-day living, but he also had to shoulder the ongoing costs of keeping a business afloat. The pandemic brought much to a halt, but software licenses, professional fees and other essential overheads did not stop. Ken began working at 17 and is now 72. He describes this as the only time when he needed help. The help was not there. That feeling has stayed with him ever since, not only because of the toll on his mental health, but because of the monthly reminder when he has to repay the bounce-back loan he was forced to take out to survive the pandemic. And Ken's story is just one of many still suffering from the after-effects of being excluded. 40 known suicides have been directly linked to exclusion from COVID-19 financial support. Hundreds more have attempted suicide, alongside widespread clinical anxiety, depression and trauma. These figures relate only to individuals known within the excluded UK membership and are likely to represent only a fraction of the true number. So I asked the Minister, will he acknowledge that the exclusion of around 3.8 million taxpayers from meaningful COVID-19 financial support was a serious policy failure? Will the government publish an assessment of the continuing financial and psychological harm, including suicide risk, and set out the support pathway for affected people? And finally, what steps is he taking to ensure future crisis support will be inclusive, with stronger parliamentary oversight? I wish to put on record my personal thanks to Jennifer Griffiths, Head Member of Welfare at Excluded UK and Secretariat of the APPG. She is the backbone of this campaign, and without her tireless work, many more lives would have been lost. And also to Tim Pravda for his long-standing advocacy and indispensable voice in this ongoing fight for justice. I would appreciate it if the Minister would agree to meet with the APPG, the Excluded UK, and bereaved families of those who died by suicide linked to exclusion. Diolch yn fawr.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Stratford-upon-Avon for bringing forward this debate today, and to the Backbench Business Committee for granting it. There is no doubt that the hardship affecting families, businesses and communities as a result of COVID-19 policies is ongoing. And the depth of suffering is frankly hard to read about. People pushed to their limits mentally and financially, having to endure indignity and injustice through no fault of their own. I do hope we can now all agree that it should never have happened, and it is something that we never want to see happen again. The various government financial support schemes that were set up did help many people, but for the forgotten businesses and individuals for who one bureaucratic reason or another were deemed ineligible, the situation was patently unfair and unjust. That's 3.8 million UK taxpayers who were excluded from support, while the rest of the working population were paid to stay at home. And why were they excluded? The reasons were arbitrary. Financial support was not forthcoming if a person was newly self-employed, or a PAYE freelancer, or a director paid in dividends, or someone starting a new job. The list went on. The rules were random, confusing, and pushed so many into desperate situations. Sadly, we shouldn't have been surprised that this happened. While some marvelled at the speedy rollout of the government's schemes, the reality was that the schemes were patchy, poorly thought out, and full of gaps. Of course they were. How could we ever expect to shut down our society and our economy and be able to cover the gigantic financial cost of that while making sure every person was properly looked after? It was unrealistic, and it was an unprecedented state intervention that was doomed to fail. I totally agree with those here today pushing for assurances that this will never happen again. But if we can't look back with honesty and clarity on what was done, then we are doomed to make the same mistakes again. Lockdown was the mistake from which all these injustices and suffering flowed. It was an unknown and unevidenced imposition that should never have been inflicted upon the British people. Many experts predicted from the start that they would cause untold misery and horrifically cost hundreds of thousands of lives through the unintended but very real collateral damage. It was a policy... I will indeed give way.
I thank my honourable friend Fink for giving way and for her powerful speech. Would she agree with me, so we may differ on the opinion about lockdown, but would she agree with me that had we not gone into lockdown, many more thousands of people would have lost their lives?
I don't believe the evidence proves that. I think we can look to other parts of the world and that wasn't the case. It was a policy that had unwavering and enthusiastic support from all sides of the House, with just a few of us, too few of us in this House, raising valid concerns but were shut down. It should be obvious that some people can't be damaged in the name of protecting others with interventions such as lockdowns that we don't know even if they work. The moral mathematics never added up. And now we must live with the consequences of what we did. We spent the region of 400 billion on COVID-19 response, a vast sum that will be clawed back through increased taxation and hardship for generations to come. And of course the Conservative Party had to put up taxes, but it was voted by every member pretty much in the House here, so taxes went up to pay for that £400 billion. And for me, such a statist intervention, such a socialist intervention would never work, and so it's proving to be. So for those businesses who did manage to survive, after everything that was thrown at them in the name of COVID, well, now they're having to face more gloom and doom from this socialist government in charge of our country that is pushing up taxes with two tax-busting budgets and also removing, without understanding it, business rates so far.
Order. The subject of the debate is financial support, specifically for COVID, and the Honourable Lady might want to make sure that she stays within the scope of that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. That was a sentence I was adding on because I felt it was very relevant that those who did manage to survive now aren't because of the extra taxes that are being put upon them. Plus, as business relief, which was part of COVID, is now being removed, and it seemed that the Chancellor didn't even know how that worked. So actually, they are suffering twofold because only some of that COVID benefit is now being removed. No wonder Labour MPs are being banned from pubs at the moment as we see mass closures of pubs going forward. So in conclusion, I will simply ask that we examine the bigger picture. Those 3.8 million people who were excluded from financial support and suffered a terrible injustice. But so too did those that received support, because lockdown took from everyone. Children denied education, mothers forced to give birth alone, people suffering heart attacks, strokes, sepsis, but too frightened to burden the NHS, bereaved families unable to mourn the dead. The list of injustices go on and on. None of it should ever have happened. The costs were always going to be too high, and worse, there appears to be no evidence that lockdown prevented those infections. And the COVID inquiry recently made two incredible assertions. One was that lockdowns were harmful, but should have started earlier, and the other was that the modelling should not have been used to justify major policy, but simultaneously prove that 23,000 lives could have been saved. So finally, lockdown was, as Professor Sunatra Gupta from the University of Oxford said...
Order. The debate is not about lockdown. It is about financial support. I hope the Honourable Lady is concluding her remarks.
I am concluding my remarks, and I am pleased to have been able to speak today of one of a handful out of 650 MPs who stood by the Forgotten Limited, who stood by many of our constituents whose businesses went out of business, as I was one of the few in the House, like I said, a handful who stood up for those people and the Forgotten Limited. So finally, as Professor Sunetra Gupta said, this was like taking a hammer to a fly on a pane of glass. And this is a quote: "You might or might not kill the fly, but you definitely shatter the window. It will take us a long time to pick up all those pieces. Next time we face a similar crisis, let's not panic and reach for the hammer."
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Stratford-upon-Avon for securing a debate on this really important subject. For many people, the COVID-19 pandemic was an incredibly difficult time. Healthcare and other key workers who serve their communities courageously, people who contracted the virus and their loved ones, children and young people who missed out on education and social interaction, and for anyone who had to isolate alone. It was also an immensely stressful time for people who lost their incomes but couldn't get financial support. As we've heard from other members, this group included many different types of people. I would like to share with the House examples of two of my constituents who faced financial repercussions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. One of my constituents was a journalist and table tennis coach when the UK went into lockdown in March 2020. She was unable to do either of those jobs but received no government support as she was deemed a fraud risk because her earned income was less than her combined state pension and work pension. She feels she was abandoned by those who should have had some empathy for the small business entrepreneurs whose lives were so badly affected by lockdown. Another of my constituents is a business owner who entered insolvency due to the pandemic through no fault of his own. My constituent had to close his worldwide travel risk management business during the pandemic due to the restrictions in place at the time. Despite having run a viable business before COVID, he now finds himself subject to extremely high interest rates, up to 32% on loans he's trying to secure to set himself back up in business. He's concerned he's being penalised as though his insolvency was the result of mismanagement or poor creditworthiness, rather than extraordinary and unforeseeable external circumstances. This not only hinders recovery efforts, but may also discourage future entrepreneurship. I would be grateful if the Minister would address the experiences of both my constituents and how the government can recognise the financial hardship that many taxpayers across the UK suffered during the COVID-19 lockdowns and ensure this would never happen in the future.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Stratford-on-Avon, for bringing this debate, and I thank the Backbench Committee for making time for it. As we approach the 6-year anniversary of the very first lockdown, I'm sure many colleagues will agree the time of face masks, social distancing and self-isolation feels so very long ago. However, for millions of individuals and countless businesses, it has been an even more arduous 6 years. Research now suggests, as we've heard, that about 3.8 million UK taxpayers were excluded from any support, and they did not enjoy the security that so many of the rest of us did. As we reflect on the ongoing fallout of the pandemic, it's vital that we take on the lessons learnt. But the matter of groups excluded from financial support during the pandemic isn't one we've only learnt in retrospect. There are issues which were raised at the time, in real time, and the failure to listen and act is one which any government must recognise and make efforts to rectify. We all understand why the initial schemes were targeted to support the majority of people, employees and established self-employed, but we waited in vain for the then Conservative government to provide support schemes for the other 3.8 million people. One outstanding issue, as we've heard, was the unnecessarily rigid criteria for the self-employed income support scheme. The glaring issue here was the exclusion of the recently self-employed, as you had to have a tax return for the year 2018-19. This, combined with the 50% rule, which people have talked about, prevented many people from getting any help as well. And we've heard too about the women who may have kept their businesses ticking over for a few years while they were on a maternity break or caring for someone, and they found their support based on a low-income year rather than the more representative years. Similarly, many small businesses were forced to take out bounce-back loans. The government has already estimated that many of these loans will not be recoverable because many businesses were forced to close. Yet those that have clung on are still working to pay the loans off, all whilst working in an environment of spiralling energy costs and a business rate system which still doesn't work properly. I visited one such business in my constituency only last week. To manage their current costs, they've reduced staff and taken on more of the work themselves. They've run through the figures for next year, and the expected rise in business rates plus their COVID loan repayments means they're having to consider selling up or closing the business. Sorry? Oh, yes, I will give way.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Whilst there were many small businesses in my constituency that were actually grateful for the support they received, their main concern, which many of them kept repeating to me actually, was regarding the abrupt end to the support measures. Almost overnight, small businesses found themselves having to repay loans, cover staff wages, and all of these other expenses, even though the economy hadn't bounced back and their sales hadn't return to pre-COVID levels. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that we need to ensure that in the event of a future crisis, as well as not excluding those that need it, we have to support measures that make sure that anything that's given to people to help them through this period of time doesn't end with a cliff edge, but is tapered to allow to adjust for a post-crisis system?
I thank the Honourable Member. I do agree it's really important that when we set up something to deal with the initial crisis, we don't take it away too quickly when the crisis itself is over, but the economy, as you say, still hasn't bounced back. After facing the turmoil of the pandemic, small businesses, many of whose directors were also unable to claim financial support, have been afforded little in way of meaningful relief, all while barely affording to cover their costs. But these small businesses contribute so much to our local economies, and they're also to our communities as much valued hubs. And I see this time and again in the towns and villages across my constituency. I want to talk about one of my constituents who suffered particularly badly. He ran a specialist travel business, which inevitably the income collapsed during COVID. He got no support. He was actually told by a local Conservative that they saw, quote, no point in supporting those whose jobs won't exist. He had hope because Labour in opposition criticised the Conservatives' lack of support for the 3.8 million. But now he feels, in his own words, disheartened and abandoned in what he describes as the tumbleweed since Labour came to power. Through determination and hard work, he has rebuilt his business, but he wants to ensure that future self-employed generations don't suffer what he calls the same nightmare. Madam Deputy Speaker, the pandemic has done deep and lasting damage, but we must recognise that simply learning a lesson doesn't go far enough. It's not too late for the government to fill the gaps in the pandemic financial support, relieve businesses of their burdens, and provide meaningful support to those often financially vulnerable people who missed out unnecessarily. Will the Minister now recognise that COVID-19 financial relief failed to provide fair and even support and take steps to ease the ongoing burdens faced as a result?
Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Stratford-upon-Avon for securing this really important debate. When the COVID-19 pandemic unfolded, it tested every part of our society. It pushed our health system, our communities and our economy to the brink. And in that moment of crisis, emergency financial support was rightly created at unprecedented speed. These measures protected millions, but despite the scale of that effort, far too many people were left behind. The Excluded UK campaign emerged because an estimated 3.8 million individuals fell through the gaps in pandemic financial support. These were freelancers, newly self-employed people, small business owners, PAYE short-term contractors and others whose circumstances simply didn't fit the rigid eligibility rules. They were contributing members of society who paid taxes, built businesses and supported local economies, yet at the moment they needed help most, many found none. These included constituents in mid-Cheshire, many of whom have contacted me ahead of this debate, people who'd done everything asked of them, built livelihoods, paid their taxes and still found themselves excluded from support when the pandemic hit, people who saw their livelihoods disappear overnight, people forced to drain life savings, sell belongings or take on unsustainable debt just to survive. People who felt unheard, unseen and unvalued by the systems meant to protect them. And tragically, for some, the emotional and financial devastation became unbearable. Each of those lives lost is a reminder that policy decisions are not abstract. They reach deeply into homes, families and futures. But we must not only recognise and acknowledge the impact that exclusion had on these individuals, but also showed renewed determination to ensure that such gaps never re-emerge. The pandemic has taught us something essential. Economic resilience is public health resilience. There can be no effective emergency response if large groups of people are left without support. A society is only as strong as its most vulnerable moment. And as the UK continues to develop its preparedness planning for future pandemics and national emergencies, it is vital that support systems are designed with the flexibility to meet people where they actually are, not where policy assumes them to be. And that means ensuring that any future emergency financial support schemes are properly stress tested in advance against real-world employment patterns, so that they reflect the diversity of modern working lives before they are ever deployed. No one contributing to the economy should face a crisis without a lifeline. And mental health impacts must be treated as a central component of emergency planning, not an afterthought. Just as importantly, the voices of those previously excluded should be included in future policy discussions so that lived experience shapes the solutions of tomorrow. Preparedness must mean more than storing equipment or writing contingency documents. It must mean designing a compassionate, comprehensive safety net, one that recognises the full spectrum of working lives in the UK and ensures that the mistakes of the past are not repeated.
On that point, will my honourable friend give way? I thank my honourable friend for giving way. COVID-19 clearly had an enormous impact on the economy of the world and the UK. And in terms of preparing ourselves for any future threat under those circumstances, would he agree with me that the fraud and corruption that was facilitated by the previous government was an absolute disgrace, and that it is up to this Labour government to get our money back and solve those problems?
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I think the Chancellor of the Exchequer has done exactly the right thing by setting up the COVID Corruption Commissioner. There were those who during the pandemic didn't see it as a moment of national emergency where we should all get together. They saw it as an opportunity to line their own pockets. The Chancellor's doing exactly the right thing by trying to root out those people and make sure that they suffer the consequences. I thank him for his intervention. We can't change what happened, but we can choose what happens next. Let us learn the lessons from past schemes that left too many people excluded. Let us move forward by building systems that protect everyone, and let us ensure that in any future crisis, we never again leave millions to face hardship alone. Therefore, I ask the Minister, what specific steps will the government take to ensure that any future emergency financial support schemes are designed with the flexibility, fairness and real-world applicability needed to prevent millions from ever again being excluded in their moment of greatest need? Thank you.
And now with a formal 4-minute time limit, Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the member for Stratford-on-Avon for securing this important debate. During the pandemic, the state quite rightly intervened on an unprecedented scale. Hospitality businesses received grants, employees were furloughed and billions were distributed through schemes that were fast, generous and non-repayable. Yet alongside that, there exists a shadow group who do not fit into neat categories. new starters, new businesses, PAYE freelancers, many directors of limited companies and numerous other groups, as we've heard. Millions of people saw their work vanish overnight. Their income collapsed and were told bluntly when they applied for help, the computer says no. Meanwhile, the Conservative government's handling of PPE contracts left taxpayers out of pocket to the tunes of billions. An interim government report found that defective PPE contracts cost the British taxpayer at least £1.4 billion. VIP lanes and fast-track deals with Tory friends and supporters led to waste, inefficiency and fraud. This was money that could have kept millions of small businesses and self-employed people afloat, yet was instead mismanaged at the hands of well-connected insiders. The vast majority of those excluded earned under £50,000 per year before the pandemic, working in trades, retail, education, the creative industries, hospitality and events. They were economically active, often running micro-businesses and that supported local jobs and sustained vital supply chains. As we've heard, 3.8 million people were excluded, roughly 1 in 10 of the UK workforce. While their neighbours received thousands of pounds to stay afloat, they were left with nothing. As a cabaret bar owner, I saw myself what that meant in practice. My freelance artists, the musicians, the singers, the burlesque dancers, the drag queens, as self-employed performers received no help from the state. And years later, many are still living with the debts that did not end when the lockdowns did. For those who excluded, be they freelancers, sole traders or small businesses, survival often meant borrowing through bounce-back loans, credit cards, overdrafts and personal loans. Many are still repaying those loans today, at a time when rising energy prices, inflation, supply chain pressures and the cost of living crisis makes every repayment a struggle. And what makes this hard to accept is that the exclusion was not inevitable. Treasury-ready solutions existed. Excluded UK analysis shows the fully costed, low-fraud proposals based on HMRC data could have reached the vast majority of those excluded. These solutions had backing from across the political spectrum, were supported by business groups and experts, yet ministers in the Conservative government chose not to act. Unlike the Northern Ireland Executive, who worked with HMRC to deliver targeted grants to newly self-employed people and limited company directors who were excluded from UK-wide schemes. So, if it could be done in Northern Ireland, why not in the rest of the UK? The government is rightly pursuing the fraudsters where money was wrongly paid out, but it cannot ignore the money that was wrongly withheld. The recently published final report by the COVID Counter-Fraud Commissioner makes clear that weakness in preparedness, data sharing and oversight was the very reason millions were excluded. It's incumbent upon this House to acknowledge that those who were excluded were wronged. It's a serious policy failure with lasting consequences. Furthermore, we must address the legacy. That means looking seriously at debt relief or redress for those forced into borrowing to survive. It means learning from what worked in Northern Ireland. It means ensuring that in any future crisis, support is inclusive by default, so that no group of taxpayers is ever again told the computer says no. Thank you.
Ewan Steinbank.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the early days of the pandemic, the country came together in the worst of times, making unprecedented sacrifices to all of our lives so that we could collectively fight the pandemic and save lives. It also put the structure of governance and our public finances under extreme strain. There were undoubtedly difficult, sometimes impossible choices that had to be made, such as the responsibility of government. But as the COVID inquiry and many of our constituents have told us, there were people who were failed. Financially, individuals and small businesses in my constituency, and as we've heard powerfully across the country, found themselves excluded from support as their lives did not map cleanly onto the fantasy of seamless transition from workplace to workplace, from business to business. They were told their circumstances meant they did not qualify. New businesses, the newly self-employed, freelancers, those on parental leave, and I've heard from company directors, as several members have mentioned, from small businesses who receive their income from dividends and a salary, to name just a few, as has been powerfully put, especially from my honourable member, from honourable friend from Montgomeryshire and Glendower. Those also in the most precarious employment were hit the hardest, with job opportunities limited, and we saw youth unemployment spike during the pandemic from 12.4% immediately before the lockdown to 15.2% only 4 months later. Many of whom were made unemployed because of the high turnover and insecure nature of their workplaces, and they were not on the payroll when it came round to the 19th of March 2020. Just before the first lockdown, I, alongside many students were working under a 0 hours contract seasonally in the hospitality sector, taking time off during March and February to complete the honours levels of our degrees. We expected to return that summer to work alongside pursuing our careers, but we were not given any support during that pandemic, found our employment opportunities limited and no furlough available. There was no restitution for the loss of income and opportunity many young people faced during the pandemic. The impact felt by the generation most likely to be employed in these casualised or ad hoc employments were set back. Plans to move out of home, pay off their student loans, begin a career. The proof points of a successful journey through our economy were delayed, and for many, survival became the predominant need to desperately pay their bills, feed their kids, or survive through any means possible. Although the pandemic was hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime event, this government must be prepared for any such eventuality, and is a good reminder of the harm of balancing the labour market in one direction. One constituent who got in touch with me regarding this was a company director that was paid within dividends and a small salary, received no support because of this gap. They pointed out that not only was the lack of support hugely challenging, but colleagues and competitors with a clearer definition of self-employment within the same industry did receive support and were provided with a significant competitive advantage which continues to this day. This is harmful to the economy, it is an injustice to my constituent and limited company directors like him. People years later feel as if they are still trying to tread water with a weight chained to their ankle, as they maintain businesses whilst paying back extensive loans to bridge the pandemic's severe impact on their business. I commend the very good work the government have done to identify the clear waste and instances of fraud that occurred during COVID. The COVID Corruption Commissioner identified £10.9 billion in losses due to weak accountability, bad quality data and poor contracting from the previous government. But we can go further, and I would welcome an acknowledgement from the Minister that better design from the schemes from the previous government could have averted these losses, and that should and could have been spent on deploying support that would unchain many people, including my constituent, from the extensive, consequential and at the time impacts they went through. This should be recognised also through a clear and unambiguous statement of support for those impacted by delivering an apology on behalf of the British state. I commend the campaigners at Excluded UK and their supporters who have been relentless in advocating almost 6 years on from the start of the pandemic, fighting every day, chained financially to the circumstances caused by the pandemic. But
Order. Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer the members to my register of interest. I thank my honourable friend, the member for Stratford-on-Avon, for securing this important debate. The COVID pandemic was an unprecedented crisis that placed immense strain on ruling parties worldwide. Few, if any, could dispute that rapid, decisive intervention was necessary to prevent an utterly catastrophic collapse in the British economy. But acknowledging the scale of the challenge does not absolve the government of responsibility for how that money was spent, or how its support schemes were designed and implemented, or how recklessly public funds were safeguarded. While some degree of waste and fraud is inevitable in a crisis, the scale of loss during the pandemic was not inevitable, but the result of systemic failure within the UK government, a failure that remains unchecked under the current Labour administration. The Office for Budget Responsibility estimates that COVID support measures total somewhere between £169 to £192 billion. This included a variety of schemes from furloughing individuals to protect them from unemployment to grants and loans intended to help businesses stay solvent. Yet, for nearly 3.8 million freelancers and self-employed workers, the support system simply did not work. Many were excluded altogether from financial assistance through rigid eligibility criteria, outdated data, or blunt distinction drawn between modern forms of work. That said, much of the COVID-19 spending to those whom it was available to did undoubtedly save jobs and prevent mass insolvency. Government departments and public bodies were forced into reactive policy making, scrambling to design schemes in real time, often without effective oversight or proper safeguards against abuse. Nowhere was this more evident than in the scale of fraud committed against the government support schemes. According to the Independent COVID Counter-Fraud Commissioner's final report published last month, £10.9 billion of taxpayer money was lost to fraud and error across COVID support schemes. Of that sum, only £1.8 billion so far has been recovered. The remainder, as the report makes clear, is likely beyond recovery, with fraud prevention efforts identified as falling short across government. The causes of this failure are well documented in the aforementioned report, but one particular point that stuck out to me was that banks were instructed to suspend their usual due diligence despite voicing explicit warnings about heightened risks of fraud. Better design was possible. Britain appears to stand alone in the G7 with respect to the scale of fraud experienced during COVID. Other countries managed to move quickly while still embedding stronger checks. The lesson is not that speed and scrutiny are incompatible, but that the government of the time chose not to prioritise the latter. That so few consequences have followed these failures only deepens public cynicism with democratic political processes. Keir Starmer was elected on a platform.
We don't refer to the Prime Minister by his name, but as the Prime Minister, Iqbal Mohammed.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister was elected on a platform that pledged to clean up politics and crack down on those who defraud the public purse. Yet introducing stiffer penalties for individuals and corporations that are illegally profiteering from a crisis, that government is spearheading punitive legislation on alleged welfare fraud checks and criminalising innocent benefit claimants. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, what unites all of what I've spoken about and members across the House? Fraud, waste, cronyism is a failure of governance, a failure to adequately plan and properly design systems to protect the public purse. If we are serious about restoring trust in politics...
Order. Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend, the member for Stratford-on-Avon, for a very passionate speech and for moving this topic, and to the Backbench Business Committee for giving time to this topic. And as many honourable members have said, COVID feels like a distant memory to so many of us, but continues to have severe, long-lasting effects, including those we are discussing today. And I would like to talk about a couple of constituents who have been affected by the COVID-19 financial support exclusion issue. Fiona and her husband, Bill Bruty, ran a training and consultancy business called Fundraising Training Business from their bedroom, which helps charities both here and abroad to raise money by running training courses. And they are affected by the issue of no financial support given to business owners whose income principally derived from dividends. Whilst they eventually received £2,000 from South Oxford District Council, they went through tremendous stress and financial struggles. And in their words, nobody has understood what happened and the mental anguish it caused so many of us who had paid taxes and did not have business premises. Now, for them, face-to-face training has never recovered from the pandemic. And Bill's had to suddenly put everything online, which ultimately has been good for them as they have learnt to adapt in our new increasingly online lives. But that is an effect that we have seen in many other smaller businesses. Now, Rob is a limited company director who felt that he and other limited company directors were badly treated as it was deemed too hard for HMRC to check where dividends came from. And also limited company employees were denied the right to earn income from other sources. Now, in terms of where we go from here, I think firstly it would be interesting to hear from the Minister what redress he thinks should be considered given the campaign that Excluded UK has been mounted. Secondly, it is important we learn for the future. Now, of course, we all hope that scientists are wrong, but many scientists fear that another pandemic is only a matter of time for a variety of factors. And indeed, there may be other forms of economic hardship, which means we will need to consider these matters again and come up with better processes in future. But I think it also points to a wider point that perhaps government and politics in this country has been more focused on larger companies rather than those who run their own businesses and are self-employed. And that's something that in this House I think we should all think about. And that's why the concerns that small businesses have been raising with me in more recent times, many of whom also suffered during the pandemic, are a big concern in terms of the impact on them of current decisions on business rates or alcohol duty. and other taxation policies like that. I'm proud that the Liberal Democrats were one of the first parties to call for support for self-employed people during the pandemic, and we secured an urgent question on this topic on the 24th of March 2025. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is so important that we recognise the contributions that small businesses and the self-employed make to our economy. So as well as learning the lessons from the pandemic, we really need to think how we support them so that they are better prepared in case of a future economic disaster, such as the one that we all lived through in 2020 to 2022.
Susan Murray. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend from Stratford-on-Avon for bringing this important debate. The COVID-19 pandemic is undoubtedly one of the most impactful and damaging events to unfold in our lifetime. Being told to stay inside, unable to see loved ones, uncertain about the future, was incredibly difficult for everyone. Thankfully, for most, this is now a time that is just a memory, one that we would rather forget, but something that we can put behind us and move forward. Sadly, as we're hearing, though, for many people, this is something that they can't move past. Across the country, there are people who have lost businesses, lost their homes, and in the worst cases, lost loved ones to the financial stress that the pandemic caused. To add to this distress, the hard-working British people who fell through the gaps have had to watch on as numerous instances of fraud and PPE procurement mismanagement have come to light. Billions of pounds wasted and lost, which if managed properly, could have saved people's livelihoods. Within my own constituency of Mid Dumbartonshire, we have seen local businesses close. One constituent who still feels the impact in particular has told me that a complete lack of support forced his takeaway business, which he had built up from scratch, to shut. Yet when he tried to move on, they found that they were at a disadvantage. And despite holding a personal taxi driver's licence, they were having to rent a taxi plate at a cost of more than £400 a week. The absence of meaningful support during COVID didn't just cost them their business at the time, it continues to have a direct and measurable impact on their ability to rebuild their livelihood today. But my constituency is just one of the nearly 4 million people impacted by this. These people deserve support, they deserve acknowledgement of the loss they suffered, and they deserve an apology. Beyond this, though, we need to listen to the voices of those who have been affected and learn from their experience so that we can find the gaps in our system that people have fallen through and plug them. As the world becomes more unstable, we need to make sure that at home, people and businesses have security. If we are serious about building resilience as a country, we can't simply move on and hope that those who were left behind will do the same. We must recognise the harm that has been done. We must be honest about the failures that allowed people to fall through the cracks, and we must take steps to fix them in future. Thank you. Which brings us to the front bench contribution, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Stratford-upon-Avon, for her work in securing this debate, for her excellent opening speech, and of course to the Backbench Business Committee for giving us time to debate this important topic. Small businesses and self-employed people played a vital role in sustaining communities throughout the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, often at significant personal and financial cost. The pandemic placed unprecedented pressure on people, affecting the livelihoods of millions from all walks of life. There were additional concerns for those self-employed people and small business owners who faced that even greater level of uncertainty experienced by the lack of support from the then Tory government. The Liberal Democrats have stood by them from the get-go. We were the first party to call for support for self-employed people during the pandemic, and we helped to secure that self-employed support scheme. The COVID pandemic had a devastating impact on people across the country. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives, and we must never forget the tragedies of that pandemic. People lost mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings, friends, husbands, wives. People were left isolated, unable to see others for weeks on end, and unable to visit sick relatives, attend the wedding of a loved one, or hug their families at funerals. And possibly as a measure of how much Time has passed since that time, and how much has changed. I think there are only a minority of those of us in the chamber today who are actually members of Parliament during that pandemic, of which I think I'm the only Liberal Democrat. But like many who were sitting MPs during that pandemic, I received such heartbreaking correspondence from my constituents, and their struggles will stay with me, and I will remember their suffering for as long as I continue to represent my constituency. So I reflect with gratitude on the bravery of doctors, nurses and carers who did everything they could, often working incredible hours to save lives and support those around them, often putting themselves at risk to do so, and the thousands of people who selflessly helped their communities, whether it's as vaccinators, picking up prescriptions, shopping for elderly and vulnerable neighbours, and we mustn't forget those who suffered and those who made sacrifices to ensure that suffering was limited as much as possible. The strong sense of public service and neighbourliness shown by people across the country was not reflected by the government of the day. The COVID inquiry has confirmed there were systematic and political failings which worsened people's suffering. A lack of scrutiny, a lack of accountability led to the wrong decisions, often with catastrophic results. From the lack of preparedness for a pandemic to the failure to protect those in care homes, the cruelty and inflexibility of the isolation that people endured in the most desperate circumstances, including on their deathbeds, and most shockingly of all, Partygate. And we must ensure that there can never again be such suffering or such lack of preparedness. I think it's particularly important that the government continues to recognise the contribution made by small businesses and the self-employed during the COVID pandemic, and the government should ensure that it has learned the lessons of that period and keep under review its long-term impacts, and ensuring that people and businesses can leave behind that series of economic challenges that began with the pandemic, including the energy crisis, the rising cost of living, the growing tax burden, and remain resilient, is essential to our long-term economic and social well-being. The government needs to do more to recognise the value of the self-employed, contractors, small businesses to our economy. And there's so much more that they could be doing now to support them and to show the value that they contribute, their flexible working, the specialist expertise and the range of ways that having contractors, self-employed and small businesses can help to support the broader economy. And we need to do much more now to recognise that value. Liberal Democrats are calling for greater transparency and support for the self-employed in making tax digital, for example, originally intended to simplify the tax system, but has created new burdens, cost and confusion. We must make sure that the self-employed are properly informed and supported through this particular reform. The Liberal Democrats have strongly supported the expansion of workers' rights during the passage of the Employment Rights Bill. We've pushed for some of those benefits to be extended to
Order. I appreciate that the Honourable Lady is referring to self-employed and small businesses who were impacted by COVID-19 financial support, but I'm not convinced that making tax digital and the Employment Rights Bill fall within the scope of this debate. Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to reflect the value of the self-employed to our economy now, and merely to reflect on the fact that as we learn the lessons from COVID, we think about how that group of workers can be supported more broadly. And I think that is a pressing issue for now, but I accept that we are debating what happened 6 years ago. The extremely challenging period that small businesses and self-employed people went through just a few years ago makes it even more important that the government address the major challenges they're experiencing here and now. For many of them, of course, that includes repaying the loans that they took out at that time to maintain their businesses, which, while they are facing the increased cost challenges of today, continues to be a huge burden. So I sincerely hope that the government will listen both to my honourable friend, the member for Stratford-upon-Avon, and her impassioned speech at the opening of this debate, but also think about how they can do more in the current time to support self-employed people, contractors, small businesses who contribute so much to our economy. Thank you.
Hello, Minister James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join in congratulating the Honourable Member for Stratford-on-Avon for securing this important debate, and I thank Honourable Members. I think more than 10 people have spoken in this debate on behalf of their constituents and the suffering that they have experienced and continue to experience, and they set out very powerful examples. It's now almost 6 years since the first cases of COVID were recorded in the UK from 2 Chinese nationals who had travelled from Wuhan. These were, as has been said, some of the most challenging times for our nation. 230,000 people tragically died, and there's a very powerful memorial just across the river from this place that we see every day to remind us. And lockdowns and restrictions were imposed and choices were made that no government would want to have to make. And as a newly elected MP, I was faced with voting and supporting measures which I wasn't expecting to have to do when I came into this place to restrict people's freedom. And clearly not every decision that was taken was got right. Mistakes were obviously made. They would be in a pandemic situation. But overall, this unprecedented challenge was met with unprecedented action. And on the economy, the subject of this debate, the actions taken by the then Conservative government protected millions of jobs and supported businesses and those most in need. When the pandemic struck, the government acted swiftly. The coronavirus job retention scheme, the furlough scheme, which protected 11 million jobs at a cost of £70 billion, was announced on the 20th of March. That came shortly afterwards, the first lockdown was then announced. And at its peak, nearly 9 million people were on furlough, preventing widespread unemployment. For the self-employed, a topic that's been covered in most contributions, the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme was set up and delivered nearly £30 billion across 5 rounds of grants to nearly 3 million individuals. These schemes provided a lifeline to those whose livelihoods were threatened through no fault of their own. And beyond the employment support schemes, 8 grant schemes saw £23 billion paid to small businesses, administered by local authorities. And I want to pay tribute to the work that they did to put in place the systems and the mechanisms to process those payments rapidly to get the support to people who needed it. Through 3 loan schemes, nearly £80 billion worth of loans were approved, and the Bounce Back loan scheme supported 1.5 million businesses with nearly £50 billion worth of funding. It was not only loans that provided crucial support. £10 billion was made available in business rate relief to nearly 370,000 premises in the retail, hospitality and leisure sector, and we're seeing some of the consequences of unwinding the support that was put in place for them. And VAT for the hospitality sector was cut to 5%, a campaign that I and many members across the House supported to help the hospitality sector, which was particularly affected by the restrictions and some of the rules that were put in place. And this unprecedented package supported jobs and livelihoods across the UK. The government also acted to help certain groups who face particular challenges. A £20 a week uplift was put in place for people on universal credit to help those on the lowest incomes. Rules about eligibility for benefits was relaxed. And additional support for job seekers through the Kickstart and Restart schemes were also rolled out. But of course, as the Honourable Lady has said and honourable members have focused on, the support did not reach everyone. Excluded UK was established in May 2020 to represent individuals and small business owners who fell outside the main financial support schemes. As has been set out, the group estimates around 3.8 million people were unable to access full financial support despite losing their income. Those individuals included the newly self-employed, company directors paid in dividends, or those whose self-employment income was below half of their overall earnings. And I know from my time in this House, in raising these issues with ministers, the genuine hardship that my constituents in that situation faced. And many honourable members across the House at the time will attest to the many constant Teams and Zoom meetings there were with ministers, putting the position of these people, the debates that were held in this House, the reports by the Treasury Select Committee and others drawing attention to it. And the response that was consistently provided was around challenges to provide workable solutions from HMRC's systems, saying it was unable, for example, as the Honourable Member for Didcot and Wantage referred to, identifying where dividends from an individual's company came from or from other sources. And the cut-off points, the £50,000 threshold for self-employed, also led to real difficulties and unfairness. The fraud risk has been referred to by a number of honourable members, and that was one of the reasons given by the then Permanent Secretary to the Treasury as to why schemes put by the Federation of Small Businesses were cited as not being possible. There were changes through those 5 series of grants through the self-employed schemes, but frankly the restrictions created the impacts for the people who honourable members have been referring to. And the ongoing concerns raised by the campaign merit serious consideration, and that will be provided by the COVID inquiry in the module referred to by the honourable member for Stratford-on-Avon. And looking to the future, we should ensure that when the next pandemic strikes, we have better data and systems to put in place support if needed. And making tax digital may actually help in that regard, and making sure that rules do not exclude people unfairly. Equally, we must learn the lessons from the pandemic, particularly around the damaging impact of lockdowns, as my right honourable friend for Tatton has set out, in order that such huge financial firepower is not needed, because we do not put in place such restrictions. In the pandemic, the pressure for action to help people and businesses was incredibly intense. That involved trade-offs in terms of time and checks that could be implemented in support schemes. I recall vividly the clamour for support for small businesses, for example. I was part of it, and that led to the Bounce Back loan scheme with limited checks and with the consequences that has had for fraud. But that enabled lots of businesses to survive that wouldn't otherwise be here today. And the government could have spent months designing the perfect scheme while businesses collapsed and families struggled. Instead, it acted to protect the lives and livelihoods. £410 billion was spent on the COVID measures, an extraordinary sum which added greatly to our debt. But predictions by the Bank of England that unemployment would reach 9% were prevented, and unemployment peaked at 5.2% before falling back to 3.7% 2 years after the first lockdown. However, clearly a lot of people did miss out on full financial support. And while there will continue to be a debate about the specific decisions and lessons to be learned, I think it's undoubtedly the case that our country would be in a far worse place today were it not for the decisions taken at the time. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister James Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by congratulating, as others have done, the Honourable Member for Stratford-on-Avon for securing this debate today. And I'd like to thank members from across the House for their powerful contributions. And whilst much of the debate has rightly focused on the detail of the financial support made available by the then government during the pandemic, we've also heard many deeply personal stories about businesses and individuals who are directly affected. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2 months' time, the country will come together to mark what will be the 6th anniversary since the start of the pandemic. It will be an opportunity for us all to remember, to reflect, and to pay tribute to all those who died and whose losses are still so keenly felt in all of our constituencies. The pandemic cost over 227,000 lives in our country, and I know that the loss and grief is still felt by families whose lost ones were lost during this difficult period. Reflecting on the pandemic is, of course, as the Liberal Democrat spokesperson said, also a moment to once again express our gratitude towards all of those who worked throughout the pandemic to provide vital and, in many cases, life-saving services to all of us across the country. And, of course, reflecting on the pandemic is a moment to recommit to learning the lessons of what happened during that time so that we are better prepared for future crises. And this government is committed to learning those lessons and to doing all that we can to protect businesses and individuals across Britain in the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, as well as having a huge impact on the lives of people across the country and their families, as we've heard about today, the pandemic was, of course, a huge economic shock. GDP fell by a record 19.4%, and thousands of businesses faced closure. It was therefore necessary to support businesses and individuals who were affected, and we supported measures being put in place which the Shadow Minister mentioned, including the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme, the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme, and various business grants and government-backed loan guarantees. But it is right that, as a country, we now reflect on how those schemes were implemented by the government of the day. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've heard from many honourable members today, a number of people experienced genuine hardship and distress because they were excluded from the schemes that were available. Many of those experiences have been told powerfully throughout today's debate, including by the Honourable Member for Stratford-on-Avon in her opening speech and by my honourable friend, the Member for Montgomeryshire. We also heard a number of other stories about individuals and businesses from constituencies across the country. My honourable friend for Truro, the Honourable Member for Ely and East Cambridgeshire, and my honourable friend for Mid Cheshire, who also spoke about the importance of economic resilience and preparedness for the future, an important topic which I'll return to in just a moment. The Honourable Member for Wimbledon, the Honourable Member for Dewsbury and Batley, my Honourable friend for Falkirk, who also spoke about the impact, particularly on young people, of the pandemic, which I think has had a particularly lasting effect that we're all keenly aware of. The Honourable Member for Didcot and Wantage and the Honourable Member for Mid Dunbartonshire spoke as well about their constituents and businesses who have been affected. And one of the themes that came up, Madam Deputy Speaker, in many people's contributions was about what we as a country are doing to prepare for the future, to make sure that should a similar crisis happen again, we will be better prepared. And as a government, we are considering how we might better target and reach excluded groups in the future, including through better real-time data collection. As honourable members will know, the official COVID-19 public inquiry is considering how future emergency schemes could be better tailored to modern labour markets. The inquiry recently held public hearings focused on economic support for people and businesses during the pandemic and will publish its final report in due course. The government, including the Treasury, fully participated in the hearings and provided a substantial amount of evidence. We will carefully study and consider any recommendations, mindful of our responsibility toward vulnerable groups and our commitment to value for money. Madam Deputy Speaker, as members in this debate have also made clear, no assessment of the previous government's record during the pandemic can ignore the fact that billions of pounds of taxpayers' money was lost to fraud. It was a failure of monumental proportions, and we are all continuing to pay the price. And that is why, upon taking office, we took action to recoup the money owed, including by appointing Tom Hayhoe as the COVID Counter-Fraud Commissioner. In December, he published his report, and the findings are shocking. According to the Commissioner, COVID fraud cost the taxpayer a staggering £10.9 billion. That is enough to fund daily free school meals for the UK's 2.7 million eligible children for 8 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, on this side of the House, we recognise that our predecessors were responding to a crisis, the nature of which demanded acting at speed. But cynical exploitation of pandemic support was foreseeable. Last year, an arrest was made following an HMRC investigation into a company, Lux Lifestyle, which was awarded a £25 million PPE contract, having been referred into the procurement VIP lane by a Conservative minister and their party chairman. It won that contract despite having no employees, no assets, no turnover, and £9,000 of debt. Whilst Lux Lifestyle did end up supplying some items, they were all inadequate and unusable, and that is just one example. It doesn't begin to scratch the surface of COVID fraud, yet we have heard no apology today from the party opposite. We have had no apology to this House and no apology to the British people who have been left to pick up the bill, and we will not allow that to happen again. That is why the government has introduced tougher sanction powers through the Public Authorities Fraud, Error and Recovery Act to help recover stolen funds, and why we have rolled out specialist fraud recovery teams to track down suspected fraudsters and recover taxpayer cash. Since coming to office, the government has recouped almost £400 million paid in error or that was obtained illegally through COVID fraud. But as the Chancellor has made clear, this fraud is a fraud against the British people, and we will leave no stone unturned, leave no question unanswered, and leave no fraudster unchallenged until we have cleared up the mess that we inherited. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we work to fix those problems, we are also turning toward the future, making sure our country is well prepared to face future crises. Much has been learned already from the COVID-19 pandemic, but the scale of the economic emergency facing the country nearly 6 years ago underlines the need to continue embedding these learnings into government's systems and processes. As I've already set out, we have taken tough action to track down the fraudsters who profited under the previous government's watch. We're improving and enhancing the government's analytical and modelling capabilities to ensure that we can better target support schemes in the future. We have launched the National Situation Centre, enabling us to identify and plan for a range of risks and improve our crisis response. We have conducted, through Exercise Pegasus, the largest cross-government pandemic simulation in British history, helping to make sure that we are better prepared than before, that our plans are battle-tested, and that we are ready to adapt. And as the official COVID-19 inquiry draws to a close, we stand ready to study any recommendations and take action where needed. Madam Deputy Speaker, the economic implications of the COVID-19 pandemic for this country were profound. In response to this unprecedented crisis, it was of course necessary to act quickly for our economy and for our communities. But we know that mistakes were made, and the British people were defrauded to the tune of over £10 billion. That is money that should have been spent on schools and hospitals, and which has instead gone into the pockets of fraudsters and criminals. There will also undoubtedly be wider lessons to draw from the design of support schemes and the impact these schemes had on groups across the economy. As a government, we will continue to enhance our resilience to future shocks. We have set to work on that since the election, and our work will intensify after the official COVID-19 inquiry publishes its final report. We will do whatever is necessary to build a safer, more secure country for the future, and I end again by thanking all honourable members for sharing their businesses and individual constituents' experiences in today's debate.
Manuela Patagala to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for all the honourable members here for taking the time to come and support their constituents today. The people we are talking about today were not asking for special treatment. They were asking for fair and equitable treatment. They paid in, they followed the rules, and when crisis came, they were left behind with heartbreaking consequences. And I hope that the Minister will meet with the APPG in the near future. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we're serious about learning the lessons of the pandemic, then recognition, redress, accountability, and change must follow. Otherwise, the next time a crisis strikes, we risk repeating the same injustice. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 2 on business of the House. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition. Chris Bloor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to present this petition about postal delivery services in the village of Inkborough and thank the hundreds of constituents who have also showed their support by signing online. A reliable and regular postal service should be a basic expectation, yet my constituents are missing vital communications regarding healthcare and business-related work because of their chaotic service. I've met with Royal Mail several times, and despite their assurances, this issue has not been resolved satisfactorily, and the strength of feeling behind the petition shows how desperately this community needs a dependable service. The petition states, the petition of residents of the constituency of Redditch and Worcestershire declares that the postal delivery service in Inkborough Village requires improvement. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to take action to ensure that the Royal Mail provides an adequate postal service in Inkborough and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, postal services in Inkborough.
I beg to move that this House now do adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking organisations including the Woodland Trust, Arboricultural Association, the Forestry Commission, Highways England, the HTA, the National Forest Company and Nest Champion, founder of the Biophilic Design Conference, for their engagement ahead of this debate. I think most people like trees. I go around saying that they're great, tremendous indeed. So much so that my mum and dad got me an I Spy Trees book for Christmas, which I think is going to become somewhat more easy to complete over the spring and summer months. Trees are woven into the very fabric of our nation, our culture, our heritage. The apple tree that sparked Newton's revolutionary thinking on gravity, the Topical martyrs tree, a symbol of solidarity and the birth of the trade union movement, Sherwood Forest, immortalised by Robin Hood, or the famous 100 acres, home to Winnie the Pooh, Tigger and Co. Trees are placemakers. I was recently visiting a new development called Linmere, where trees are quite literally used to sell the place, with marketing material suggesting residents stroll through tree-lined avenues and take in the nature around you. And everyone moving in gets their own new tree in their garden. Trees improve our lives. They improve our health, both physically and mentally. Urban trees, shrubs and hedges reduce exposure to air pollution by dispersing and capturing pollutants like particulate matter and ozone. Collectively, urban woods in the UK do a brilliant job of removing an estimated 7.5 kilotons of pollutants every single year. And trees can also be lifesavers. Research suggests increasing green space by just 1% in the most deprived urban neighbourhoods in England is linked to 37% fewer preventable deaths. Trees reduce flooding. I was struck when I visited a local school on a soggy day last year, and when many homes in the local area and businesses had experienced flooding. And I asked the head teacher that I met, had the school had any problems? And they hadn't. And she pointed to the trees on the playing fields that surrounded us, that had intercepted that rainfall and had absorbed so much water. Forest research estimates trees deliver over £400 million a year in flood protection. And those same trees in the summer offer vital shade. And crucially, our trees lock away carbon for decades or even centuries. UK woodlands store around 1 billion tonnes of carbon. And yet, despite all these brilliant benefits, we as a nation are under-treed, well below the European average. And that also makes us the second largest importer of timber in the world. So I am absolutely delighted that this government has pledged to plant 3 new national forests. The first in the west of England is underway, and next the Oxcam growth corridor is going to see growth of a different kind, from seed to sapling to forest. £1 billion of investment in tree planting and forestry support over this Parliament. Tree planting at its highest rate in over 20 years. 10,000 football pitches worth planted last year. And plant, plant, plant is a really good mantra. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we also need to think about something that's perhaps a little less catchy. Establish, establish, establish. Because the first 3 to 5 years of a tree's life are absolutely critical. This is when trees are most vulnerable to drought, damage, disease and death. Of course, tree and woodland creation will always involve some risk. There will be years when the weather means more trees don't make it, even when best practice is followed. But what we are seeing goes far beyond unavoidable loss to the planet and to the public purse. University of Sheffield research found that only 61% of trees meant to be present on new developments were there.
Order. I beg to move that this House now do adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So that University of Sheffield research found that 39% of trees were missing or dead. Along the A14 national highways planted over 860,000 trees in 2020, but the failure rate was 45%. More detailed evidence comes from the evaluation of urban tree planting across 4 cities, Bristol, Birmingham, Nottingham and Leeds, covering trees planted between 2012 and 2022. The teams say that just finding out what was planted and where it was far harder than it should have been. Record keeping isn't good. Even freedom of information requests didn't yield data. Does it exist? They kept on asking. Of the 820 expected trees they discovered, only 687 were actually planted. So 23% of funded or required trees were never planted at all. Of those that were planted, only 42% were in good condition. Around 1 in 5 had died or been removed. I think you might call it a trajectory. And nearly 1/3 were in poor condition, showing stress, damage or inadequate growth. Very few were growing as we would want them to. The National Audit Office reported £48 million of government investment into the Urban Tree Challenge Fund. If these outcomes are representative, then around £10 million of that investment may already have been lost, literally dead wood. This then is not just a marginal issue, it is a systemic value for money problem. So why are these young trees dying? The research consistently points to similar causes. the wrong tree in the wrong place. I'm struck by how often, especially in new builds, the trees are the responsibility of landscape gardeners. And then there can be a tendency to over-prioritise aesthetics or even a rightful desire to create a sense of place over choosing trees that will survive and thrive. We need better species selection, the right tree in the right place for the right reason, with climate resilience built in. But even if it is in the right place, research shows that young trees are prone to damage from poorly managed stakes and ties, strimmer damage, soil compaction, and sadly also vandalism. Staking particularly is an issue. It should be a temporary support, not a permanent restraint. But there are too many examples of trees literally being strangled, ties that are far too tight, and so restrict the natural expansion of the trunk. So as the tree grows, the ties cut into the bark, disrupting the flow of water and nutrients. Sometimes it simply isn't anyone's job to remove the stakes and ties after a year or so. We see on new developments, landscaping and management fees often don't translate into tree care at all, and in some cases actually actively contribute to tree loss. Another cause of early tree death is insufficient water, because young trees are really thirsty. Newly planted trees need to be watered 2 to 3 times a week. They knock back 50 to 100 pints every time. They need deep and regular soaking. And then establishing trees need water once a week in dry weather. Watering in the first 1 to 2 years is one of the most important factors in whether a tree struggles long term or goes on to thrive. So what needs to change? I know this government is committed to early years. So do we perhaps need a Best Start tree hub as well, where everybody learns about watering and mulching and formative pruning? As I have outlined, data is patchy. How do we do better as a nation? Does the Minister support mandated record keeping, minimum 3 to 5 year aftercare plans, and reporting requirements tied to planning permission, grants and public contracts? In housing development, should tree planting and aftercare contracts always be bundled together so responsibility cannot be passed away? How do we better implement those planning conditions related to aftercare? Now, I expect the Minister may not be able to give me answers to all of this and direct me to some other departments, and that is an important issue too, as trees are not just for DEFRA, they're also about housing and communities and transport and health and more. Yet, for example, MHCLG currently lacks an in-house tree expert. It has been over a decade since the department had an arboriculturalist role, who previously provided expertise on urban trees, including tree planting and tree preservation order regulations. And that's a gap that the sector say they feel keenly. So will the Minister reassure me that the Welcome England Tree Action Plan will have cross-departmental buy-in? Will it contain best practice, including clear schedules for watering, mulching, pruning and monitoring? Much of this, of course, already exists. For example, from the Arboricultural Association, who I know stand ready to support the government, and Highways England, who learnt from their A14 debacle, and survival rates for trees on their 3 million trees project now stands at 85%. Maybe there could also be a section on performance-related tree payments, bonds with sums released only when trees are established. So the reward comes not for planting, but for trees that thrive, so that aftercare can no longer be treated as an afterthought. For the government's ambitions to flourish, we will need thriving tree nurseries. The excellent report, Strong Roots, has many recommendations to nurture the sector and increase the number of British-grown trees, to better align tree supply with planting grants to give nurseries confidence to invest, so we avoid situations like when the Scottish Government cut its forestry grant scheme budget by 41% back in 2024, to boost training, apprenticeships and skills development in tree production. And one thing that stood out particularly to me, they suggest introducing a British-grown tree certification logo to strengthen market identity. And I can very much imagine seeing the Minister launching the Great British Trees logo. So I really love her comments on that. Madam Deputy Speaker, tree planting without establishment is not climate action, it is waste. But with simple policy changes, we can ensure that young trees survive, thrive and deliver the economic, environmental and social benefits we all know they promise.
Minister Mary Cray.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a pleasure it is to stand in this glorious room, panelled with English oak cut down in the wake of World War II, to refurbish this great chamber of democracy, to stand at this dispatch box crafted from New Zealand puriri wood, a native species and the gift of New Zealand, as I see every time I stand here, and to passionately agree with my honourable friend's opening speech. I'm so grateful to her for bringing this topic to the House today, because across England, trees and woodlands are more than just part of our landscape. They are intimately woven into our national identity. They cool our air, our cities, and shelter our wildlife. And whether it's a walk through an ancient forest or a moment beneath a single tree in a city park, trees have a remarkable ability to restore us. They help us with anxiety, with grief, and with loneliness. They give us space to breathe. And they are woven into our shared national culture. They have stood as symbols of endurance, wisdom, and renewal. And they are centuries-old sentinels, witnesses to our history. Growing up in Coventry, I played every weekend in Coventry's War Memorial Park, a great city's act of remembrance for those that we lost in World War I. For every tree, a plaque beneath, remembering the people that had died, a living memorial to remember the lost. Our woodlands are places where those childhood memories are made and where Christmas strolls and New Year's Day walks become traditions, where children climb and occasionally fall, where dens are made and where dogs are walked, hopefully on a leash. And as Forestry Minister, I have the privilege of regularly seeing the majesty and benefits of our woodlands up close. And I'd like to reassure my honourable friend that we are taking the steps we need to ensure that we have woodlands and trees for the future. Just last year, I opened Forestry England's Delamere Seed Processing Centre, named after long-serving Forestry England team member Vernon Stockton. It will process up to 4 tonnes of high-quality tree seeds, which is providing the starting point for the forests of the future. I've stood beneath the spruce and pine of Kielder Forest with the people who manage it. Oh, can I just say about the seed processing centre, it was, of course, a net zero building, and it was, of course, made from timber. I've stood in Kielder Forest with the people who manage it. I've visited the community forests who sent me home with 2 Scots pine and 2 hornbeams, and I can say that 3 of those trees have survived 3 London droughts. And of course, back in 2011, I led the fight against the party opposite's proposal to sell off the public forest estate. So I am passionate about trees. And she is right to list the benefit of trees, because tree planting in England is at its highest recorded rate for 20 years, 7,000 hectares last year. And we will boost this further through our manifesto commitment to create 3 new national forests. And what a privilege it was to plant a tree as part of that establishment. We will plant 20 million trees over the next 25 years to create that new Western forest. And on Monday, we opened the expression of interest process for the planned forest in the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor. And we will launch the competition for a new national forest in the North or the Midlands by July this year. These new forests will bring peace, shade and joy to millions of people around the country, and that Oxcam forest will bring forestry much, much closer to her constituents. But as she says, without maintenance in the early years to help the establishment, the investment can be reduced, which is why we fund establishment and provide the expertise and advice to keep trees alive. All government-funded woodland creation must be designed and planted to the UK Forestry Standard, a world-leading technical standard for sustainable forest creation and management, agreed between all 4 UK nations. At its root is planning and design. Good planning grows strong woodlands and gives our trees the best start in life. So paying for planning isn't a cost, it's an investment in resilience. That is why we offer the Woodland Creation Planning Grant. Thousands of pounds to fund the groundwork before the first sapling goes in. But of course, once in the ground, young trees are vulnerable and need maintenance to establish. This maintenance means checking young trees for disease, replacing dead trees, and sometimes even watering during periods of drought. And that's why we also fund ongoing maintenance through the England Woodland Creation Offer. Capital payments cover the planting essentials, followed by £400 per hectare per year for 15 years to support maintenance tasks to give the trees the best possible chance of survival. We don't rely on planting alone. We also back nature's own hand. Funding for natural colonisation lets woodlands expand naturally and organically, allowing species to establish where the conditions suit them best. It may appear tatty and scruffy to some people, but nature thrives in the mess and in the wild, and it thrives best when we let it go. It is unrealistic to expect 100% survival rates because that doesn't happen in nature, as we've seen through the recent storms. Last autumn, we witnessed a great spectacle of nature, a massed year where the overproduction of seeds and acorns blanketed woodland floors. And after woodland species have gorged themselves ready for winter, and I can tell you the squirrels in my garden are absolutely fat as butter, there is still more than enough intact material to produce the next generation of trees. Nature knows not every seed is going to make it. We mirror that approach. The schemes that we fund as government dictate that trees are planted at a higher density than would be seen in mature woodland, to take into account the natural level of tree mortality. Some trees do die, and some of them are lost to tree disease, a risk to both established and newly planted trees and woodlands. And we've seen what can happen with ash dieback and also now with our spruces and Ips typographus, which is the six-toothed tree spruce beetle.